Someone bring up the Black Swan and talk to me.
Have another beer, dude.
Straw man.
Shut up.
Oh yeah, this guy's going to debunk the Black Swan. Sure, let's bring it up.
Bring it up. Let's go. All
right.
Let me see that platform be lower than the other.
Let me see your proof that horizon's at 1.2 miles.
I'm
not meeting him.
I did.
Oh,
yeah. Okay, we got a 10-mile horizon.
I can't take him seriously anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, fair.
I'm with you. Let Heretic do what he's gonna.
Dude, he got the Black Swan. For real, dude.
Yeah, it's hilarious. We got a 10-mile horizon there. Geometric claim of the globe is that it's at 1.2. Any proof it's actually at 1.2?
Okay, no, someone give me the full spiel.
That's it. Any proof that 10-mile horizon's at 1.2 miles?
We're not gonna waste the full spiel on you, man.
What was the wavy oil rig your proof of that? Supposed to be?
No,
or?
my proof of the globe Earth is both of these rigs are the same size. One is apparently lower than the other.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so I get it. I got it. You're misinterpreting perspective, and therefore you think a 10-mile horizon is at 1.2.
Perspective of the horizon. Okay.
Yeah. What? The horizon that's the horizon that's at 10 miles, the one that geometrically must be at 1.2 on the ball that you think talking about the rigs helps you prove? What are you talking about?
But what did you wanted to tell me when I said the further away rig appears lower than the closer one?
I wanted to tell you to focus, because the Black Swan argument is not about either rigs. It's about the horizon.
It's not very well focused.
Yeah, you said it's not very well focused. You aren't. That's the whole point. You said you were going to debunk the Black Swan, but so far you haven't even figured out what the argument is. So you're going to have a tough time.
It's the horizon behind it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's the horizon. So the only way that you can come out of this proving a globe is to somehow show that 10-mile horizon's at 1.2 miles. In fact, that won't even prove it. That'll just be an affirming the consequent at best, but that's the best thing you can hope for.
Do I have to show you a theodolite where actually it shows the curve?
No, dude. I just told you what you have to show me. You got to show me that 10-mile horizon's at 1.2.
I can show you illusions, too. I can show you illusions of a mask without a hull on a ship.
So that's your claim?
Illusions.
Wait,
I can show you illusions. What's your hypothesis here? What's your scientific experiment here with the horizon?
So that's your argument for the globe.
What analysis did you do?
It's just going to steamroll now. So it sounds like you're saying that your argument for the globe is that what we see in reality is an illusion. How does that help you?
100%. Light is a very difficult thing to comprehend. It's always bending, refracting, and going different ways. All right? It's very difficult.
I got it. So your proof that we're on a globe is just to deny reality.
Satellite eccentricity. That's what we call
You just talked right through you, Heretic.
No.
Yeah, he just kept going.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's going to steamroll at this point.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, you are done.
I'm done.
That's why you're steamrolling.
No, I was steamrolling, and I caught it. You caught it, and then I caught it, and then I'm sorry.
Good work. So
thank you.
You caught it twice. I caught it. You caught it. Then I caught it.
Yeah, we all caught it.
It's honestly how it happened.
We all caught it. We all caught that there was no 1.2 mile horizon in that picture with the 10-mile horizon. So no proof of a globe. Only thing you can do is deny reality to argue that there's a globe.
Clipboard,
really
we got some good clips off of this one, man.
Without any background. I was asking for citations and mathematical proof that this explain this to me, dude, because I don't really understand. All I see is two platforms and a straight line.
Two platforms and a straight line. Well, they're basically just there as like tape measures. Just think of them that way. The furthest one is at 9.4 miles. The horizon is behind it, so that's telling you that the horizon is further than 1.2. It's also further than 9.4. Can't be at 1.2, therefore.
What's a 1.2?
That's the geometric distance of the horizon on the globe.
Okay. And then there's no illusion that would fix that.
So your argument for a globe is that reality is an illusion. Not very compelling.
No, it's not a very good argument, but this is not the reason why I believe in the globe Earth. Like, light is really hard for me to comprehend. I'm not a photographer. I'm not a videographer. I'm not a surveyor.
That's fine. So you can't comprehend things. Therefore,
you will win that argument. You will win that argument against me, like 9 times out of 10.
All right, thanks. You can't comprehend reality, therefore it's a globe. All right.
That's not what I said, but it's kind of... You won this argument just because I am ignorant.
Well, you should learn your claim.
He's basically tossing you his wig. Here, take it. I don't want it.
That's 100% what I did. I said, like, hey, man, like, I don't really know what you're talking about, and maybe you're right, but honestly, no, there's other factual proof.
Such as?
Well, we'll get back to this. You want to get back to this? Because
any factual proof that you come up with will also somehow have to prove that 10-mile horizon is actually at 1.2. Do you actually think you have anything like that?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't understand how light refracts, what light does, how it bends. Gravity bends time.
All right.
So how wouldn't it bend fucking light?
Your argument for the globe is you don't understand reality. I got it.
No, I don't understand this one picture and why it makes flat Earth real. That's what I don't understand.
Falsifies the globe radius. Falsifies the geometric claim of the sphere.
I falsify the flat radius. So where's the flat? Where's the flat?
Well, you'll have to come up with somebody who claimed the flat radius first.
That's freaking guy, man.
I thought he said
me the flat before the curve.
No, I don't know.
Well, there it was. The flat that we saw, that picture without the curve, right? The one that would have had the geometric horizon had a curve. That was it.
I see everything from here. These 2 rigs, they show everything. No, they don't, dude. This is 2 rigs on a horizon.
At this point, I mean, jeez.
Yeah, that's good enough. I don't know. Someone else can talk.
It's like, we're just...
Okay, can we talk about satellite?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, CB, and be sure to hit the subscribe button, the bell notification icon, to stay up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you're new to this channel or have not done so already, please share the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on YouTube, of course. I will grab a link. For anyone who doesn't have a link to the YouTube, it's always good to save that in your back pocket. Sure, you guys are all well aware here, but for any lurkers out there, link is in the chat. The link to the Discord should be in the info box as well. So click the link, join the panel, and express your views on the nature of Earth. We are joined by Wave Mixer, Colors of Country, Effie Batman, Grim, God Rockin', Henry Henhow, Heretic just slid in, good timing, Miguel Souza, Mike Power Swan, Nick, Quetzalcoatl, Aethergress, and a whole bunch of people listening on YouTube. So welcome, one and all. Hey, CB, how are you doing? Let's see what we have on the agenda for today. I was watching a show last night. I always tell you guys to keep your ears to the floor. You never know what type of media will be representing a flat Earth somehow, some way, or maybe hinting at it. So a show I just happened to put on last night portrayed a flat Earth as well. So you have to give me a moment to the screenshots on my computer. But I'm sure you guys can already guess. Water, boats, where boats can fall off, some type of jagged edge. You know, the usual. But just thought that was interesting. The idea is definitely out there. Let's see what else we have on the agenda. So we've been tuned into the Fresh and Flat podcast. The Ghostbusters just joined as well. So welcome, Orvis. I see you slid in. Welcome everyone. I'm sure the panel will start to fill up a little bit. You know how we do. So yeah, we're you guys have been tuned into the Fresh and Flat podcast. Might just leave that running for now. But good to be here. Glad to have you all. So let me take a look and see what kind of stuff I have in my queue, kind of clips and stuff that I found in the last couple of days. And maybe we can talk about that. Shout out to Helio Skeptic with our YouTube channel. We did refresh the screen a little bit, so be sure to check that out. Tell us what you think. Any feedback would be appreciated. Did a lot of that on the fly, but it's got a new look. Kind of represent, we're in season 9 now, folks. Season 9. If you don't know what the hell goes on in this show by now, I don't know what to tell you. So,
season 9, mother.
Check out the YouTube channel and subscribe. Smash the like button, of course. Or, hit up Helio's PayPal. Throw him a couple bucks. Shout out to Helio, man. This place wouldn't be the same without the live feed. So, yeah. So go support Helio and any way possible. Henry Henhouse says you're just listening for now. Sounds good. Glad to have you. And let me get the queue rolling. See what I got in the queue, in the hopper. If anyone has cute clips or stuff you want to send me, you want to play or talk about, be sure to send that over. We can talk about that. Let's see. Okay. I got something. One moment. I'm always recommending you guys, especially if you're on a phone, if you're on mobile watching videos and a commercial comes up, or a video, a podcast, the topic comes up, or something happens to relate to the topic that we get into, record it, screenshot it, save it. Don't forget to do that. Like, I have to remind myself to do that sometimes. I was watching a whole podcast and this dude brought up going to space and whatnot. He was joking about being an astronaut. And I was like, oh, that's good. I should probably clip that. I'll go back and do that later. What do you think I did? I forgot. So I had to go back through this 2-hour podcast and try to skim through and find, oh, where's this moment? I'm telling you guys, when you find moments, and you will, save it, record it. Even if you have to just take a screenshot and then go back. I wouldn't even recommend that. Just save it when you notice it. Because this stuff is everywhere out there. And it's just, it's up to you. It's up to us to capture that stuff. If you don't do it, it's just going to go by. There's been commercials before. We'll talk about this in just a moment. But there's been commercials before that have been pulled off the internet. I can't find a trace of it anywhere except for in my phone. I saved it in my catalog. So, and if you've been in this forum or in the quote unquote truther, area community for a while, then you know that videos will get pulled off the internet. So, yeah, if you're not saving this stuff actively on the fly, you might miss it. So I would recommend just get out there and start saving these clips and stuff. And it also makes for content we can talk about. So here is that clip that I'm talking about. I posted it in the live stream, and I'll play it through the bot. We can chat about it.
If you let your past define you, it will define you.
Exactly. Like check it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know, I never been to space, but I can say I'm a fucking, I used to be an astronaut. I can just say it, right? Because it's like my past doesn't define me. So I can just say that I'm an astronaut.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
No, I'm saying, I'm with you, baby. My past doesn't define me. I'm an astronaut.
Okay, if you want to believe that, then go for it.
You know what I'm saying? Yes, queen.
There you go.
Yes. Fantastic.
You want to be an alien? You go be an alien.
You know what I'm saying?
I kind of like how dude was leaning into that idea. People, they went around the table. Does the past define you, or is the past important? Go ahead.
There's this commercial up here in Canada. It was in the middle of the playoffs here, and I should have recorded it because I couldn't find it. It was actually a bank commercial. Well, I think it was one of Canada's biggest banks had it, and it mentioned flat Earth.
What?
Yeah, so I forgot. I couldn't find it. Once I seen it, I just couldn't find it again. And I watched and watched. I didn't see it again. So yeah, it was a mistake.
Yeah, and see, this is what I'm saying, dude. We'll talk about some of the. I've got some clips that you reminded me to post. So we'll definitely talk about that. But yeah, it's crazy. It'll come and go. I'm sure they got some tweets. Hey, you're this is dangerous. When they had to remove it or whatever. So it's good to save it when you can. People delete tweets and stuff all the time, and so yeah, you got to be quick.
I wanted to talk about this. Taboo Conspiracy just released a video a couple hours ago. I just put it in the lobby chat, and he's Igor Volk. He's a USSR cosmonaut, or was. He was on in an interview. He said that nobody's been to space, and yeah, he wasn't kidding. Many people thought, it was just like it was taken wrong. It was a joke. It wasn't supposed to. That's not what he meant. But he actually died a couple years after that interview in Bulgaria, where he lived. And Taboo Conspiracy just did a video showing another interview of the guy that interviewed Igor, and said, he had a couple weeks with the guy, and he said in a private conversation that they never went to space. They never went to the moon, specifically space.
Yeah, that's what's up. I think I'm familiar with this from before. But that's when the Globe Whisperers slide in. Oh, well, even though he was speaking plain English, or maybe this guy wasn't, but I need to translate that for you. Yeah, let me translate that for you from plain sense into, It's funny. He'll say it plainly. We did not go to space, and he'll go, well, what he really meant was.
Yeah, exactly. Interpretation. But the guy who interviewed him cleared that up. It's like, no, we didn't go to space.
That's called globe-splaining.
Globe-splaining?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I did the person that does the globe-splaining, I've dubbed them the Globe Whisperer. You know how you have like a dog whisperer, and he's like the special guy who can like communicate with dogs. So like these guys feel like, oh, well, if Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff is flat, well, let me translate that for you, I'll interpret that for you. Let me globe-splain that. So, yeah, that's hilarious, globe-splaining. That's exactly what it is. Anyway, so, yeah, here's another commercial that came up.
They say an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
Bro, propaganda's laying it on thick. I've been joking about how in the last couple years they got people to cover their mouth. Dangerous, incoming, things might be coming crashing into your system. Cover your mouth, protect yourself. Well, I think that that same possibility is true for things crashing from the sky. Protect yourself. Like, if you see space junk helmets in the future, just know you heard it here first. Okay? It's the same idea.
Especially Star Wars ones.
Yeah, well, see, then you can make your own custom ones, just like we saw in the last couple of years. Yeah, whatever design you want. Hard hat, if you're a construction worker, yeah, do that. I don't know, dude. They'll probably make fun of conspiracy theorists. Oh, your tinfoil hat is going to really save you from that space junk. Yeah, but the propaganda is already out there. Stuff falling from the sky, crashing from space. You guys have probably seen it for articles. Watch out. There's a 1 in 600 chance you might get hit. So
I mean, I don't like to be called a conspiracy theorist. I like to be called, I was the one who was always right.
Yeah. They don't like to admit it, but yeah. They say the science changes, it updates over time. It's like, well, the old science says one thing and the new science says another thing entirely. You're saying that that's just updated science, or maybe it's just not science at all.
I mean, especially if you're not in the field of specific science, like, for instance, medicine, then, of course, some things in observation change. But do we know for sure, unless we have a specialist who is honest in what he's observing? It's like they can make up anything. They can make scalas beyond the measurement that we are capable of receiving.
You don't have to be a specialist. All you got to do is look into it a little bit. If you got a specific subject matter, the specialist has looked into like a whole gamut of things. They've been indoctrinated in college and whatnot, which takes years and years to get your degree. But if you're talking about one specific subject, it's like maybe a couple of hours of research, and you can educate yourself about as well as these so-called specialists. and you can just go out and find out the real information for yourself rather than get indoctrinated with the paradigm from going to college and whatever else. It's just repeat and regurgitate. I went to college. I 4.0'd every class but 2. And what you do is you memorize the syllabus. It's repeat. It's memorize and repeat. That's all it is. It's not like it's rocket science or however you want to put it. It's not. You don't got to be a genius to go to college and get a PhD degree. You just got to be a person that can use your mind to think a little bit. And all you got to do is think about this stuff, do a little bit of research, and you're as qualified as anybody in the world is, period, because it is not complicated. It's not hard. It's obvious what's going on. So forget about all this specialist bullshit. He ain't no special. He's no specialer than you, no specialer than me. He's just an average guy, and that's all you got to be to figure this shit out. So take that specialist shit and shove it up your where.
When you start reading the opinions of all these different experts from the same field, you find that they have different opinions and different beliefs. But when you look at what they're basing it on, it's all the same thing. So you can also look at the same thing they're all looking at and see if any of that actually is part of what they're describing. A lot of the times you'll see we're all looking at the same thing. We're looking at things dropping, for instance. And then they're like imagining a bunch of extra stuff that is actually not being observed.
Yeah, that's when they clip the story. When you send an email, you attach a file. Like they have the observation and then they attach their story to it. So yeah, that's kind of what you described there, Drace.
I mean, all it takes is one person who isn't influenced by some professor saying to him, "Oh, this isn't possible," or "This is that," because there are people out there who are capable of solving issue despite the fact that someone tells them it is not possible. It's like there's always a resolution for it.
Yeah, and a lot of those people are in this room. All they got to do is take time to do the research. And like I said, you don't have to be some. If you think these people that have PhD degrees and doctorates and whatnot, if you think they have a different brain than you, or smarter than you, or more brilliant than you are, man, you're not giving yourself enough credit, bro. All you got to do is do some research, like Dre said, and take a look at the evidence, and you've determined whether or not it makes any sense or not, because everybody in this room is fully capable of doing that. So this specialist...
Yeah, we're all specialists.
If you choose to be in a specific area, yeah, you can do it, and it takes not very much time. Exactly right.
I mean, I do agree with that, especially for dentist kind of thing, medicine, because we have one who is a dentist in my family, and he said, "Oh yeah, that fluoride is good for your teeth and whatever."
Oh boy.
Yeah, and I said to him, "Yeah, no, you put that stuff not into my teeth. I will not gargle with it. I would not to consent any liquid you put in my mouth." And yeah,
there you go.
And you said to me, "Dude, you have to believe me," and what have you? It's like, no, I don't. Don't put the stuff in it. Give me water to gargle the stuff out, and good is.
Yeah, they're kind of trapped within their little paradigm, their specialist paradigm, right? They're not really able to see outside. I went to a dentist and I asked them about mewing, and they were like, "What the hell is that?" So yeah, they don't. It's not like they're just because you're a quote unquote specialist doesn't make you infallible or perfect. You can definitely be wrong or completely lost. Even
yeah, it's like this.
We have a Kitty Crab and Spud joining us, both not VC verified. We could maybe check them out.
What up, gangy? Yes, I told Spud to join, and then Kitty Crab has seen you in the chat lately. So, what time y'all join the VC? Let's go. What's up, Jedi?
I see Jedi's. Yeah, I see Jedi's entered the chat. Good evening, Jedi. How you doing?
Let's
go.
CB.
Yeah, let's go. How you doing, guys? You well? Everyone happy?
Good to see you, man. Yeah, everyone's piling in, so welcome. Glad to have you.
Good stuff. I had a great conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson yesterday. Did anybody remember that?
Oh my god.
That was some comedy gold.
Didn't you chat with Jordan Peterson as well?
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson came through. So.
Oh no! So yeah, it was Jordan Peterson. I don't know why I've got Neil deGrasse Tyson on my fucking mind already.
I mean, we chat with him all the time. You know, he tells us he doesn't see curvature and whatnot, so he's on our side.
No, that's like an idea. I should clone Tyson's voice.
Ooh, that's good.
Oh, by the way,
right.
Has anyone saw the recent interview from Alex Jones and the Flat Earth Dave?
I've seen people talk about it, but I do really quickly. I just want to say before Spud and our friend, I think our other friend might have left, Kitty Crab. Yeah, they left. But Spud, if you want to chat, just send a message or somebody. Let us know if you can talk, and then we can open your mic up and chat. Get to know you a little bit better, give you some roles and stuff. So anyway, no, I didn't see the Alex Jones thing, but I have seen people talk about it. I heard Alex was kind of shilling out a little bit.
Yeah, it was a shit show. He was basically at the moment they talked about opposition, he started exactly like the opposition would like react to. You know, it's like, dude, it was ridiculous. I was about to reach out into smacking him. You know, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, dude, what do you expect? It's a circus, you know, Alex.
Well, I watched it. I enjoyed it. I think part of it is he doesn't want to be framed as a flat earther, so he puts forth these ridiculous like acts. But he allowed Dave to talk a lot and present our case at least a little bit.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it depends on the flow on the show that they made, and Dave was very active, and he gave his really best in terms of actually explaining what to focus on. But I personally wish there should be more detail in it, like usually we have discussed here already.
I would have liked to see Witsid or Meme or Indio rather, because then Alex wouldn't have anything, because he would have gotten racked.
Yeah, I mean, especially if it would have been Indigo, you would like to say, Alex, let me explain, and don't interrupt me, or else I leave. You know, it's like this kind of stuff.
It's also
that was an old interview.
They don't plug stuff where Dave plugs stuff, and that doesn't put him in the best light, if you will, compared to people who just stick completely on the arguments. And even Alex like used that as a pot shot against him.
It was like 4 years ago or 5 years ago, wasn't it? And then, you know, he's really mastered his craft now. I think if Dave went back on that show, he'd do a way better job. He didn't have any of his graphics or videos ready like he normally does. You know, that's an old video or an old interview.
Yeah. And they did talk about trying to bring him into the studio with all the graphics and stuff, but that never happened.
Yeah. I mean, the ultimate chill for my taste was the woman. The base jumper, you know? And said the Earth is round. It has a curve. And dude, this is so chill.
Well, no, the thing is, like, I have people in real life who are not shills, they're not getting paid any money, but because they have a really strong belief in the globe, they thought they could see curve at the horizon at sea level. Like, that's literally hallucinating curve. And like, I had to take them back to look at the horizon and like, where's the curve? And they're like, oh, well, I thought I saw it. And like, I remember it. I'm like, yeah, like these are all the psychological reasons why this happens. This is just because we believed it so strongly.
I mean, you don't even need a long way of looking at things. You only need in a hot summer to look on a flat street, put yourself down and look into the distance. even about, let's say, 110 degrees. Okay, this is a little bit much, but 100 degrees or so, you should be able at 50 meters or so, or 100 feet, be able to see a mirage already. So what sense do you apply this to what we are trying to explain to you? You know, it's like, what do you believe in? Do you observe anything? Like any argument they make is nonsense. People have not looked into it.
Well, mirage on
We're not looking at
a
all.
flat road is not gonna prove anything.
I mean, just for the example of the mirage thing, that people look on the distant, on the horizon, and especially on oceans when ships and such disappear and so on. That's why I made this as a point.
Yeah, the problem is when you're talking about a flat road, you're talking about flat topography, and sure, we can see mirages over that, and we can also see mirages over the water, but the reason why we use the water on the horizon is because the water is supposed to conform to the globe, where the road is just designed flat, and we're not looking at over as long a distance, so it doesn't really get us anywhere.
I'd like to see them build a road. Let's say let's stick somebody on Australia and say, okay, the curve of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. So start building your road and follow the curvature of the Earth. And after about 10 miles, they're going to be about half a mile in the ground, digging down, following the curve. And it's ridiculous, that, if someone actually tried to follow the curvature of the Earth on any topography, just about any, you'd end up burrowing yourself into the ground, period. Just would, because especially if you start at sea level, because everything goes up from there. So, I guess if you started at the top of the mountain and dug a road, and it was very similar to the curvature of the Earth as far as the drop rate, that's about the only way you could dig a road or dig a pathway across the Earth anywhere and follow the curve rate, the drop rate that's supposed to be there on the globe. It's an impossible thing, period. It really is. I mean, when you look at it, you'd have to actually go out and search for a piece of ground that basically sloped very closely to the curvature of the Earth as far as the drop rate goes, in order just to keep your road from being a half a mile in the ground after 10 miles or 100 miles or whatever, or even 10 miles, you'd be 60 some feet in the ground. It'd just be.
They don't think about any of that things.
I know.
They just lay the ground, like they lay the concrete, they lay the asphalt, and it's just laid straight on the ground and then flattened out on the top. There's no accounting for any curves.
Right. Yeah. So I'm just saying though, if they were to follow the curve to try and grade the road to get it ready to pave, they'd end up digging into the ground. It'd be so ridiculous. It'd be so stupid.
What they do, God Rockin', is actually build up on top, and then they build the wedges where the curvature would be dipping down. They fill it in. So that's what they do.
What do they fill it in with, bro? Road base?
Hey, they can, it's science. That's modern technology. So it's what we do.
Right.
Yeah, they fill it all with science. They just take science and stuff it in there.
Yeah. I need to go back to school, I guess, huh?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. That is funny.
Well, I think Ripcord, you said they don't look into it. I was just going to say they don't look at all.
Exactly.
They're stuck reading out of the textbook what the textbook says. Oh, but it says this is a star. It says the sun is a star. Okay, but what? Somebody, I think there was a clip playing the other day. These two people were talking to Miggy, and they were just hackling about what the book says. Oh, but the book says the stars and the sun are the same. And Miggy's like, but when you look, do they look the same? They're like, yeah, of course. It's like, but no, for real. When you look up, do the stars look like the sun? And then eventually they were like, yeah, no, I guess not. So they have a hard time looking in reality as opposed to just reading what the textbook says. Like,
yeah, I was just making a point that, like, when you're in college, you get a degree, all you got to do is memorize and regurgitate what they told you to memorize. And if you do that, you get an A every time.
Yeah.
You just memorize the syllabus, or, when you start a class in college, they give you what's called a syllabus, and it's all the stuff that they're going to cover, all the answers to all your questions. And so what me and my partner did, we just memorized the syllabus. We'd sit down, we didn't even open the books, not once. We memorized the syllabus, so anything on the syllabus, he could read part of it, and then I could finish reading it, or I could start it. He'd ask me about a certain subject matter and that was on the syllabus. Well, I had that all memorized, so I just blurted it out, blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm telling you what, we took the test, we 4-0'd every single class doing that. Nice. I didn't open the fucking book once. So, what is college really all about?
Exactly, yeah.
About repeat and regurgitate. That's all it is.
Yeah, the life doesn't exactly match up with what the textbook says, especially when it comes to this helio, globe mind type stuff. So it's good to go outside, globe heads. There's no flat earth on your screen. They want to see a flat earth, you got to go outside. It's not on your computer.
But you're completely right, Godrock. In earlier schooling, is all about just memorization and repetition. And then when you get to the universities, it's all about being a sycophant to the professor. You just gotta figure out what that specific professor wants to hear, and then make everything along those lines, and he will give you a high score.
Don't the teachers even admit sometimes, like, hey, listen, I don't believe this stuff, I just got to teach it. Like, I've heard many testimonies of people saying that their teachers don't really stand by what they're teaching. It's part of the curriculum.
Yeah,
it's required.
Especially in the lower rungs of it. But when you get to the professors, they're generally, when they get tenure and stuff like that, you have to appeal to their specific beliefs and their view of the world to get the best score, because it's all opinionated.
Hey, listen, I'm trying to ace this underwater ballerina class. So, I mean, I'll do whatever they tell me, right? My degree in underwater ballerina training is extremely important. What's up,
to give an example, if you're writing something and your professor finds it to be super interesting and likes it, naturally your score will be high. If it's completely opposite to his worldview, if your professor is a leftist and you write something positive or something against the leftist view, all of a sudden he's not going to grade your stuff very well.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. I can only imagine how difficult navigating that would be. And then these guys pop out of college and are like, but I'm the one that's educated. It's like, dude, you're just regurgitating nonsense sometimes.
Yeah, in the beginning, it's all about repetition, and then it's all about conformity. Conform to your authority.
Corporate slave training. You don't need a piece of paper to know how to think. Go ahead.
Well, the one thing they do add there is they add a bunch of things like making you do your own research. You can't just parrot straight from the book and all sorts of stuff like that. So they train them to basically create content that they agree with, so that they can go out into the world and continue to do the same.
Yeah, I'm just glad I didn't have to put up with any of that stuff, and I'm glad that after all these years I haven't looked back and regretted that decision. If anything, it's almost gotten been patting myself on the back for that decision all these years later. So, of course, there's some important fields if you want to get into STEM or you want to do a certain thing, like be a doctor, go do your thing, man. But
it's fine to get an education. I recommend everyone get an education and go as far as they can, but take everything they say with a grain of salt and do your own research as well, and that will only make you more intelligent and better equipped to handle all situations in the end.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, I agree.
And when I say regret my decision, I mean never dropping out, as I have 3 PhDs now. Speaking of which, I do have a clip maybe we could talk about when it comes to credentials.
Yeah, and then there's also self-education. Like all of these books that that they're being taught from, the lectures, all of it's online. And if you want to, you can go and learn it without having to pay exorbitant amounts.
Good point as well. Good point as well. It's a nice life hack for 2023, folks.
Also, I kind of jumped in here because I just wanted to say one thing about what you guys were talking about, the books and how they make you learn it and stuff like that, and then assuming things around it. I noticed in my education that, like, in the first school, when 6 to 16-year-old, it's always you have to just write exactly what's in the book. You're never allowed to deviate away from the book. The book is the truth, and that is what you're supposed to say. Then as soon as you go into the further education, they're like, you cannot simply look for it in the book. You have to assume things based on the book.
Yeah, assume outside.
And, yeah, they teach. They can't hear you. I'm talking to Mike. I'm not talking to you. Sorry. Trace threw me off there. I don't remember what I was going to say more.
Well, they get used to the cog dis, right? Well, here's the book, but don't use it, but use it, but don't use it.
Yeah, it's like hypocritical.
Now I remember the rest of my thought. It was, in this stage, the middle stage, they teach you to assume and figure things around things based on what's in the book. You have to assume on top of that. And then once you get even further than that, and you finish the second further education thing that we call háskóli, that would be university. That's when they teach you logic and that kind of stuff. It's like they took the entire way you should educate someone and flipped it. So they teach you in the wrong order almost.
Yeah, so they absorb the rhetoric and the fallacious reasoning first, and then only later cursory hear about logic, hear about critical thinking, hear about research, and then they go out into life thinking they have those qualities, while they have been trained to do the opposite.
It's kind of ingenious how that trick works, isn't it?
Yeah, because if it was done... Sorry, you go.
Go on, come on. No, what I was going to say is they fill your mind with absolute nonsense, but they tell you it's truth. Brilliant. Sorry, come on.
No, it was my bad. This is because I'm listening on Drace's side and talking in my headset, so I might be bad with lag, and I apologize. Anytime I talk over anybody, it's totally not on purpose.
How dare you?
You're fine, mate.
It's just because I like to be in the same room while we're listening to things. And, oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll get back on point. I was going to say something about education. Sorry, I got thrown.
Damn. Let me try to remember. Help you remember. I did it one time. I'd do it again.
I remember now. Thank you. It worked. You told me to remember, so I did. Okay, so yeah, I was going to say, because if the proper structure would be you teach them logic first, then you teach them how to extrapolate from logic. And then after that, you would learn about sophistry and how that is used against you and how to defend against that, which is easy because you know logic. And because they always change it a little bit at a time, they always have almost like a farce of the structure that it used to be. So you can almost see the ghost of the foundation of the things that were built by good men before it was corrupted by evil.
Yeah, it gives it the cloak of validity that the previous form of education actually had. Well, we actually don't have that anymore. We just have indoctrination that masquerades as education.
I see. And they beat people with that stick.
Yeah, and how exactly do you teach logic? This is a key point, I guess. Because otherwise we wouldn't have this struggle explaining this to people.
Well, there are many good courses to learn logic online. You could simply take one of those or many of those and construct a course for your child to learn logic, and it would be far better equipped. It would be so strong in school that the teachers would not know what to do, because 99% of the teachers don't know logic. So the kid would basically just destroy them.
Well, logically speaking, of course.
Yeah, and basic logic is pretty simple. It's basically learning specific terminology, what certain words mean, which most people don't even know what they mean. Premises and claims and consequence and the words that are used in logic. First, you learn those, so you understand the lingo, and then you learn what a claim is. Like, you learn the definition of those words. That's one thing that's not taught much today, is the definition of words. Kids are just taught to write and then read, and they're just assuming what all those words mean. It sometimes gets real messy when people have no idea what the words mean and then just talk with sophistry because they don't know how to logically construct a sentence. They don't know what a fallacy is, so they cannot stop themselves from making those fallacies and then think they are being logical. So it's like a spiral, like down the drain.
Yeah, good point.
Being delusional to themselves by actually believing what they are saying, even though it's not wrong. It's wrong.
The foundation for many delusions, or most of them, are fallacies. When I was young, my father was a sociopath and a narcissist, and so I followed a little bit in the narcissistic way of thinking, and so I fell into that trap in the beginning. I understand it a little bit, and it took me a while to get out of it.
I mean, we all did. Everyone has to grow up in it. Developing critical thinking. Sorry,
I was just going to say, I also think logic should be taught from a young age. It shouldn't be something that you teach them later on. It should be taught right away with examples, the same way you teach morals, the same way you teach positive self-thinking, the same way you should raise your child, you should teach them logic. And the same way they try to corrupt our children by corrupting the media and the entertainment that they have for our kids, we should produce more media and entertainment and culture that can help make these parables for the children that they used to have. Like, even if you just take classics, let's look at Red Riding Hood. In that, if we look for logic, let's go with when the Red Riding Hood meets the wolf dressed up as the grandma, she keeps asking questions. Why are your teeth so big? Why are you so hairy? That is teaching a child to question things that look off. There's a bunch of great ways to teach children from a young age logic and to help them identify it by having conversations.
Right. Although most of those stories have been softened to listen, or maybe it's more like those stories are more for the adult people who have listened previously. But, like, for instance, Disney goes forth and soften those stories and making other connections to them that are really not there.
Yeah, they try to subvert the morals and the message of a lot of the old fairy tales.
Yeah, the meaning.
Yeah, the meaning of it. They also try to push a lot of extra things in between. This is a classic small shift before they do the big shift, because they're already doing the big dip now. And I know what you mean, because I've seen it as well with, for instance, if you take Red Riding Hood as an example again, at first they try to stick to the stories and stuff like that, but when you see the ones that come out nowadays for the last few decades, it's going to be Red Riding Hood is a murderous fighting lady, and there's a murder mystery and an evil bunny and some stupid stuff that have nothing to do with it and completely corrupt the morals.
Yeah, it's kind of like the old myths were the same. They had, and even the Bible, the parables are there to teach you a lesson, and people can read the story and not learn the parable. And that's why you need a teacher. The teacher is supposed to help you understand the parable, but that's all being lost. That's not how the teachers generally teach. You have to find a really good teacher who does that because he cares about the children. It's not part of the system.
And it's kind of like the difference between letting your child sit alone watching YouTube for hours, consuming God knows what, or watching movies that have traumatic moments in them without somebody to walk them through it or explain it to them, or having a loving parental figure who is guiding you, who explains and answers all your questions. There's a complete difference in what kind of results you get. But
yeah,
it kind of shows what they're aiming for, if you get me.
Yeah, I mean, this is crucial for a young development in terms of understanding what is going on, what they are witnessing in front of them. So, yeah, I do agree.
It's also, children learn a lot through make-believe and stories. That's how they learn when they're young, because they don't have a lot of experience. So a lot of what they consider their knowledge and what they base their decisions on is, Mom told me this, Dad told me this, my brother told me this person went through this, and stories. It's always stories. This is another reason why I'm so popular with the kids at work, because I tell them a lot of stories. Literally, not a day goes by that a child doesn't walk up to me at work and says my name. Will you tell me a story? Can you tell me a story? Can you tell me this story? And they don't want to hear the same stories again and again. And you can reach a child really well because the absorption and the investment comes with the story. And you can use it as a teachable moment to teach them all kinds of shit. Like, I use the story of when our house caught fire to teach them about air pressure and how fire works and what to look out for and all kinds of different things.
Nice.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, not the house burning, but
it's fine. We were all fine.
Way to turn a dark thing into something positive, Karma.
I always do.
Well, it also becomes a very exciting story for the children as a consequence, like houses on fire.
Fire! Yeah.
My favorite part is actually the part that Drace is in. And I'm just going to say a tiny bit, basically because I was 6 years old when this happened. You were what, 15? Yeah, somewhere along those lines. And I'm telling the story often to kids who are the same age, to 6-year-olds. And I'm explaining how I was sleeping upstairs. Mom comes in yelling, fire, fire, everyone out. And I tell him how he is awake, so he hears her. Or I tell them how my sister was awake, but then I tell them, I fell back asleep because I didn't hear what she was saying. I just heard Mom being loud, and I just fell asleep. And then they're like, oh no, she's sleeping. The fire's going. And then I tell them how my brother, when he heard her calling, the first thing he thinks is, I gotta protect my little sisters. So he comes running to come get us. He grabs my sister's hand. He sees I'm asleep. He just grabs me in his arms and starts running outside with us. I wake up while he's going down the stairs because I start shaking. And I even act this out. And they start really getting into the night. I start waking up and my eyes start opening up. And I'm like, why is my brother holding me in the middle of the night? All the lights are off. Shouldn't we be asleep? And then we're in where the main door is. He opens the door, and it's so bright that my eyes are blinded by the light. And I think, is it daytime? But then my eyes adjust, and I see the sky is black, and there are stars out, and I realize it is nighttime. The fire is just so big, it's lighting up everything. And at that point, they're hooked.
Eyeballs huge. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Leaning in. They're so cute.
Man, that's scary, though.
It was okay. It was the thing next to our house.
Yeah, it was the garage, basically. It was separated by about 2 meters, maybe 2.5 meters from the house.
They'll manage to char the outside of it and stuff, though.
Made for a good story.
Saved the day.
That's good.
When I was about 10 years old, I was standing out in the front yard. It was dark. It was like 11 o'clock at night. Standing out in the front yard, and all of a sudden, this fireball come across the sky. And I didn't see it until it was almost burned out. But all of a sudden, the neighborhood lit up like daylight. I was looking around going, what's going on? It's daylight all of a sudden. And then I looked up and I seen this fireball, and then it just went out. That was a real weird experience. Because I was looking around the neighborhood, and it was just like high noon. It was so bright. It was really, really weird.
Well, only the sun can do that.
No.
No, the glowers are so silly, dude. They don't understand that local light can, shine a larger area. But,
yeah, it used to be darker out back then, so of course it's more of a, oh my goodness, when you're young and everything's that bright. What could make such a bright light? You've never seen anything do that except for the sun.
It's also the contrast. When you've been asleep, you go open your eyes in darkness, and then all of a sudden there's this really bright light in your eyes. It kind of blinds you.
So how did you tie that to gas pressure, Karma? To the kiddos?
Oh, that's to do with how the fire
started, or how mom came. Yeah, mom came to it. You want to tell that part?
So basically, Dad had converted the garage into a tattoo parlor, and he'd done it so well that when all the doors and windows were closed, no air could go in and out. And I often explain to them that it's kind of like a balloon. Once it's closed off, the air's not going to go anywhere, right? And they're like, yeah. And then when I explain, I'm not going to go into all the little details, but basically the fire starts. The fire needs oxygen to burn. And it takes the oxygen, it burns and uses that. Like we use food to get energy. And then he's creating carbon dioxide. But just like us, he doesn't like carbon dioxide. So once he's eaten all the oxygen, and he's out of oxygen, he starts choking on his own carbon dioxide. So he gets smaller and smaller, almost like you squished him together. But he's still very hot and very strong. At this point, Mom comes out with the garbage, she's going to throw that away, sees the fire through the window, sees it's small. So she thinks, it's a new fire, I better turn it off and with some water and put it out before it gets big. So she goes inside, gets a bucket of water, goes back outside. When she opens that door, all that oxygen missing and versus the oxygen outside, that means the oxygen outside is going to push itself inside, because just like when you open the balloon, it's going to even out. And I explained to him how air pressure, of course, always seeks balance, and how gas works and stuff like that at that point. And depending on their interests, I go more into it if they ask more questions. But if they're like, continue with the story, I'll just give them a cursory introduction into it. But that's one of the ways. It's weird to say this in English, by the way. I'm so used to saying this part in Icelandic.
How old are they? What's their age range?
Oh, 6 to 10 right now.
Oh, that's so cute. That's cute.
And we have over 100 kids. I think it's like 120, 140.
I'm sure you have because I watch these podcasts, right? I'm watching these podcasts like dating and girls go on and talk and stuff like that. And when I'm watching them, I'm hearing the different archetypes of Globers that come here. Like, oh, I've spoken to people like that before. So I'm sure, 6 to 10, I don't interact with a lot of young kids like that, but I'm sure you come across kids who are like, oh, dude, he's going to grow up to be like somebody I speak to on the Discord. Holy smokes.
Oh, I've had that happen. I've been like, oh shit, this girl is going to be a narcissist when she grows up. And it's so obvious. And I'm like, I wonder where she's getting this from. And then it's like, oh, it's the mom. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be really interesting to kind of look at this next generation as they come up, especially when you've got a whole bunch of them.
I got to tell you about one kid, one of my favorites. Well, don't tell anybody he's my favorite because I'm not allowed. But Trace told me to tell you about this guy. There's this one kid who was with me a year or two ago. He left, who was a freaking genius, and I love this kid. Okay, he's the kid who's like, "You got any stories about Nazis? You got any stories?" Actually, he asked me about the Second World War. He'd ask me about all kinds of things. He'd want to hear about the government. This is the kid that, like, during recess, we'd be standing outside. He's in 3rd grade, and we're discussing how badly designed the school is and how stupid the architect was and how it was probably nepotism and all these kinds of things. He shows up in a 3-piece suit. He shows up in, like, antique vintage jackets. He'd, like, grow his hair out sometimes. And I love this kid. I'd give him all kinds of deets. He knows NASA is fake, thanks to me. I love this kid. He'd come up to me later and be like, give me more stories about how funnily they fuck up at NASA.
Wow. Dude, 6 to 10? He was that young? Killing it? My guy.
Oh, 2nd grade, I could be talking smart with this kid. He'd be like, let's talk about this big ass corporation that, like, grown-ups talk about in Iceland. That's like this thing that ships big samiki. How do I explain that? It's like a transport thing, and there's been a talk of corruption and a bunch of things. Yeah. This kid was so on point. I was like, this kid's gonna grow up to be a truther. I have his younger sister with me right now. Totally different type. But if I meet him out on the yard, we'll stand and chat for ages.
I was going to ask about his parents. I mean, is his parents kind of doing okay, or are they helping him out with that, or is he doing that on his own, or is that you?
I think he's just like, when he shows any eccentricism, they embrace it. When he decided he wanted to show up as the Statue of Liberty on, like, our version of Halloween, they're just like, yeah, let's go get that done. I'll find the face paint and we'll make up tiara for you and shit.
The way I see it, he basically has 2 really healthy parents who have allowed him to blossom into a very intellectual child. And, like, compared to his peers, he's just leagues ahead. And because of the internet, he actually has more access than the average child. Yeah. They don't even look.
I'm pretty sure it all started because of something like he had an interest in the British royal family, or just something random like that, and then he just kept going into different things. He's a total truther at heart. I can feel it in my bones.
Damn, dude. I can only imagine. Because I didn't really click on until I was about 20. So to be that like awake at 6 to 10, that's amazing. He's gonna have a good head on his shoulders for a while.
Next time I see him, I'm gonna tell him that I was talking about how awesome he is online to my friends overseas, and tell him that you guys think he's awesome. He's gonna get such a rise out of that, because he's not like the most popular guy, but he's not bad off. He's just like average on that. But like, I love when I get boosted self-esteem, because he's not really thinking too much about the social stuff, because he's in the intellectual stuff. And I know from experience, you can kind of isolate yourself if you do that too much. I think he has a few good friends, so he's not fallen into that pit yet. But I'm like, build up that confidence while I have access to the boy.
Yeah, that's good. And it's good coming from a lady as well. Have some gal boost your confidence. It means a lot.
Yeah, I fucking love when you can pep the kids.
Okay, Karma, I see you helping out the next generation. Are these these aren't Gen Z kids. These must be like, what do they call them now? What do they call these kids now? Generation Alpha? Isn't it Gen Alpha, I think it's called?
That would be hilarious.
Well, that'd be a good name. Yeah.
Let me look.
Gone all the way to the end, and now we're starting back up at strong men.
Yeah, Gen Alpha. That's what it's called. Yeah. Children who begin being born at the year 2010.
I'm not so sure that makes a whole lot of sense. To be honest,
we'll find out. Yeah, no.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, God Rockins. But I guess we'll have to find out, right? Because that old meme of strong times build weak men, weak times, that type of thing. So I was like, we're in some tough times. So I'm sure we'll see. Maybe these kids actually will turn out not so away.
But
I don't know.
I see these kids these days; they're anything but alpha.
I know.
No, you're thinking about the majority, Godrockin.
Yeah,
but there's always the outliers. There's always people like us who fall through the cracks of the system.
Yeah.
Who grow into mighty trees, and the more this happens, we are becoming a forest, and there's no stopping us.
Well said.
It's also, I'm very confident that the ones in my neighborhood are going to turn out majorly good because we have such a healthy thing about this. Instead of doing someone hurt your feelings with your words, too much, we also do the hey, you just got to also get a tougher skin. Why are you letting this bother you?
Yeah.
And we have people really doing what we call stappi the stálið, which is like, how would you say that in English?
It's almost like saying hammering the steel. It's kind of like the translation of it.
Toughen up.
Yeah, you're shaping the steel, basically.
Yeah. Toughening the steel.
Toughening the steel up.
Steel sharpens blades. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It goes something like that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just this saying that always comes to mind because we're building stronger characters, and like it's really fun to see them blossom. And for instance, one of the things I love is because there's so much shit out there on TikTok and all this nonsense. Because we are providing a rational, like, what are you even doing? And they're like, oh, maybe this is not funny. This is not a good idea, and all this stuff. Like, for instance, I have had two girls I can think of, that were questioning either their sexuality or their gender because of all this bullshit online and the stuff they're trying to put in the schools. And after talking to me a few times, they were like, oh, okay, it's nothing to worry about. This is nothing I have to worry about, and they let it go. One of them was like, oh, okay, so I'm not gay just because I'm not sexually attracted to anybody at 12.
Right.
I had to fucking have that conversation. It's already like I'm thinking about taking an extra shift where the teenagers are to try to help them as well because this is ridiculous. But I'll tell you one thing. One of my 10-year-olds now is a girl that was starting to lean towards the trans thing and talking about wanting to be a guy and stuff like that. And because she looked up to her dad so much and wanted to be like her dad. Wow. And she wanted to be cool and this and that. And just by being a cool bro to her, she started looking up to me, who's also feminine, and I can dress like a lady. I can be super sweet and cute and everything, but I can be cool and tough whenever I want to. She ended up looking up to me so much that she's going to grow out her hair now, which she'd shaved off.
Let's go. Karma. Saving the generation. Let's go.
Saving lives.
My niece had the same problem. My niece also got influenced by, I think it was from YouTube, from a lady that she was watching. And she came up to me one day and told me that I think Freedom is becoming bisexual. I'm like, well, where did you get that from? Like, I'm not laughing, right, in the conversation I had with her, but it's the same thing. So I just wanted to ask: is it a topic today, or are you guys talking about Flat Earth today also?
Hey, Flat Earth every day, baby. But I mean, we try not to go too deep down into the someone brought up the T's or whatever frames, but we don't try to. If it's part of make your point, go ahead and make your point. But we try not to go too deep into that. But if you got something to say,
Geocentric sounds like Mindshock, doesn't he?
What's up, Mickey? Let's go.
What up, gangsters? Yeah, you sound a bit like Mindshock, dude.
Okay. I think that's.
I mean, just originally. I don't think Mindshock. I think he's using a voice changer, but like you sound kind of like him just originally. But
That's funny. No, I just wanted to ask if you guys have ever gotten information about the South Magnetic Pole, about the magnetism on the supposed globe Earth, and how it's clearly showing that it doesn't work going past the southern 60th parallel. I'm pretty sure some people notice already. But
yeah, there's a lot of conversations that surround that, but there's no like empirical evidence to correlate to like the existence. Because first of all, you have to think about like the layout of the entire realm of existence, and then you're gonna have to like either because I see that your avatar has this like azimuthal equidistant kind of look to it. So if you're looking from that perspective, there's also a lot of verification of how magnetism works on the Earth in that particular orientation. So we don't know what the layout of the entire realm of existence looks like to actually pinpoint what it is over a flat and stationary Earth, as in the entire realm of existence. Does that make any sense, or?
Yeah. Well, well, I guess people haven't gone far into the rabbit hole with this one. There's a video on YouTube showing a guy in Antarctica showing an actual compass, not a Saturn attracted magnetical compass, because that's what they saying that exists. Also, I guess it does exist, but the quote unquote scientist didn't have a Saturn attracted magnetic compass. He didn't even talk about a Saturn attracted magnetic compass being in Antarctica, and he will show you clearly that when he spins around, the compass spins around also with him, that there's no like magnetical attraction attracting the compass while he's spinning. But he also states that if you do even get a attraction, it will be 140 degree off of what you would normally get, which points directly into the southern Indian Ocean, which is kind of weird. Maybe it's just the northern magnetic pull that the guy is getting, and he's not even understanding what he's saying. But there's also something called the Southern Atlantic magnetic anomaly that also describes compasses barely working down there with a big ass declination.
Yeah, there's instances.
Maybe there's only a northern magnetic compass attraction and not a southern magnetic compass attraction.
Yeah, well, check it out, man. There's also anomalies throughout the entire world. So there's places on the Earth like that can be actually reached by people, just traveling to them, where the compasses don't work because of stronger magnetic poles towards like mountains that can be like magnetic and such. So there's other anomalies on Earth or different places like where you can go over the water where your compasses don't work like as predicted. So there are anomalies like outside of like going to Antarctica or any other place, and you can even research that. And I heard that like near the Bermuda Triangle, there's like also that sort of anomaly as well. But you have to kind of look at it overall, like where are all the anomalies happening, and then like to match up the data to like, okay, so how do we know the magnetism working over the Earth like the way people claim that it is? You know what I mean? There's no empirical evidence to follow suit. There's only ideas and theories as to like how this can be working.
Right. So I can say this. Yeah. So I can say this. So I did the research on 4 different explorers: Shackleton, Admiral Richard Byrd, Tom Crean, which is an Irish explorer, and also Roald Amundsen. If you actually see, you got a lot of background noise. If you actually see,
go ahead.
The videos and the documentaries, you will actually see none of them sticking out a compass and actually showing the camera a working compass. And also, which is kind of funny, you don't see also a map that they were actually plotting, which is kind of weird because they were going into unknown territories. I've poured through all these documentaries, and you can see that all of them have a problem at the ending, especially Admiral Byrd. Before he reached the south of the South Pole, he took a 400-mile flight on an airplane going down south, leaving his whole army behind, also denying one of his partners in that came with him, basically the army, that asked him to go down there. He went all by himself down there and stayed for 6 months, supposedly collecting weather data. And
let me jump in real quick. Real quick. I'm just gonna get back to work, but I would just say one final thing before I go back is that you got to make sure that it's empirical evidence, which can be testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Don't forget that if anything that you research is something that you claim, a claim has to be followed by verification. So just always remember that in anything that you present as a claim. All right, I got to get back. See ya.
Take care, brother.
Right. Yeah. And also it's funny because all these 4 guys that got the money to go down there were Freemasons. They're all confirmed. You can check it out. So I believe that these guys, they get themselves positioned into governments, and they get the funding that they need, and also the military, which is also important because you need airplanes, boats, planes, equipment, and all that shit to go down south. And that's the only way they could have done it. And all of them, Tom Crean, Roald Amundsen, Admiral Richard Byrd, they all were Freemasons. Even Admiral, not a lot of flat earthers know this, but even Admiral Byrd created the lodge number 777. I don't believe the diary that was supposedly released after his death to make him look like crazy. I do believe some of the videos, it does show that at the beginning of the videos that there are cutouts, like black markings on the reels that they converted to digital, and they had to reenact some of the scenes. And you can actually, like, if you're a really good like video producer or whatever, you can actually see when they actually reenacted it and when they didn't. Some of the videos does look like it's they added whiteness to it, as of sometimes it was very dark there when they were like traveling through to get to the South Pole, the tip of the South Pole. And I don't know, it's weird. It's just weird. Yeah, it's weird. What I wanted to say before I shut up. These people, all right, they're Freemasons. Okay, Freemasons. Everybody knows that is that they keep secrets, right? So they do have to attest to the public for something because they're not gonna get funding for no reason. So I believe that all of them lied about reaching the south of the South Pole. All of them, literally, all of them, because I don't think the magnetism stopped working now. I think it always never worked. And they never got to the tip of the South Pole. I believe this is why Admiral Byrd did what he did, but going by himself 400 miles, leaving his army behind, to supposedly stay at the tip of the South Pole, which had a weather station built there already somehow in an underground German bunker or whatever it is, which is kind of weird.
Hello, bro.
But yeah, I just wanted to come on and ask to see if anybody has information about this. That's what I want.
What do you mean tip of the South Pole? Where is that?
So the south of the South Pole, you know where so there's the South Pole in the south, and also the tip of the South Pole, which is also the northern has also the same thing, the true magnetic north and the true magnetic south.
Are you Glober?
No.
So
I don't believe that we have 2 poles, so I'm not a Glober.
So where would the South Pole be then?
There's no South Pole. You don't see my picture?
Oh, okay. I was just trying to, because you keep saying tip of the South Pole. I'm like, but that's not a place in reality.
Yeah. There's no tip. I mean,
okay. So they're just like in their worldview. If you're a Glober, the tip.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, just trying to make it like so that people understand. Yeah, I know everybody's a flat earther in here.
No, I know what you mean. Actually, no, just for anyone out there though, like, there probably is a cute little ceremonial pole in the snow somewhere. Okay, so if they take people on a cruise, vacation, a ship, or whatever, and they go visit a pole, I'm sure that's not very difficult to do. Put a little pole in the snow and then tell people it's the South Pole. So I'm sure there is a pole on Earth somewhere that they've dubbed the South Pole. But in reality, if this is hard to wrap your mind around, put yourself in any room, whatever room you're in now. Imagine that that's the entirety of the Earth. There's nothing else but that room. So dead center would be north, whereas south. There's no place where you would put a pole and go, well, here's south, because everything around north would be south. So there is no South Pole, as he's pointed out. So.
CB. What do you think of the posting from Kiwi Bus?
Let me take a look.
The picture he posted.
Kiwi Buzz, yeah. Let's see.
In left chat.
You mean in regards to like the layout of the Earth, or
know where the lines, the magnetic lines, are originating from. From my viewpoint, this would be
a certain point.
I guess
okay.
from a biblical standpoint, this would be the north of all correlations. Not correlations. What has been lined out from the Earth, but even though, if this would be the north, where north and south all align one together, then it's very difficult to outline how we measure our circulation when we travel around. It's like, because mostly those continents are covered by the north, but as soon as you travel to some degree to the south, from this picture right now, then it all becomes different. So it would be then this 60 degree or 66 degree line or whatever. What is it called again?
The 60th parallel?
Yeah. Would this correlate to the globe model then? The south lines?
I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm not too the magnetic lines and stuff. Not something in my wheelhouse. Not something I'm too familiar with. Let me repost this from Geocentric. But if somebody else wants to chime in and help him out with this, Drace might know a thing or two.
Well, I can mention one extra thing, because I'm pretty sure not a lot of people goes down this rabbit hole of the whole compass magnetism and everything like that. There's this video of this guy called ACE. It's a simple 3-letter term, ACE. He's a dark African American that travels all around the world, quote unquote world. And he did a cruise ship to Antarctica. Okay, and he took the ship from South Ushuaia, Argentina, down to Antarctica. And this guy blatantly shows you, because he records everywhere he goes to, like from start to finish. Not when he's showering, but he records everywhere he goes to, and he will show you. Say it again.
If you want to go to Antarctica, where you should to go, where everyone is going.
Wait, hold on, Tosh. Let him finish, because I think he was trying to make a point. But I think I know what you're talking about. The African American brother who went to Antarctica recently. Wasn't this kind of recent?
Yeah, it was like 3 months ago or something like that. 2 months ago.
Yeah. All right, continue.
Cruise ship, right? Cruise ship. So he's not getting on land. He's just cruising on the ocean. And you can see when he's going down south of Ushuaia, the GPS does not work.
Yeah, I remember that.
He shows you on his phone that it doesn't work, and he shows you on the computer inside the cabin that it doesn't work.
Doesn't it? It puts him somewhere else, right? Doesn't it put him on the map, like in Norway or something like that?
It puts him where the ship was manufactured. Yes. Yeah, and he says that. He says that. He tells you that. Also, if you listen to it carefully. And what's funny is that he went around asking everybody if they believed the Earth was flat, and actually introduced the chef, the captain, and everybody. Most of the people on that ship had military background, which was kind of weird.
Wow.
Yeah, you just listen to it like it's there for you to listen. But yeah, the great montage of them just going down there, visiting 2 old broken down wooden shacks, which is very ugly and it's not even something to see. And then you see 1 lake, and then you go back. So it's like 3 days. That's it, and you're 3 days sailing again. And that's like $19,000. Yeah, and the actual penny, dude. Yeah, right. The actual. Somebody sent me a flight going down to the south of the South Pole, which I don't believe that they reach the south of the South Pole. They go somewhere though, but it's getting so chaotic and out of control, and they're getting so desperate. They gotta put stuff out, right? You can see this. This flight. It's a 4 flight. It's a 4. It's a ticket with 4 flights. You pay for $98,000. Even if I was from the Caribbean and I went to Europe, and then I went to Dubai, and I went to China, and I went to whatever Russia, it wouldn't even cost me much more than $10,000, which will come in $10,000. And I'm talking about including housing, right? So yeah,
they're 100 stacks, boy. Damn, 100 stacks.
Yep. So it's I call it price gouging, right? Yeah, that's what I call it. Not even nobody here on this island where I live at is gonna pay for that ticket. So you know what I'm saying? Maybe the owners of the biggest supermarket, but that's it.
So Sasha had a good question though. Do they always go to the same spot in the South Pole, or are they going anywhere else? Is that your line of questioning, Sasha?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, do they always go to the same spot, the tourist destination, or do they go to different spots?
They're always going They're always going in Argentina. That's for sure. They're not. You cannot hear somebody from Australia or South Africa went to do. That's the one point. The second point is that part of Argentina, they go down. How much of the left and right they went of the shore?
Oh, I didn't pay attention to the direction they were heading. They were going straight.
Yeah, but I'm interested about shore. How much they go left or right? Because if they go left 100 miles and right 500 miles, it's missing something like a lot of miles. Right and left, and to see what is going on. To not go, to cross the land, to go around the shore. And not even that. Do you remember, CB, that picture, what I show you, like 2 circles?
I think I understand what you're trying to say. No, they get to the peninsula, right? The peninsula.
Imagine this. Imagine this. I have no picture now here. 60 degrees parallel. It's missing 30 degrees. Do you know the 30 degrees of that circle? It's so big that maybe it's bigger than inside of 60 degrees.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, that's a large area out there. Yeah.
And you don't know what is there because you cannot go there. You cannot even approach to 60 degrees. That means between the shore and 60 degrees, it's a lot of space.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Even more, I don't know how big it is Earth, but it could be even more than all land inside. How to say?
Right. Yeah.
One other thing that I can say is that I went down the rabbit hole of the Brazilians doing their they do this yearly trip around the South Pole, right? And supposedly it's becoming more famous and more famous and more famous, but it's so censored, and I'm pretty sure why, right? Because the supposed measurement that they are supposedly sailing around Antarctica and coming back to Brazil is not what they say it is. It's like 10 times more. I don't know, 20 times more. If you're a sailor and you know that you got to go for 100 miles, for example, you know that every day for example, right? And every day you're going to take 10 miles, right? If they say that the circumference of Antarctica is 6,000 miles and you calculate it being like 30 days or whatever, I'm just naming an example, they end up doing 100 days, there's something very off. And if you look at their videos, their descriptions are blank, which is kind of weird. Their comment sections, like Bill Gates, right? Their comment sections are disabled, and I've seen some of them even going as far as killing the person that organized, because they sometimes also do races around Antarctica. I've seen a crazy news where they have killed the organizer of the race, and I don't know, it's weird. If you go down the rabbit hole and look at that, they are.
I wanted to show you something else without Antarctica. I posted that picture what Kiwi posted. Let's imagine this is the map of the Earth. Only because we don't know. Do you see the picture?
Voice text 1, 2.
Yes, voice text. Live stream voice text. Yep, that's
It's just above the actual voice text. The voice chat.
Look at that space. Is that Atlantic? What's that above?
You're talking about the magnetic declination map?
No, I'm only using this picture like imagination. Nothing. Let's say this is the Earth. Look at that ocean. What is that ocean? Atlantic Ocean above.
Got it. Yeah.
On the top. Look how much space is that.
Yeah, I understand.
Can you imagine that there, somewhere in the middle, could be another Australia, and we cannot know that.
Yep.
Look how big is Australia. You can move that Australia left, and you will have Australia, another continent there, but we will never reach there because nobody is going there.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, something else that I find funny is that you find these shipping distance calculators.
Or even better, look at that. That is ice wall. What if it's open? All that ocean is going even more and more and more.
Yeah. Oh, I hear what you're saying. One other thing that is funny is that if you there's 3 websites that show you shipping distance calculators, so you can just go on the website and calculate how many days a shipping container is gonna take for them to get to where you are, or whatever you want to plot the port from one distance to the other. If you input Chile, one of the ports in Chile, and then input New Zealand's, you know where they send you? They send you to the right instead of to the left. They're not gonna measure the Pacific. Is it the Pacific, right? That's the biggest one. They're not gonna measure the Pacific Ocean, even though that's the most direct. Or is it? Which one is it? Pacific.
Yeah, the Pacific is on the west coast. The Atlantic is on the east coast.
Yeah. So if you plot in Chile and then you plot in New Zealand, they're not gonna give you the distance going left over the Pacific. They're gonna give you the distance going right. So going all below South America, reaching Africa, going all below South Africa, going all below Australia, and then reaching New Zealand. They're not gonna give you the distance going over the Pacific Ocean. That's kind of weird. None of the GPS trackers.
It is weird, but I understand. The devil's advocate is that what does Chile have to offer New Zealand, which New Zealand's such a small remote place in comparison? So I could understand that. Can you do this? Can you do Chile to Sydney? Because that wouldn't be that much different.
Right.
Somewhere like Auckland. Does that work? Chile to Sydney?
I can try it, but Chile
or does it do the same thing?
I have to check it out. But Chile has the biggest catching of fish called sea bass or whatever it's called. Yeah, they have stuff.
New Zealand would have no reason to import fish from Chile, in my opinion.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just checked the marine traffic tracker again, and lo and behold, there's 5 boats sailing inside Antarctica right now.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What's their reasoning with that? That's what I'm trying to get at.
They say they're fishing inland.
Yeah, I did. I kind of went a little bit down the rabbit hole with that one too. Do you know Kiribati? Kiribati is a bunch of islands right in the middle of the Pacific, and if one of those boats are shipping containers, you will see that it's from Kiribati. That it's owned by Kiribati, which is kind of weird because that island has nobody on it. It has some people, okay, it does, but it has nobody on it. There's no economic power on that island at all, which is very suspect. I find it funny.
But rich people do a lot of weird things for weird reasons that you would never even imagine. Like even people I've worked for some very wealthy people that are legit, not Masons and stuff, and the tax things they do to try to squeeze an extra dollar are like crazy. So that doesn't surprise me that they're doing weird things to skirt laws and taxes and whatnot. But yeah, I get it is very odd. It is very odd.
Yeah, I see the 2 ships. Yeah, the well, 2 ships, right? Oh,
so can you go from Chile to Sydney? Because that wouldn't be that.
There's even ships you can't see unless you zoom in.
Yeah, I saw that. Let me check it out real quick for you, buddy. Chile Chacao from that's the first one I saw. Wait, let me look for a major port. I'm gonna mute myself and I'm gonna do it and I'll come back. 1 second.
Thanks. So Drace, are they all on top of each other, or are they all different in different spots? Like these boats that are
all in different spots.
Okay.
And if I look at like near the tip of Antarctica, there's a missing in action US something. There's navigational aids, cargo vessels, fishing.
The reason I ask if they're in different spots, because I'm thinking from a programmer point of view, like if they're using the same equipment or similar equipment to report their position and they fail in the same fashion, they would be like, you would think they would stack on top of each other because they're reporting the wrong thing or something like that. So
no,
yeah,
they're all moving. And
they're moving. Okay.
Yeah, like they get updated. And like this one has position received 7 minutes ago, and like I see them occasionally tick. 6 minutes ago, 11 minutes ago. It updates decently.
You watch the path? Can you rewind and see the path it took? Or like
No, I don't think I can control the.
Oh, okay. Because I wonder if it was always off, like there's an offset. And maybe that offset, they've maintained that offset since they left port or something like that, and they haven't.
Well, what I think is happening here, like with these fishing boats, for instance, there's like 4 fishing boats here, just like one of them looked like it was going backwards just now when it updated.
Hey, so I'm trying to upload this picture.
So these fishing boats are just rich people going to see Elvis live in concert on the
thing
underground tunnels.
What I think is basically happening is the Antarctic coastline is probably further away than their globe allows, and so when they have this graphic, they're not accounting for that extra distance.
Oh, I understand what you're. Yeah, it sounds.
That sounds
very true.
That makes sense. That kind of leads to what Sasha was saying about how big that area would be. From 60 to 90, the 30 degrees there, that's huge. Yeah.
Do I need to stay long in this room in order to get permission for chat? Because I want to upload the screenshot for that calculations. But yeah, no, it doesn't work, buddy. They still send you all the way around the other side.
From Chile to Sydney?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because they're not Sydney and Auckland by boat standards or like big ship standards, not that far. Like, yeah, it's probably an extra half a day or something. But yeah, it's like huge. Yeah, okay. So they still send you somewhere else.
Yeah, and it shows 55 days at 10 knots, 13,278 nautical miles. From
So can we do a different exercise? The biggest city which has the most industry in that particular part of the world near Chile, do they go straight to Sydney?
I did choose the biggest port in Chile, so I just searched what's the biggest port in Chile, what's the biggest port in Australia, and that's what I chose. It's Puerto San Antonio in Chile and Port of Brisbane in Australia, which is on the right side, so it makes sense for you to come from the left from Chile.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go to Brisbane, you're going to go to Sydney. Is not that far away as well. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I know, and I think all of them has the same type of calculator GPS system that they base their app on, which is what do they call that again? Is it? I forgot. It's API numbers. You gotta set it into your website for that stuff to work, but it's all linked to one. And if you go on the other major 3 other like shipping distance calculator, they're not gonna show you. It's gonna show the same thing, which is very interesting, right?
Is Chile anywhere near Portugal, or am I thinking?
Chile is on the left side of South America. Is the long one that stretches from like Brazil all the way down to Ushuaia.
And Portugal's nowhere near it.
I don't remember where Portugal is at. 1 second, let me see.
Portugal is next to Spain, Europe.
Oh, that's far off. That's Europe, yeah.
It's far off. Oh, okay. I'm trying to think of how, because we get cars, like we get German-made cars, like German-made cars from Portugal, like Volkswagens from Portugal in Australia. So I was trying to think if they were close enough to each other, whether or not they go straight to Sydney. But that's cool. It's probably a useless exercise.
Oh. I heard you guys talking about TikTok a while ago with the kids and stuff. You know, I started TikTok like a year and a half ago, and now when I started, TikTok has this feature called hashtag, and you can search for hashtags. And if you search hashtag Flat Earth, it's 3.0 billion views right now. When I started, it was 2.5 billion views. Now it's 3.0 billion views. And I can tell you by the fact that all these stupid ass debates of gender and all kind of other crazy debates started in just a week of time. It wasn't like that at all. There's a bunch of debates up there, and there's a bunch of crazy content that just started like it was a department that was activated, and they started going crazy with stupid debates and stuff like that. But it has a lot of truth in it. If you just block all those channels, you get a lot of flat earth discussion on there. I do like debates like daily, randomly also, because I don't like, my schedule is very weird and messed up. But we debate there. There's like a big flat earth group and a big globe earth group, and we debate there with astronomers, with supposed physics, with grown man that has been on there for a year straight, 4 to 5 hours every single day, which is kind of weird. But yeah, like actually debating, like face to face. And yeah, just if people don't know about that, just want to give you a insight.
What are some of their talking points, like the main talking point you come up against?
Most of the time Sunset, and I'm really good at debating that because I have all the proof, like with the skills that I you know, with the points that I've became an expert on. Let's say that. I don't know how else to say it. You know, everything's it's perspective. Sunsets, NASA also goes around everywhere, and also all the other space agencies and everything. We talk about everything on there. I did kind of stop debating with the Globies because there's this girl called Maria Anderson, and she resets every day to the same stupid questions and never builds up on nothing. Almost like it's a montage. Almost like she's doing it and she's getting paid by somebody, because she gets paid a lot of money.
She a Glober?
She a Glober, yeah. Yep.
Low cut top?
Sorry?
Wearing a low cut top?
No, she's a pretty girl. She has blonde hair, blue eyes. She's from Norway, somewhere in the north.
She belongs to the streets. Got a cute accent then.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't compete with that. Sorry, she's probably going to win the argument just because no one's listening.
No. She's. I gotta say, I'm not gonna just talk bad about her. Like she resets and talks about the same questions every fucking day. It's annoying, but she belongs to the streets. She what the hell is that? What is it saying?
It's saying she belongs to the streets.
Bro, that's all what
She's a woman of culture on the internet.
Yeah, that's all what she does, bro. She doesn't.
I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean, but a lot of these TikTokers, it's unfortunate they get attention for certain other reasons other than their content. Their physical content is probably more prevalent than the actual audio content.
Well, she has no physical content at all. Like, she doesn't. She has only lives. She goes lives all the time. That's all what she does. But I gotta say, if it wasn't for her, like at the beginning, all the way at the beginning, somehow I got to access live access before 1,000 followers. I don't know why. I guess it was something of like not being from the US or an island thing, to kind of encourage the other people, not just from the US or China, to also join. That's why they pick out some people from different places to get that access first before everybody else. And I got there and I started debating her, and she brings a lot of other supposed professionals, astronomers, a physics guy. There's like 3 physics guys on there that's always there. There's a photographer that's always there. There is this supposed guy that went to Antarctica and is also a sniper expert, but he never showed the proof of any of that for a year and a half. So it's all that is he is all fake. But you kind of get the point, right? Like, it's almost like they're doing this and being paid to do this to influence the people, right? It's called influencers, right? And but I did. She was very respectful, and it's annoying what she does. But on the other hand, I got my 1,000 followers in 1 week. I'm not even joking. In a week.
So if they come to you and they say, how does the sun
work on a flat Earth model? Yes.
No, not necessarily that. Like, how does this? Like, when we observe the sun at a sunset, it got, like, I'm going to use global terms, so don't pick on me for that. It goes down, and you can't see it anymore. It appears. Well, they won't say appears. It goes behind the curve. So how do you explain that on a FE?
Yeah. Every single day there's a new excuse. So now they're saying they're talking about upward refraction and the sun setting below the horizon, which makes no sense because you never see anything going below the horizon. Okay. But first of all,
so how would you squash that argument?
Exactly. So before you even reach the sunset, you got to talk about the point of convergence, perspective. I have, I cannot post pictures in the chat, but I wish I can. I don't know if I have to wait or I have to pay. What the hell do I have to do to do it?
You should be able to do it now. Go ahead.
You can get a link in Bedroll if an admin's willing to give you moderator's willing to give you a link in Bedroll. But just describe to us how you watch that argument. Oh, you've got it.
Oh, there we go. So yeah, exactly. Those and I showed him this one because on TikTok you can be a guest in the box and you can show your pictures live, so most of the times when they're talking about, people going to space, they would have the lunar lander sitting there, like all the flat earthers would have the lunar lander sitting there. And you know how bad it looks, right? Like, and they would be, like, the Globers would be talking and you can hear it in their voice that they're cringing because it looks so bad. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, because I was in the chat. I thought my mic was mute. So yeah, you got to talk about convergence point first for them to understand that everything converges to the horizon. Even the clouds does. Not a lot of globies knows this. Not a lot of flat earthers knows this. I'm from an island. I observe this every day, and you can see the clouds converging all the way to the horizon. So when I show them this and I ask them, so how much of a percentage of the sun setting is convergence point? And convergence point, or point of the vanishing point, is a optical illusion. It's not something that's actually happening, because the clouds are staying at the same height. The sun is staying at the same. The moon is staying at the same height. It's not reducing in height, right? It's just staying at the same height. And first you got to understand this, and then you got to see what's happening before the sun sets, right? Right above, like 0 to 20 degrees. Like if I stick my hand out and point at the horizon, I would call that 0 degrees. And if I stick my hand above my head, like pointing all the way upwards, that's 90 degrees, right? And if I cut it right in half, that's 45 degrees. Like let's say like right below like 30 degrees above the horizon to 0 degrees above the horizon, you'll get atmospheric refraction, atmospheric lensing. And by seeing this, you need like a Nikon P900 or a P1000. And you can see that the sun or the moon even sometimes is heavily refracted. That's why it doesn't shrink in size, but it grows in size, which actually doesn't favor neither side. But they use this as something supposedly that favors their side, but it doesn't, because it looks like it's growing in size. Like you can actually see that it grows in size. And if you zoom in on the sun, you understand that there's something wrong with the sun at that point. If you do the same thing when the sun is 90 degrees above your head, you're not going to see this refraction. It only happens because of all the gases and particles and everything that's in the atmosphere that lays more compacted at the lowest level, because everything has weight, everything has mass, right? The lower you go, like you'll have salt in the air, you'll have gases, carbon dioxide, and all this shit, and you'll get like this atmospheric lensing effect. And
so why can we see on a horizon the sun half below the horizon and half above the horizon on a sunset? Why can we observe that? That's one of the questions they're going to come up with. Do you have a good
I get it every day, bro. And then you'll show them pictures of the sun being like half disappeared from like the sun
from the
bottom up, like they say, right? The sun sets bottom up, but you'll see like pieces of the sun being disappearing above to where it's supposed to disappearing below before the bottom side disappear. So obviously there's some crazy illusions going on the sun that they try to not talk about this at all, not question it, not putting it under scientific research. And that's because that destroys literally the sun setting. Like the sun is not setting, the sun is just going into the distance. But because of this atmospheric refraction or atmospheric lensing, it will act exactly like some kind of like a magnifying glass effect. And
have you seen the videos where they zoom in and it comes back? The sun comes back. I've seen it.
We are under, we have to keep ourselves up very, very, very how do you say it, with the information. So I'm pretty like up to date with almost everything on that site. We debated like every day. And when you start mentioning this, they will start crumbling, they will start talking about something else, or they will try to divert you to another topic and completely deviate from the main point, which is you can see that they're not being honest. So I stopped debating and I go now and I just go live and try to meet people and talk about Antarctica. That's all what I do now. And sometimes when I see a good debate, I'll jump in.
I find it interesting. They always try to talk about stuff in the sky rather than what we're actually standing on. See it all the time. Like it's just
you can't
talking about what we can observe and see down here, not up there.
The way that I see it, right? Everything that we are seeing in the skies that they told us, right, that is of a big size, like the planets, right? and the stars are 27. The closest star is 27 trillion miles away, right? All of that, I scale it down to like 95%. You just scale that down, where the surface that you're standing upon is way bigger than what you see in the skies. That's how I see it, right? But that's kind of hard sometimes for people to not understand because they've been fed the heliocentric model their whole lives. So it takes people a long time for them to start understanding this because they've got their head wrapped around one type of model their whole life and never got on the other side, right?
That's it.
You said scale it down. Can you say that one more time? Scale what down?
Sorry?
I heard you say scale it down. Could you just tell me what you were referring to, or what the context was? What do you?
It's because they say that the objects that we see in the skies are spherical, right? Why is our floor flat, right? Maybe it is a sphere, but it's 100 or 1,000 times bigger than what they tell us. I don't know because I haven't been outside Antarctica. I didn't take an airplane or a rocket and go above to see how big it is, right? We know that they're lying, right? Maybe it is flat, and everything that we see above us is our balls or sphere, whatever you want to call it. But you got to scale it down. It's not that far. Like if you see the sun on an airplane ride, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have seen that. On a time lapse of an airplane ride, you can see the sun is not what they say it is so far away. And we have them admitting also in 2018 that the moon is also inside our atmosphere now all of a sudden. We've been saying that since like 2012. And now they admit that the moon is inside our atmosphere. Right? There's something new every day. China now is
Hold on. Did you just say we've been saying that since 2012?
Flat Earth. I've been saying that the moon and the sun is inside the atmosphere, inside the firmament, quote unquote, for a long time.
Hold on, buddy. Look,
you don't
buddy.
make claims like that.
Say again.
Speak for yourself if you want to.
Oh, okay.
Don't get ahead of yourself. All right.
Right. I've been saying that, and a lot of other flat earthers have been saying that. Is that good?
Well, just say you've been saying that. Like, who are you talking about other than yourself? Like, if you're gonna make a claim, it's an extraordinary claim. Make it. Fine. Go ahead. If it's a baseless claim, it's a baseless claim. If it's a claim that's not baseless, then great. That's better. But if you're gonna make a claim, especially a baseless claim, then just make it for yourself. Don't make it for other people.
Got it.
Yeah, that's good advice, especially around here. Try to be careful about speaking for others, especially when you make claims.
Yeah, don't do that.
You can easily add a caveat by saying, like, in my view, the way
CB, your mic's super low, dude.
What's that?
Your mic's super low.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, all right, hold on.
you'll find, especially around here, it's you've got to be careful making claims, especially when you're in an argument with or a discussion or a debate with a Glober that specific claims, like for example, another claim would be that there's a it's the same one basically, that there's a dome. You know, they're gonna jump on that and they're gonna pick on that, and we've got no evidence of it. So it's a poor position to take because it's going to be so easily attacked and ridiculed from their perspective. So you should clarify that it's speculation, and you could say things like, "Oh, we have gas pressure, therefore it must be contained," but you don't know, that for a fact, but you don't know what the actual container is. So you're taking the position that we have gas pressure. Gas pressure means it's contained, but you don't know the mechanisms or how it's contained. That's a fair statement to make. So just especially when you're arguing from a global perspective, because the thing that happens if you let it run wild, then all of a sudden, there's extra terrain out there, and then aliens and lizard people are from outside of Antarctica, and all of a sudden we look like a bunch of conspiratards again, lumped all into one group, and it's easy to ridicule. But whereas we're trying to bring it down to simple fact that the Earth doesn't curve. That's at the end of the day, that's the main point. It should just so you can go and look at the stars, and you can point out all the different things you observe about the moon and the sun and the stars, but they're observations, right? To base it based on observable facts that we can prove, or repeat at least. Right. Yeah, try to keep. Yeah, do you understand where we're coming from with that? Or when I say we, like I'm coming from in that.
You're perfect, and I'm just realizing, I haven't opened this Discord for a long time. I actually did it to meet up somebody in TikTok in here, and I see the name is called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, but I guess this is streamed live on YouTube, being a debate channel.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily a debate channel; it's just 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yeah,
because it says fresh and flat podcast. I'm not understanding why there are Globers in here at all. And sorry, it's my first day after a long time. I remember I came in here like a year ago or something like that, but I didn't know there are Globers in here. There are Globers in here. I heard.
Globers do come in sometimes. Yeah, I guess it's our culture. We call it, like, in a sense, a culture around here to try to stick to what we can verify and observe in reality, rather than speculating. And if you are going to speculate, just at least clarify that, and try not to lump other people into that at the same time. If anyone else wants to clarify and I haven't hit the mark, just let me know. But that's just sort of a culture we've got going on in here that's, I think, really really important, because the message is huge. Like, the message, in my opinion, is so massive, Flat Earth, that you don't want to get lost in the weeds or lost in fantasy world. You don't want to replace one sci-fi story being the globe paradigm with another sci-fi story that you just can't prove.
Yeah, no,
it's fun to speculate, and I love talking about, Antarctica and extra land and all these other different things, but you need to clarify when you are doing that it is speculation. But
I thought this was simply a Flat Earth channel. That's why it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. But I didn't know it was a debate channel. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm never coming back in here again. I'm done with this shit. I'm done with.
What do you mean? Why not? We're not. No, look. The type of discussion we've been having is okay. Typically, what happens is, when there's no.
I didn't even mean to mention firmament. It's just that a lot of people in the community does, but I didn't know that there were Globers in here. That's why, and I want a platform that's more freely to talk about this, right? I'm not even.
Season 9. If you don't know what the fuck goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you.
Okay. I'm not even on this for religious at all because that's not how I got to this. But I guess I slipped my tongue. But it's just that
No.
I
Don't
didn't
stress.
came here for that. I came here to chat with flat earthers, and that was it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. I think you're in the right spot for that. Yeah, like I said, there's a bit of a culture here as to how we approach things and when we discuss things and stuff like that. People are going to call you out if you make claims or like say certain things, and that's a good culture to be in. So don't get offended, because it's a good thing. It's a growth thing. It takes a long time to remove certain ways of thinking from your brain. So it's good that you're here.
We have a Sunday speculation. You can talk at Sunday about those things.
On Sundays. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, we try to keep most general speculation away from the discussion and try to keep it on just what can be verified, what we can know to be true, and the globe debunks in general. Not going too far into what could be, and trying to stay on the ground in reality.
Wait, bro actually left. Did I miss something, or why did he just leave all of a sudden? I thought he was joking. Or did he have to go?
They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit. It makes me sick.
I just heard him say that, like, all right, well, I'm never coming back again. I thought he was joking. He actually left.
Left the actual server altogether, or just?
Probably not. Let me just double check that. Probably not. Let me check.
That's weird, eh? Sorry, guys, I'm parking.
Well, I missed it. Why did he leave?
Was having a great discussion, talking about things. He got called out on lumping all flat earthers into one, talking about the dome and that the moon was inside the dome and all that, and that we'd been saying that since 2012. He got called out on the we part of it, and then so he left after that. But it's weird because I don't know.
This is what you really
Odd guy.
But bro, you blew it. You blew it.
No, I mean, yeah, that's why this place is a little bit different. But it was good that you said, hey, listen, I think it was Orion. Speak for yourself. I try to be very careful when I say we, this group, and try to speak for everybody. Try to be very careful when I speak for everyone. So don't be saying like, oh, we all know. Just say That's just a pro tip for life. In my experience, this is how I see it. There you go. Now you're good. You don't lump everyone into a box, because some people don't want to be put into a box. You speak for a lot of people when you're in here. Me, Orion, Heretic, Mayhem, all these people. You're speaking for them when they're not on the mic. So I can't be like, well, Ryan obviously agrees that, it's like, you can't really, you can't do that. Just worry about yourself. But yeah, this forum's different. So people learn quick. I don't know if he left on a salty type of way, but hopefully he'll come back sometime.
Well, he's not gone. He's in the chat.
Yeah. No, he didn't leave the server. Just left a call. But
I know
yeah, I appreciate.
They go speculation versus speculation on a lot of servers. A lot of the talk there. Like, they don't keep it on the verifiable as much as we do here. People aren't used to it, really, unless they hang out here a lot.
Yeah, you're walking a bit of a tightrope. What's up, Gemsy?
Yeah, my speculation is better than yours.
Yeah.
I
can prove that his is better than mine.
But my feelings.
But I feel like
it's Star Wars versus Star Trek.
Yeah.
Two sci-fi models competing against each other.
Yeah.
And when it comes to those two, I can't pick because they're both awesome.
Like, I heard a bit of PhD Tony on Tartaria yesterday, and he was talking about how pressure waves prove the globe, right? So basically, they just have these pressure measurements that they took around the world. They project that onto a globe and say, oh, that's it. It can only work on a globe. And it seemed like a lot of the flatties wanted to come back and argue from like an AE model standpoint. It's like, dude, just show us the globe that you say this stuff is happening on.
Can you explain pressure waves?
He's talking about like volcanic eruptions and like these waves that they measure from it.
You don't know what a pressure wave is?
All right, okay. I know where it's getting at.
The other it was yesterday or the day before. I posted the link in a different server. I think it was Tartaria, and I posted the link for the fraud cause, the whistleblower from Raytheon, that he's saying that the ground system didn't have didn't connect to the satellite system in the sky, right? So it didn't make up. So Raytheon told him to falsify the information and just brush it off. And then I posted this, and the Glober, his reply was like, if you were to ask this engineer what the shape of the Earth is, what do you think he's gonna say? That was his reply to me.
Classic. Some other man's testimony, opinion.
Yeah, he's testifying that there is fraud. There's $1 billion space contract that there is fraud involved in it, and this guy is worried about someone's opinion of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, he's trying to employ the all or nothing fallacy. Like, well, if you're going to believe him here, you're going to believe everything else he believes. Like, if he believes in the ball, he must believe in the ball.
A lot of people fall for that all or nothing fallacy. That's common. I'm glad I learned about that. Oh, so then everything's fake? It's like, no, you're welcome to go through things with a fine-tooth comb, one at a time. Well, to just apply your fallacious reasoning.
I think I said this maybe a few weeks ago, but there should be some type of channel or a few classes.
Deeper, Tony.
We should have maybe a day that we could kind of like. I mean, we do this every day, pointing out the fallacies and the logics and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah,
I think a lot of people can benefit from kind of like, I don't know, having kind of like a concentrated conversation about that. Obviously, everybody can do their own research about it and figure it out. I figure a lot of it already, but still, when you hear other people talking about it and explaining it, you get a better picture, and it makes more sense.
I agree.
But yeah.
Yeah, when I first learned, when someone first presented to me what a fallacy was, I didn't understand at the time what the implications were. So I was like, oh, well, that's a fallacy. Like, I didn't understand it at all. And so I think that's probably true for a lot of people. When you present to them, hey, that's fallacious, they don't really grasp how important that really is. I remember how I acted. I was like, oh, that doesn't matter. It's fallacy. Who cares? So once you start to grasp how important that is, yeah, go ahead, Jace.
Yeah, like I said earlier when Karma was talking with us, they don't know the meaning of the words in logic. They just have these like vague ideas. They make up on the spot, Johnny on the spot, when they hear the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, they think what they feel, or the other way around, whatever they think it suits them.
Right. Feelings. I feel like it's like, well, stop. Don't feel like, all right? Maybe use those brain cells that you were provided. So,
maybe
Heretic, go ahead. No, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe we should put them around emotionally, not being rude or anything, but to just throw them off. You know, it's like, what you're thinking now?
Yeah, cater to them a little bit. Yeah. I don't know, man. There's different ways to get through with different people. I think that's the benefit of having all of us. If someone rolls in here right now, some globehead, maybe I'm not the guy for the job. Maybe it's Gemsy, or maybe it's, I always talk about like the speed dating aspect to this. There's no cheat codes to this. Because if there was, we would all just spam the same information. Oh, here, XX, up, down, YY. Here's a cheat code. It's over. All of us could say the same information to the same people, but I think it's about making that connection. Sometimes it's really important about establishing that connection.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making a great point, because sometimes it's not possible to even elaborate or try to convince that person, because the people who are listening are not being able, or are being able, but not sure themselves how to formulate certain topics to not throw the people off, because we do want to teach them, in a way.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't force the teaching upon them. It's something that they have to want. That's why CP is so correct.
Yeah, I mean, dude, think of it like dating. If you had one pickup line in 100 dates, I mean, is that line gonna work on everyone? Probably not.
Yeah, and
so what is your best?
Depends how good looking you are.
If you just say that,
Depends how good looking you are.
if you just say the same thing
How much
over and
money
over again, if you just say the same thing, if you just say the same thing over and over again, you're not going to be able to hold on to any woman.
Yeah. That's facts. So I was just gonna say that it would benefit you to adapt as you go, change your approach. What works with one person won't work with another. So it's good to be a little bit adaptive and read. It's called reading the room, knowing your audience. So have, maybe instead of having just one pickup line, maybe have several that you can refer to if you really need that.
Yeah. So the same even applies to the same girl. Sometimes she's in a good mood, and you can talk to her in a certain way, and it's no problem. Sometimes she's in a bad mood, and you cannot approach it the same way.
Yeah, good point.
Right,
Good point.
you cannot. Yeah, right. You cannot point this out by just meeting them at the first date. It's like there's no way to figure that out unless you're directly body language deciphering from her how she's reacting and such, and know how to interpret.
That's why I like talking to people in person. It's far easier to pick up on those small body language signs or the nonverbal cues. Like online, it's much harder. They fall much easier into cognitis, and then getting them out of that situation is even harder.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you're mentioning this by talking in person, usually I notice that some people are trying to be comfortable to you, that you're not being thrown off by trying to learn more from you, but not themselves seeing that they are being observed also. It's like, you're playing a game with me right now. Why do you do that? I'm trying to be honest with you and tell you how things are, or how I think. What I'm observing from you right now is like, don't play with me. It's like, I'm very straight with that, and I always go with this. Firstly, that don't play games.
You gotta remember that, you're being honest, and you're coming from that position. You're trying to find some honesty between, because let's say you have some questions about some topic. You definitely want to have the conversation because you have some questions. But then when you meet people in the internet that are maybe joining a Discord server for gaming reasons, or they're young and they don't have that kind of mentality that you already have, that you're trying to, collect some information about something to find an answer. They're just trolling you and messing with you. They don't care about what you're trying to do at that moment, right? There's a lot of people like that. But then we can filter that type of people that eventually might be a timing that they're gonna come to the conversation and want to ask those same questions. But to find the people that want to have that conversation, there's a timing to that, because not everybody can have that conversation. They're gonna do what you're saying they do. Exactly that. A lot of people do that.
Yeah, I agree, Gemsy. And sometimes those walls will be brought down by a certain person. Maybe like, maybe I trigger them where Gemsy, calms them down and they actually want to have a conversation. So that's where that element comes in. It's like, yeah, if you notice that you're not vibing with someone that joins the panel, maybe step back and let someone else try. And if that doesn't work, let someone else try. But, it is very delicate.
Usually what I'm observing is when mods, not anything against mods, but mods usually have the most experience here because they are in here every day, and they do see intent basically in their voices, when they ask specific questions and such. And when they go off, basically muting the people or me, for instance, because I sometimes talk too much or not appropriately or whatever. It's like, talking nonsense because I do not know the difference between horizontal and vertical. And this was last week's story. So but usually because of that, it's important to figure people out by their intent. And it's important. And usually you hear it through the voice, especially in internet.
Yeah, Ripcore, I'm glad you picked up on that. I'm glad that you are at least aware that some people are very keen on like you said, the intent of the speaker. And like you notice that you've been muted a few times recently, and like that there's just certain decorum.
Hey, don't feel too bad. I've been muted recently, and it's okay. Don't feel too special if you've been muted, bro.
I know.
So it seems like you're kind of becoming aware of like how things flow in here. So yeah, that's good. I'll get the hang of it. But there's lots of different dynamics. I mean, we have this like good cop, bad cop dynamic that comes into play from time to time, and then you can analyze like which one are you, and which one is your strength. Are you the better bad cop, or are you the better good cop? Some people are really good at the good cop role. Some people are better at the bad cop role. Kiwi. No, but I think honestly the better. Most people are good at playing both, doing both, and even QE is excellent at the good cop when the timing is right. Yeah, absolutely. So it's like you should be able to play a little bit of both, but there is that aspect of it as well.
I mean, if you're able to. I mean, English is not my main language, so it's difficult for me to think twice about what I'm saying. So I have to be really careful. And usually I mess this up.
Well, here's a pro tip for you, Ripcord. Think of it like any team sport. Right now, what comes to mind is basketball. I don't really watch a lot of basketball, but I used to play. But you have 5 players on the court at one time, and what they're doing is they're passing the ball, dribbling down the court, all towards one goal, literally. One hoop. So they score, and then they get back on defense, and they work together. So it's got to be that same type of mentality. It's not a one. I mean, there are times when it's a 1v1. It's a one-man sport. Boxing, golf, those are one-man type. You're on your own. But there's times when you have to work together with your teammates. Identify who's in the panel that you work well with. I see Heretics in the panel. He's someone that I'd be happy to pass the rock back and forth, dribble, pass, shoot, score, back on defense. It's a team. Sometimes it's a team sport, and you have to work together. So I feel like the reason sometimes why you've been muted is you've just got off the bench and wandered onto the court, and hold on, we got something going here. So just be really aware of those dynamics that are happening. They can change on the fly. It goes from good cop, bad cop to team to 1v1 to you have to be very dialed in to. Be aware of that. Go ahead, Drace.
Yeah. I really like that analogy because it's kind of like you're all trying to score into the hoop or whatever, but when you shoot for a different target, you're essentially just passing it to the enemy team so he can go off on some other tangent into the weeds.
Yeah, I know, Drace. So you have that guy on your team that you have a plan. All right, we're going to pass 3 times, and then this guy's going to dribble closer and shoot. And then, you have that guy where you pass it to him, and he's just no, I'm just going to shoot it, rip, and bangs it off the backboard. yeah, just out of nowhere, dude, come on, man, you're ruining our plans. So, if you get muted, it's usually along those lines. Listen, you weren't dialed in enough to know where the flow is going, so we have to I don't want you to derail us, so it's easier for me just to mute you instead of allowing you to derail the conversation. Then we have to put it back on the rails. So yeah, that is something that happens.
It's counterproductive. So yeah.
No, but we appreciate. I personally appreciate what you add. I always give a lot of respect out to people that want to speak on the mic. Some people are really shy, don't want to come and talk on the microphone on both sides, even on our side. So it's anyone that does, I have respect for. So shout out to Ripcord and all these people that want to come and add content. But yeah, you have to just keep in mind the flow is really important, especially when we have Globers here. It's a delicate situation, we don't. That's where a lot of rubber. That's where the rubber meets the road, So we don't want to be dropping the ball, fumbling the bag when someone new is here. That's a very important, So that's why we talk about it when they're not here. So yeah. So just be aware, think about what you're doing. Are you being the good cop? Is there a bad cop around? Which one are you better at? So it's a lot of this stuff happens. Go ahead, Jason.
Does it feel a little bit aggressive? Then the point is not to come in and say, "Are we being aggressive?" But then you're white knighting for him. What you want to help do is help pivot it. You realize what the goal they're trying to, the play they're trying to make, and then you try to ask it in a sweet manner. Try to lower the tone a little bit. Try to match his pace a little bit. And so all of a sudden, now you're the safe harbor. It's the same freaking point. But now he wants to talk about it. Like before, he wanted to run away from it because he was so triggered.
Yeah, and you're, just because you're having a softer tone or whatever, you're still on the same side as the guy who was maybe being stern before. Think of volleyball. The guy has to kind of dive and spike the ball up in the air, and then you come charging and spike the ball down. Boom! It's it's a two-man team. So you have to work together. So somebody's got to be the,
You can't do it. You can't do it alone. But it's just harder and you got to be very careful not to trigger them too far. You see AI do this. You see Indio do this sometimes. You see Mickey do this oftentimes because Mickey is really good at bringing the softness, but then being stern. Like, you don't want to be cruel. You don't want to be malicious. You wanna just be stern and logical, and you don't allow them. You like a dad who's just like, no, don't do that. Like, stop. And then you back into being soft, and then he'll. It's just harder to do because it can create a little bit of resentment when you're disciplining them, and that's why having two cops kind of helps, because it's easier for them to build that trust with that good cop.
Yeah, the rapport definitely does build over time. Go ahead, James.
Well, is that many guys, like, let's say, like you were mentioning Indio and QE, they want to be when they having the conversation, they're very, how do you say, very specific, hyper specific, right? A lot of people like to jump around, and I do it as well. I still make that mistake to kind of allow to go with the flow and jump around. But when you're talking about addressing a topic, this hyper specificity that these people bring, I think, underrated many times. Kind of like come to let's talk about this topic and come to a comprehensive conclusion, right? About it.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
I totally agree with you. QE, for instance, he's just like, I got him dead to rights. I can prosecute them. So why waste time? So at that point, he like takes them behind the shed and shoots them.
Well, what you got me thinking of, Gemsy, is the type of sports where, say, even golf, where you're on your own. You have to take the swing. It's your putt and all that stuff. But in the pros, you have an assistant. You have someone who will help you. Hey, the wind's blowing west to east, and maybe you should use this club. You have that assistant as well. So there are guys like QE who can drive, do the work. But some of us can be like the scouter. I don't know if maybe in sniping you have the guy that's on the side that does the scouting with the little, the lenses, and he's telling you the distances and the wind. It's like you can be those different types of roles, but you have to know who's who and be really aware of that when it's happening.
Yeah.
The thing is, we can do all that, but try not get too lost in the battle. Don't get the battle just drain you out, right? You gotta enjoy yourself as well, and enjoy that you are learning different topics and having a conversation about relevant things, and keep it user friendly and community friendly. Try at least.
Yeah, that's what I try to do, and that's how I learned most of the things in such great detail. Is because when people I respect or people who have valuable information post that information, I pick it up, and then when somebody's talking about something relevant, I post it. And so in the beginning, I was just like this support guy who helped you drop your images and citations because I had them copied. And from doing that, it allowed me to learn them because I would read them over and over and over again. And then it becomes easier to connect them to the things that are being spoken about. It's a training mechanism.
Yeah, that's good. It kind of made me reflect on, like, back in high school, you would have JVB, JVA, varsity. So you practice with varsity if you're JVB, JVA, where those are the lower, you're not as good as varsity, you're maybe freshman, sophomore. But you practice with the big boys, and then when it comes game time, hopefully you used your training against the heavy hitters, and now you go play against a level playing field, and you're supposed to do really well. So I mean, there are different levels here as well. So if you can sit and practice with the varsity and then go go put it in the playing field. Go ahead, Trace.
Yeah, I think it's a good mirror of what you were talking about earlier, because we sometimes get these new people in here who don't know the game we're playing, the teams we're playing against, but they think we're all on the same team. So I can jump in here with my assumptions and my imagined model and argue with this Glober.
I know. It is actually really. It's kind of cute to see the people jump in and with their floaties on. But no, it's good. We're all here to help them out, and they should. I always encourage them to get their reps in anyway. So you might as well make mistakes in front of people who can help you when you make them. So go ahead.
It's just about being humble enough to correct your mistakes. I know I had to go through many of those moments throughout my life. It's just like a series of humbling moments. You're not gonna change unless you humble yourself.
Yeah, that's good advice. I mean, I see people going through it right now. You know, our boy Sheepdog. I don't really know what's going on, but I saw there's some stuff in the back chats. He dealing with stuff going on right now, kind of in the same regard, where he's trying to get out there and swim and maybe made some mistakes, and people are trying to correct him. So, like, yeah, and he seems like he's very willing to adapt to the correction. So, it's not wrong to get out there and try, and especially if you're JVB, JVA, you might as well get that practice in. So maybe one day you become varsity. If you're backup quarterback, get all the practice you need. So maybe one day we need you to fill in. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different dynamics in this forum. I know it's different than YouTube. It's different than Twitter. It's different than different servers like Gems or whoever's. This is an interesting platform, So you end up learning how to walk that tightrope when you're in here. So it'll only help you though at the end of the day. That's for sure. No, I've learned some skills, and I'm sure you guys have as well. Even like random skills, like detecting online voices, and I see certain accounts and I'm like, oh, I know who that is. Like that skill probably won't come in handy that much, but just you do learn and grow.
I think you're also talking about there's this. We deal with a lot of pattern recognition in this, both in the voices, the tonality, the arguments. They might come. It's all the same arguments, but they might just come in different packages. And after a certain while, you're just like, all of this is the same. I can see through all of this, and so it does help you, and especially with the logic and the fallacies, because when you're dealing with people normally, you're like, oh, okay, I don't have to assume all of that. That's 100% because that's a fallacy.
Yeah, now you got me thinking too. It's like you can also detect the sincerity in people. People come in here and like, oh, this dude's trolling, and you can almost tell in the first breath.
Yeah, it's more like the follow-up question or follow-up answer they're giving from your question, if they're honest or not.
Yeah, and that those skills will carry out into reality. Oh man, this dude's trolling me right now. That'll help you. So, what's up, B-Dub? I see you just joined the panel. What's going on, brother?
What up?
What's the latest in the Globe news? Anything?
No, what's the latest in the flat news?
Hey, listen, water still doesn't form into hills. These buildings don't move. It's same old in here.
Well, he asked you what's up, and I want to reply to that one. Heaven is up.
We already know, Jesse. You always say that.
What's
So
up
you're
on
taking
the
it
globe?
literally instead of the way I mean it.
Yeah, I'm just asking what's up on the globe because, like, isn't it like up in all different directions?
So
You know there's no golf in the globe. But
yeah, I guess up in space. But yeah, so what's the latest, man? What kind of smoke do you guys got for us? Beat up. I see you bouncing in and out. I'm sure you got some globe, some new globe hotness for us.
I don't originally come here for that. I'm not that competitive.
Yeah, you
I
know
just
what we're
come
here
in here
for.
to see what you're talking about. Yeah, I just come in here to see what you got to talk about.
Okay, well, hey, well, you know what we're about. We're about we get to the money. So we see the
Make sure you
ballers
take notes,
coming here.
Brandon. Take notes, Brandon.
What up, FDS? What's going on, bro? So you just joined?
Just seeing all the legends in here. CB, Drace, Gemsy, and QE. Legends, dude.
Yeah, this is a solid panel for sure.
Right.
So, we're all just about the dog pile on Brandon W. So everyone, feel free to attack. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
You can tell by people's voices and stuff. Am I a troll or am I ungenuine or any of that? What do you guys think?
I'm not gonna speak for everyone, but I don't know. You got a soft spot. You got a soft spot in CB's den. All right, so
I would say it's the former, not the latter.
But you got to bring us some smoke. All right, you got to tell us what's the latest. What kind of heat you got for us? Serve something up. We're hungry.
I'm not here to fight. I'm not here for that.
Oh, come on, man. We flat earthers are hungry, man. We need some of this globe proof. When did you, Brandon, when did you first hear about flat earth? What year could you pin it to? 2017, 2018, 19, 20?
I can't pin it down to a specific year. I just watched YouTube and I came across global channels that are saying that people are saying the earth is flat and giving proofs that it's a globe. I can't pin it down to a year.
Okay. All right. Well, for me, it was about 2017. I can remember kind of roughly where it all started, but it was about 2017. So was it kind of recent? Was it during the Coco era or before that?
I guess you can say recent because maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It's hard to pin down. I could guess, but it wouldn't be precise. A guess would be I haven't even been in this server for a year, so
okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, this year, just in March.
Yeah,
I was just curious. It's not a big deal. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Some people are. It's just kind of interesting to see like who was in it pre-Coco and post-Coco. It sounds like you were kind of post-Coco.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. So when it was presented to you, what kind of imagery came to your mind? Did you jump to the space disc, kind of the third disc from the sun or whatever?
Well, that's what was presented to me that you believe, but you've told me that that's not the case. So, what is it? I mean, to you guys.
Yeah. Well, so like to me, the best way I found to try to describe it to someone that doesn't really already get it is if you take outer space. Would you say that outer space moves, or does it have a shape, or what?
Well,
as a whole, if you could zoom out as far as you can and try to, in your mind, imagine the entirety of outer space, what shape is that?
I wouldn't give it a shape. I don't know why, but I wouldn't.
Okay, so would you say that it's moving as well, or no?
If expanding means move.
Okay.
Yeah,
I get that. I get that. Okay, so like when you ask like what is flat Earth, that's basically what you do. Is in my mind, you kind of need to zoom out into what you think the entirety of reality is, and for most people, it's outer space. So go out there and try to ask yourself, what shape is that? Well, I don't know. What shape would that? Why does it have to have a specific shape anyway? That's just the embed of reality. That's what you think all of reality is within. So, in my mind, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Exactly.
In space, not space itself.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Is that if these things are within this embed of reality called outer space. So in my mind, when you ask me what is Earth, Earth is like outer space. Just scale it down a little bit, maybe. All right, it's not as big, but it's the embed. It's the things that you are within. The Earth doesn't exist within a place. I would say Earth is the place, just like space would be the place that Earth exists within. So you exist within Earth. That is the place. So what shape is it? I don't know. Just like you wouldn't know what shape the entirety of outer space is. This is what you would deem the, like I keep calling it, just the embed of existence. So I would say Earth is the embed of existence. So I don't know what shape it is. We're not even trying to claim what shape it is. When we say flat, we're just describing mostly the water and the way the surface is. So that's, in my mind, that's what it is. I have no idea what shape this place would be. That's just kind of how I've kind of drilled down into describing it. Gemsy's take on it as well is really good. The two words flat Earth, that's not the Earth. It's like what you experience when you go outside, that's the Earth. So I like his take on that as well. If you want to expand on that, Gemsy, we'd love to hear from that. But does that answer your question, Beat Up?
Yeah, I get your perspective.
Okay. Yeah, so I would say that the Earth doesn't move. This place doesn't go anywhere. You're not traveling when you go to bed and sleep. You're not like waking up and you've just traveled, however many miles through outer space or whatever. That doesn't happen in my experience.
So what you experience is true?
I'm just telling you my position. Just you asked what is flat Earth? That is flat Earth. It does not move. So.
Well, are you saying what you experience is true?
That's not exactly what I said, but I would probably contend that what I experience doesn't seem to be evidence that I am moving. Let's just put it that way. So if you and I both experience the same thing, but you seem to believe that we're all moving. So what you experience, fine, okay, well, it may not be true, but it doesn't point to it's not evidence that we're moving. Your experience isn't any evidence that we're going anywhere.
So, I just want to point out to him, I think he's asking the wrong question. Asking you, is your experience true? Because, you can watch a magician show, and it at least appears to your eyes that the magician is sawing a woman in half. You know damn well it's not really happening. So I think you're using a poor choice of words and a poor line of questioning to
it takes more experimentation to actually figure out what's going on.
Yeah, so I'm just saying
go around, look inside the box.
I'm just saying focus on, take for instance the term objective reality. So you see there's very little wiggle ground. There's objective reality and there's subjective reality. So subjective reality would be like your feelings, your favorite color is, stuff like that. And then objective reality is, exactly how tall you are, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So in the realm of objective reality, the Earth is flat and stationary. There you go.
Subjectively, you can cry about it.
Well, I see Danny57 has joined as well, so welcome.
Which is not what I'm doing at all.
Good to go.
He just said you could.
Yeah, you're welcome to. All feelings are welcome. There are many shoulders to cry on.
Can objective reality fool you?
Don't think it's attempting to deceive you or anything like that. I don't think it's just some magic trick like the lady being sawed in half, like Dre said.
Can you show that it does?
Mirages?
Like, for example, Oakley has a clip where he says, as a flat earther, I see a clock tower 10, 20 miles away. I just look and see and say, that's a clock tower 10, 20 miles away. Whereas for globe earthers, you guys have to say, well, it's a super refracted, hollow, hygraphic, hyena projected hologram of a bendy refracted geometric horizon debunked. It's like, dude, you guys have to make it complicated. We're just saying what we see is there. You guys are the ones saying it's a magic trick. So, not us.
Mirages exist in objective reality, and mirages can fool you.
Okay, but
Do you have a specific mirage claim that you wanna go over here?
No, it's just a general statement, and it's true.
Yeah,
okay.
Objective reality didn't change. You just saw something that didn't match what objective reality was because of an optical phenomenon.
And everybody can see it, so it's objective, and it fools you.
No, it depends on where you are. Like, if you are closer, you might not see that optical effect.
Everybody sees mirages, so it's objective reality, and it's fooling you.
No, it's subjective reality in your head because that's where you view everything.
So everybody can't see mirages?
Well, if you know it's a mirage, it's not really fooling you, is it?
Yeah, it's not fooling you at all. You know it's a mirage.
Well, you're seeing something that's not there.
You know that optical effects are blocking your view. So what are you being fooled by?
You're seeing something that's not really there.
Yeah, it's not called an optical effect.
And it's fooling you to make you think there's something that's not really there.
What is it fooling you with?
You're seeing something that's not really there.
It's not fooling me. I realize it's an optical effect. What are you getting?
But you still see it, but you know it's not
I
there.
see an optical effect.
Why are we talking about mirages?
I know, dude. Like,
he's
you don't
skirting
experience
around
mirages on a day-to-day basis.
No, you don't have to think.
Because he's skirting around the point.
Just see it.
Yeah, I see an optical effect. Your subjective opinions about that optical effect have no relation to objective reality, which when we get closer, we see that the optical effect was just an optical effect. It's not representing objective reality.
No, it's not. And that's a way of fooling somebody.
No, there's no fooled here.
You see it. You know it's not real, but you see it anyway.
No, you see an optical effect, and you see an optical effect which blocks your view. That's all.
Yeah, but you know it's not real, but you see that it is.
Well, okay, so what are you tying this to? Are you trying to say this is something to do with curvature, or what are you trying to tie this to? Make this
it's a general statement, that's all. It's just a general statement.
Yeah, well, it's a vague statement. Like it's not a general statement. It's a vague statement, and it's missing parts to the point where it's so vague it's completely, totally useless.
Well, he's objectively wrong.
Ultimately, yeah, you're right.
Field experts, he's objectively wrong about it's not really there because that's not what a mirage is described as being. That's an optical illusion. When you're seeing something that isn't, And it's an optical illusion. If you're seeing something that isn't there physically, it's an optical illusion, not a mirage.
I think he's objecting to reality because he doesn't see a spinning ball anywhere out there when he goes outside.
But that's a mirage. You don't understand, Heretic. It's
yeah. So let me ask him: is that really his argument? So, are you trying to make the argument right now that we see the Earth is flat, and so it just must be one whole big mirage. The whole world is just one big mirage, and it's really just a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. We just see it as flat because the whole world is just one big mirage. Is that what you're trying to say right now?
No, not at all. No, it's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean, that's the closest I've come. Like, what that is, if you're not making that argument, I don't know what argument you could possibly be making, because that's the closest to an argument to make with
right. Because I just pointed out that as a flat earther, we're just seeing we're saying what we see, and you guys are the ones saying, "Well, it's basically one big ass mirage." So I mean, it is kind of what's happening, wouldn't you say, B-Dub?
No, I that's not what I'm saying. That's probably what you think others are saying, but it's not what I'm saying.
So you agree? You see flat Earth as well? You agree with us on that? Oh, don't make me get the crickets out. Hold on. Did you hear what I said or no?
Yes.
He left. I wanted to ask him about this picture. Like, is he honestly getting fooled by the mirror image underneath, and he thinks the tree is floating in the air and there's this pool of water here?
Well, I don't know. I'm convinced.
I don't know what he...
Wait, he actually left.
They've been whining about how hard this is, and then they quit.
What?
It makes me sick.
He actually left after that question. That's hilarious.
Okay. I mean, look, I try to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he got a call, but damn, that timing was too perfect. Why bring up? Well, we do see mirages. I don't. I don't go out in reality on a day-to-day basis and experience mirages. I mean, I get that they exist. I'm not trying to deny that. But the only time I've experienced them is in a cartoon. In a desert, they need water, and there's a freaking island, babes, and it's like or the freaking Chicago skyline, where the news guy was like, "Whoa, you're seeing here is mirage."
Yeah, no,
he's objectively.
I have problems with all of this because a mirage is mirroring, and it's a very specific optical effect that blocks things. It's not helping the globe at all. It's so retarded.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wonder what they think a mirage. I wonder what they think a mirage would look like on a flat Earth. Right.
It would look like what it does in reality.
Yeah,
exactly.
The problem is they don't think about what things would look like on their ball with all the conditions they have and all the things they're imagining. If light were really bending as much as they claim it can bend, the horizon would go all the way up into the air, and you would look like you were on a concave Earth.
I mean, to be honest, their view of a round ball, the view of what they are observing should be concave by mirror image they are observing. Then it wouldn't make sense. If that would be the case, then of course we would have questions one another, but since it doesn't apply to this, it's nonsensical.
Look, just be glad it's not the other way around, okay? We don't go outside and experience and observe curvature. Imagine if, as flat earthers, we had to go, well, that's a mirage. It's really flat, but you see curve. Like, it's the other way around. They have to do that. They acknowledge that they observe a flat earth. They have to say it's a mirage and it's really curved, and
it's so
just be glad
self-defeating.
that you're on the right side of the tracks. Go ahead,
Well, I was just saying it's so self-defeating to argue that reality is an illusion. So how'd you figure out what it actually is?
Exactly. It just goes back to your refracted goblins example. So
Yeah,
how
it's
do you
not
know
there.
you have refracted?
Yeah, not there. So you gotta say it's refracted.
That's my point about in the definition. but the field experts have said that if you're seeing something that doesn't physically exist, it's not a mirage. It's an optical illusion, and they take offense, not offense, but they take exception to people's describing something that's an optical illusion as a mirage, and vice versa. Right. So if you're seeing something and you think that's not really there, right? That's an optical illusion, not a mirage.
I mean, I don't have the clip on hand, but I just love it. Nathan says it perfectly. We see a clock tower 20 miles away. Flat Earthers, clock tower, 20 miles. Done. Globe Earther. Well, it's a, let me see if I can, I don't have it. What's up, God Rock? We got you. He says it's a, damn it, dude. I literally can't even recall it right now. But, hyena holographic projected clock tower from behind the refracted, now debunked sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve. Like, it's crazy how many mental gymnastics they have to try to make it make sense. Well, I shouldn't be able to see this clock tower 20 miles away because the horizon is supposed to be 1 mile away. And, well, it's a hyena holographic projection of a clock tower from the now debunked horizon and your sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve. It's like,
so we're saying that you see something, it's there. They're saying you see something, no, it's not there.
yeah, it's not there. It's hyena projected. Go ahead, Trace.
Sorry.
Yeah. I love that clip. Maybe I can find it real quick from my computer, but just mad funny. Hyena holographic projections. Imagine if you, as a flat earther, had to appeal to stuff like that. Go ahead, folks.
Would the holographic projection be nearer or further than the actual thing itself on a globe?
I guess it would be. It's supposed to be closer, right?
That's a good question. If you think about the double loomed idea, the double superior mirage idea, where they think it's mirrored upside down with one superior mirage, and then mirrored right side up with the other superior mirage, and then they think that's happening behind the curve at a perfect height, so that it looks like the second mirror image is just perfectly sitting on the horizon. Rob Skipa tested that idea by sailing towards the Chicago skyline when they were claiming that was what was happening, and then it didn't disappear after having been a holographic image in the sky. It was just the city the whole time.
And then the news stations went on and said, took the exact image he took from his video recordings, and they said it was a mirage.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's not what happened. Joshua Nowicki took the picture originally. Rob Skipa did his boat video where he's sailed across the lake when a similar view was possible, and recorded the city the whole way across.
So it wasn't a snapshot from the news station.
No, that's Joshua Nowicki. Yeah, he took the original picture, and that just got viral. And it's not that it was just like, it's not like this is a very rare occurrence. It happens pretty frequently.
Well, what's funny is Joshua Nowicki actually has timeless photography of the phenomena as well. I think over 12 hours from light to dark, and it's just the same city skyline the whole time, not disappearing and reappearing or anything like that.
Well, when reality isn't what you imagine it to be, I guess you have to just assume that your imagination is reality and what you actually see in reality is imaginary.
I know, right? What kind of cartoon world is that? I'm just glad that I keep saying this, folks. Pat yourself on the back. We are not like them. Okay? We're not like that. We accept what we see, and then if not, we go test it. You know, they just believe what Daddy says.
Haram!
Yeah, I'll have to get the clip when I get back to my other soundboard, but clock tower, 20 miles, flat earthers, done. Globe earthers, hyena holographic projections. I think I asked Nathan one time, like, where did the hyena thing come from? I had to ask him again because I forgot. That was mad funny.
I forget. I was there in the chat all those years ago. Arvin was always talking about the angle of attack. I just don't remember.
Shout out to Arwen, man. He's the reason why I have my name, Creation Bear. He didn't make this name, but he pushed me to come up with some type of name. Because I was rolling around with my actual name, which is a very popular name. So he thought I was trolling. So he was like, dude, you need to get like an alias or something. So came up with Creation Bear. You guys would not believe what my actual name is. I think I know. Some people probably in here know, but it's like you guys would laugh if you knew what it really was. It's just too much of a coincidence. It's hilarious. But R1 was like, dude, he was gonna ban me because he thought my name was, that I was trolling. But he's like, dude, need to get another name. Do you know what it is, Trace, or no?
No, you got me curious. Karma too.
Super curious.
I mean, dude, I've said it before. It's not that big of a deal, but
you can send it in DMs. I'll explain it.
yeah, I'll send it to DMs if anyone wants curious. I'm not that big of a. No, dude, see, Flatloid, it's way more of a coincidence than that. Way more. I've said it before. I don't know why I'm being so shy, but.
Yeah, what the hell is your name anyway? Just tell us.
Actually, no, what's funny is the reason why it's not that big of a deal is because there's a really popular person that has this name. So it's like it's kind of a cover anyway. So it's like, good luck finding me. I have the same name as like one of the most popular people. So
mine is like one of the most biblical names there ever was.
John?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a lovely name. I've always liked that name. all the Johns that I've known, I've gotten along with really well in real life. Not gonna lie, but
my mother named me that because that's what was supposed to be my dad's name, and then when they got the birth certificate, my dad's name was printed out June, June, and they said, "Oh, we'll just leave it." And so they just left his name June as a guy, my dad, and they said, "Well, we better name him what my name was supposed to be, their first son, so first kid, whatever." So they named me what my dad's name was supposed to be. That's a weird story, I know, but it's true. The birth certificate has his name spelled June, and so we'll just leave it. That's cool. All right. Whatever.
I just love the name.
Same.
I think it would be hilarious, just like being like an employer. You apply for a job and you're like, oh my god, really?
See, all right, Critical. I think Critical probably knows, but no, Dre's. That's happened before, where people have asked me, especially in a work setting, like, what's your name? and they were like, "Oh, for real? Oh, that guy's a piece of shit." It's like, oh, all right. Not everyone knows who that is. Look at the chat. Critical knows. Critical, got it. So,
CB, I have a suggestion. My suggestion is you change your name to Adolf Hitler. That might be better.
Yeah. I mean, they like him better than they like Alex, but no, I'm just kidding. But no, it's cool. It's cool. I've had a lot of fun with it, and I think the coincidence over the years is really interesting. Like how I ended up a flat earther and all that. But yeah. What are the odds?
Hey, CB.
What's up, Dave?
I'll take CB's real name for 100, Alex. Back to you.
Yeah, see. See, I said it before. See, Dave knows. Yeah, Dave knows. But if y'all want to really know, it's in the chat. Y'all can take a look. But, yeah, what a weird coincidence, right? But, and I'm not even making that up. Like that's not something I didn't choose that. I didn't make my nickname that. So it would be like this is what I was. So it was kind of very interesting coincidence.
Wait, what are you talking about? Or was I AFK for a second?
That's all good.
His name in real life is Ripcord.
Yeah, basically, it's a weird coincidence that you join a server with the name Ripcord because that is my first name. Yeah.
It's basically the statement. Yes.
Anyway, but it is what it is. But we'll get this thing back on track.
Yeah, I thought my name was good because my name is basically Dade, which basically most people have to say daddy, and so
I was gonna ask about the pronunciation. Trace.
I mean, are you guys serious right now, or?
Yeah.
Wait, can you say the actual pronunciation one more time?
Dade.
So it's like a V, a little bit of a V.
It's a D with a line through it, and so it's a special Icelandic letter. But because it looks like a D, most people just read it, especially Americans, as daddy.
Hey, daddy. That's awesome. Very fitting. Not gonna lie. That's awesome. That's cool. How many letters are in the alphabet there? Just if you don't mind me asking.
No, I'll let Karma Google that.
Are we
26?
Sorry, what?
Well, we have 26 in the English alphabet. English is 26. Well, I just find that interesting. The Spanish alphabet has a double R in it.
The worst part about being named John is that's Kwame Racer's fucking name too.
What? No, dude, that's a great name.
We got 32 letters.
Jeez, that's the last person I want to be named after.
32.
Well, he comes after me, so but still. He's such a dink. I mean, he's good. He's good at what he does, but he's got to always be such a dink about it.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Quantum Eraser. Who else?
Oh! Shout out QE.
Yeah, sure. Shout him out, but he's sure a dink. When it comes right down to it.
Are you doing that on purpose? Because he's in the panel, or what?
Just a dickhead to people, you know. It's fucking just a complete asshole.
Kiwi, you hear this? You gonna let him talk to you like this?
I don't care.
God rocking his head's going on the chopping block tonight.
I really don't give a shit.
Hey man, you pushing buttons, bro. Damn. No, it's fine.
Yeah, take a pause.
That's all good. Anyway, I was just gonna say that so it looks like you guys have. Okay, I see the alphabet there. It's got the AE and the O with the dots or whatever. Forgive me, I don't know what that's called. But I was gonna say the Spanish alphabet has a double R. What's that, Drace?
The O with the double dots is
Okay.
Or in Germany.
Okay. Cool.
And German is also U with double dots over it is Ü.
E. Yeah. Okay. No, I was just gonna say that I've made jokes in the past how like the Spanish alphabet has a double R, and we've jokingly taken the globe's R. So now, I don't know. I've tried to write songs in the past, like, yeah, we got a new alphabet, we got an extra R, or something. We stole their R, the globe got no R. I don't know, something like that, where we took their R away, and now we have an extra R in our alphabet. So it's like the Spanish alphabet has yeah. The Spanish alphabet has a double R in it. Like,
I mean, even though regardless of all the different amounts of letters we have in different languages, we are still able to translate them. So therefore, there is some logic to it still.
Or my computer died there for a second. Some logic to what?
I said, despite of all the different letters we have in different languages, we are still being able to decipher them and translate them.
Yeah.
Regardless, so it doesn't matter the amount one language has.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Not as cool though. Language is interesting. But yeah, we stole their R though, for sure though. They don't have an R. Like the globe Earth, there's no R. Maybe we need to take that R out of there. The globe heat. I don't know, something like that. I have a sound clip where it's from an anime. These dudes are rolling up on the Earth, and he goes, "So what's that place called? What is it again? Earth?" And the main character goes like, "No, it's called Earth." He's like, "Well, I'm just gonna keep calling it Earth." Dude, I'll have to pull it up for you guys sometime. It's pretty funny. But we should make more fun of the globe Earth, like more often, more mockery, the better. They don't deserve all this credit. Earth? No, it's Earth. What is it called? Earth?
I mean, the first time I really had a epiphany in terms of understanding the flat Earth was when I was reading the Bible, and God was talking about laughing about people's wisdom, basically meaning their own understanding of what wisdom is, which is basically science in a sense. It's like when I understood that and I understood the topic and how Earth really looks like, I started to burst out and laugh, and I couldn't hold my breath. I had the most hardest stomach pain I've ever had since then. So it was quite an experience.
Well, it's come a long way, my friend. Did it make you feel claustrophobic or something?
How so?
Well, you hear the argument that gas pressure requires a container. So sometimes I have to pinch myself and remind myself that, we might be, we're like inside. We're not, when you go outside, you're really inside.
I don't know. Why should I? I mean, it's vast, so therefore there's no sign of wall or enclosure that is immediately pointing to my eye, or vicinity that I could touch, since it has been blocked anyway, so we couldn't reach it anyway, even though we would or wanted to. You know, I'm talking about Antarctic 3D and such.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, but it said you cause you pain. I mean, I don't. It's never. I'm more like just have to kind of remind myself, like I said, pinch myself. I've never had any like pain or anything like that from the truth, or at least understanding the flat Earth.
No, of course, it's the opposite always. I mean, even if at a younger age, when I was mostly lying to people, you know, at the moment I started telling the truth, it wasn't painful at all. It was just a relief. You know, it's like, I don't care at that moment what people thought of me. I was sorry that I lied to them. But since then, it was just a relief, you know. I couldn't care less about what they thought about me at the moment. Either they forgave me or not. That's up to them, but not to me. I have made the step forward to telling them the truth by telling what I basically was lying about to them, you know.
Okay. Were you lying though if you believed it?
Of course, there's a part of delusion that takes part, you know, by deceiving yourself, which mostly people do. But once you realize that you're deceiving yourself by not being honest to your information or wisdom you have received and applying it correctly, that we are supposed to, there's a difference. And once that realization hits, it was over for me. I couldn't take the other part anymore, you know?
Yeah. I mean, dude, I used to tell people for their birthday, I'd be like, congratulations, you made it another trip around the sun. Like, I wasn't lying to them. I really believed that. So I don't know if I would classify that as a lie, at least in my view.
Mm.
I mean, in hindsight, I was talking about a lie, but I wasn't lying to them personally, like going on out of my way. I believe that. I truly thought that we were really actually moving, going around the sun and stuff like that, you know? That was my belief. So, yeah. I don't know if I would classify that as a lie per se.
Yeah, I personally never had this approach in terms of the dying hard believing in it. I was always open to it. When I first heard about flat Earth, I was just curious, you know, what is this about? And since then, I usually made my own research. And despite that, I never listened to anyone I have made research on. I started to think about my own, how the Earth looks like. And usually it came to the same conclusion. It was around about the same time Rob Skiba made his videos. And about 1 year or 1.5 years later, I came to his videos and I basically was agreeing on, because I have made the same conclusions he has made. You know, it's like, hey, welcome. You know, I found my club.
You sure did, buddy. You sure did. I'm just outside looking at the moon right now. Holy smokes. Moon is bright.
Yeah, it's almost full moon. I mean, the most disheartening part was, of course, the people I have surrounded myself with. instead, in terms of friendship and such, and explaining what I'm going through right now in terms of observation, explaining this to them, it's like it was really hard for me unless I came to this channel right now and listening to this, and it's basically applying what I find to be true and then explaining it to them, and then their disposition it was more heartbreaking because it becomes also political, because they try to combine everything that surrounds them, even though it has nothing to do with the topic itself. This was most disheartening.
Sorry.
Intriguing.
Oh, is that AI? What's up, Onk? Uncle AI in the house?
Welcome.
I wanted to tell Karma to check the admin chat. If she's listening.
I wasn't listening. We were talking. What were you saying?
Oh, I have some messages for Karma in the admin chat.
I'll check it out.
Cool. Yeah, someone played a song earlier today. I could have sworn it was her singing it. That gave me an idea.
Sorry, I'm just out here goofing off with my cat. She's messing around under the moon. It's pretty cool. I got a picture for y'all if anyone wants to see. But good to hear from you, AI, as well. But what's the joke, Karma? You want to tell your joke, or did I miss it already?
No, you didn't miss it. I'll explain it in the end. But basically, it goes something like this: a tourist in Iceland gets his car stuck in a ditch or something, drives off the road. A nice Icelandic farmer comes by and stops and calls out his truck. "Don't worry! First, I will rape you, and then I will eat you!" Now, the joke there is our word for rope is rape, and we bend it so you would say rape. And to eat someone, if you are using the Icelandic word ita, is to push someone. So he's going to rope the car and then he's going to push with him. Because some of the farmers also are known for not being great at English.
Yeah, they generally end up kind of mixing and matching the Icelandic and English, and it
really?
sounds real bad.
Is it also almost the same with once there was a father and his son was a gnome? So it points to the Scottish people being greedy and such.
Did you just say gnome?
Gnome, yes.
Why?
Or dwarf.
The G is silent. Oh, okay.
This what I was saying was a bilingual joke that makes a play on words. I don't get how the gnomes big into it, but for some reason it made me laugh because it was so out of left field.
So you did understand where I was pointing to?
No, not at all. That's why it was so funny. I had no idea what you meant.
Okay, it's basically a saving on sperm. Because they are so greedy. No.
Bad.
Okay, Trace had to explain the joke to me, but I finally get it, I think.
I already did.
Yeah, well, I still didn't get it, okay? It's late. Shut up.
You know what's funny about what you guys are talking about, languages or whatever? I just saw a video, like a short, today, and it was just like the dude was like filming his, I don't know, his girlfriend or his sister or whatever. So he said, say 102 eggs in Spanish. And she said, ciento dos huevos. Ciento dos huevos. And he said, say it again. And turns out that it depending on the spelling, it either means 102 eggs or I'm feeling balls. Depending on the spelling. Ciento dos huevos.
Okay.
That just made me think of that. It's just funny you guys were bringing that up after I said it.
Dude, if you say that with the right accent, it makes it make perfect sense. see the hands on those huevos.
Yeah, see the hands on those huevos. Or it's 102 eggs. I thought that was hilarious.
Well, speaking of huevos, everyone knows that the huevos is the divine shape, and if God existed, he would most certainly make the earth a slightly globular rotundoid. Therefore, the earth is a globe.
Not a huevos?
Right, he has to teabag all the people on Earth,
Dude, it makes perfect sense now. You see, because if you have an egg as the divine shape, and when you crack open an egg, there's a core inside that's kind of molten and liquidy and delicious. Then, therefore, the Earth has a molten core because of volcanoes. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Well, chocolate eggs also have a compartment inside, so the Earth could be hollow.
Yes, and Kinder Joy eggs come with toys inside.
It kind of reminds me of that South Park song. Suck on my chocolate salty bones. Stick in your mouth and suck 'em. Remember that one? Remember?
Yeah.
Did I, are you fucking this up, Helio?
No. We're all trying to think of some lyrics that would fit to that song that has to do with floating space balls. And the heliocentric model and the ever-expanding vacuum of space, increasing the amount of available volume for the gas to fill.
We can do that. I believe.
I believe.
Anyway. That's one of my favorite arguments that the Globers used to employ. Well, sorry, they were trying to do a counter argument where, the flat earther might say, oh, if there was, the vacuum of space, it would suck all the gas off of the Earth. And then they would reply with, oh, my friend, you don't understand that vacuums technically do not suck.
They don't suck. It's just like the idea of vacuums suck, though, don't they?
Vacuums don't suck, but you suck.
Yeah.
Well, dude, it's like, what does the word suction mean? Like the word itself, suck and suction, what do they mean? I mean, they mean nothing if what they say is true.
I mean, all I could say to this.
And purpose, I mean, check this out. I mean, like a vacuum cleaner, they call it a vacuum cleaner because it sucks dirt from the floor, right? So
the action of evacuating a space to allow pressure to fill that space is what we call suction.
That's differential pressure. Yeah.
So that is what vacuums do. Exactly. It's just it's the best example of a truly semantic argument.
Yeah.
They're trying to win the argument with the semantics rather than using semantics to help define the issue or clarify what people are meaning.
Well,
or actually talk
what
about
they mean, what they mean when they say that when someone says vacuums suck, well, vacuums don't suck anything from anything. We're just talking about differential pressure ultimately.
Well, yeah. Well, think about the retort to that rebuttal. So they say vacuums don't suck. It's just the pressure of the gas filling the empty space that causes the flow of gas. And then you say, okay, so were you intending to concede to my point? You know, as a friend, you probably, if you're going to argue, shouldn't just concede to my point immediately.
Yeah, right. It's like if vacuums don't suck. I agreed. Vacuums don't suck.
Yeah, all the pressure just leaves. It goes into the emptiness.
Using their logic, like the children don't suck on the straws, the pressure is pushing down on the liquid, pushing it up the straw.
Yeah, I mean, they are Jedis, you know?
Right, but why does that occur? What's the initiative effect, the initiative cause for that effect to occur? Well, the child must use their muscles to rapidly increase the amount of available volume. Right?
Yeah.
And then you have the pressure flow. So when you introduce, right, a volume to fill, then the pressure fills it.
Do you think we would ever find out who invented the straw?
Yes, it was James Straw III.
James Straw.
These gorillas.
Not to be confused with James Straw II, because James Straw II's prototype had a bunch of holes in it and obviously didn't work.
Oh my!
Oh my!
Oh my!
My goodness gracious! All right, go. Hey, by the way, I got you Central. Hold on, let me check. I got some other action going on.
I mean, despite that, all we have to ask them is make me an experiment that proves that gases that round about space are not being sucked in by being give me a second. I need to think again. Make me an experiment that is capable by electromagnetic fields that are strong enough to hold the gases in place while doing
oh man, you done put your foot in your mouth, bro. Let me explain. Let me explain. They used to present that. So there's this quote unquote technology called the Tacomac, which is essentially a very strong electromagnetic field that holds a plasma, and then the plasma, the field, I'm not going to say the word just yet. It creates the.
You were cutting out. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. So you have a very strong electromagnetic field, which holds a plasma in stasis or some kind of inability to leave, and then within that plasma is gas being contained. So that's their presentation of proof that you can have gas pressure without a container, is a giant electromagnetic force field holding a plasma which acts as a container for the gas, which, by the way, is in an even bigger container of steel. So it's like,
I mean, but they are not explaining that the gases are being charged by ionization, then being held in place. This is not what they are explaining. So
yeah, they're trying to pull a fast one where they don't think you'll notice that the plasma is effectively a container being held in place by the electromagnetic field, which again is within an even larger steel container. So you have like 3 layers of containment.
Can they remove the walls of the container, the bigger container you're talking about, and demonstrate a vacuum still existing there?
How would you sustain the electromagnetic field without the exterior of the structure?
Right.
It's not the electromagnetic field generator is not in the center of the gas core that they're holding. It's on the outside.
Oh, bummer.
I know, huh? Sucks. I realize that it's not fair. Look, don't get me wrong, friends. We got to sympathize. It's not fair that they can't practically demonstrate any of their claims, right? And so, we need to pat them on the head and go, there now.
yeah. I mean, even though helium is one of the lightest gases we have, the ionization process would take a huge amount of effort to hold them in place anyway. So I wonder what gases they use to make this experiment,
Right.
You know what's crazy? None of this matters because the overall claim is that all particles are like attracted to each other or whatever, and that's just not true. Because gases expand. So it's like conversation over, right? It should be.
Yeah.
But yeah, they want to say that all particles attract each other, which gives rise to an aggregate supermass of the entire gases of the Earth, which then are, equally pulled down. Which they're using the word "pulled" and "attracted" when that's not even the rhetoric of the mainstream science of the day. The mainstream science is that space-time itself is shifted, and that causes the displacement in free space of an object. Not that it's being pulled or pushed; it's just being relocated. So they can't even keep the way they speak straight. Like they can't really make a coherent claim from the beginning to the conclusion without mixing categories, mixing quote unquote theories that aren't even theories. They have to borrow, It's like when you go to fix your car that's a hoopty and you need to have some Bondo and some duct tape and the bumper is bright red but the car is black. It's like, just borrow parts from wherever to get this thing rolling down the street.
Yeah.
Yeah, worst part, they're also telling us, it runs on water, the engine's not there, and all sorts of bullshit, and then we're, looking at it and oh, that's just a normal car. You just got all this duct tape and shit on it. They make up all these fantastic stories, and in reality, it just doesn't all match up. You'd have to go beyond reality to imagine all that.
What'd I miss?
Nothing special.
Wait, you're special.
Yeah, speaking of cars rolling down the street, apparently if there's a balloon in the car, then the Earth is a upward moving disk in free space. I haven't actually heard that one. I haven't heard that one. I mean, I vaguely heard it on the
You've seen those videos where like there's a helium balloon sitting in a car?
Yep.
And then when it starts moving forward, you would think the balloons would go backward. But they actually go forward.
Yeah, that's because they're less dense than the medium.
Exactly. Because when you move forward, the density of the air pushes the helium forward because of the acceleration. But in your mind, you're thinking, "Oh, okay. When I start moving forward, the balloons that are just floating are going to move backwards, just like my hair moves backwards." Whenever and you're in the air, or whatever. I don't have any hair, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. So this thing came up earlier. Someone came in here saying somebody disproved acceleration of gravity, allegedly, by putting a water bottle in a car and accelerating and the water sloshes. But if you drop a bottle, the water doesn't slosh. And so by trying to draw comparisons between the two, they made the claim that there's no downward acceleration because it's not behaving the same way it would if you're in a car accelerating. Now, they said this, and they were a flat earther of repute in some people's circles. And so some people came to our server and said, hey, such and so disproved or claims to have disproven downward acceleration or acceleration in general of a gravitational sort.
Well, I would consider the sloshing being because now there's two vectors affecting it versus when you're dropping it straight down, you just have that one vector, so of course there's no sloshing.
Well, if you have an object at rest and you assume an object at rest stays at rest unless acted upon, right? If you imagine an object that's acted upon equally at all points, like let's say a stick, like a bendy stick, let's say, a reed, a rod, and you take that in your hand and you whip it really quick, it's going to have a curve to it imparted into it. But if you hold both ends of it and you push it equally as fast, both ends are going to move with each other because you're pushing equally along it rather than just pushing on one part and the emotion being imparted upon the furthest part by what's essentially a chain, right? The bottom part pushes the next top part, then the next, and the next, and the next, until the force finally makes it all the way to the tip.
Yeah, whipping motion.
Right. So you have when you apply the force unequally, there's a lag time for the other parts catching up to where they're affected by it. And because of that, if you're trying to prove something about the nature of quote unquote gravity, and you're using these things that are not analogous, and then trying to say I'm making a definitive I've disproven something claim, then you're basically putting yourself out there to be critiqued and to be found in error, because the situation of dropping a bottle is not like the situation of having water in a car, because the alleged impartation of force on the bottle is a completely different structure than what happens in the car. You can't compare the two equally. So to say I've disproven quote unquote gravitational acceleration because of a bottle of water in a car, not taking into account the differentiation of forces applied, right? Even if they're hypothetical, you're mixing apples and oranges. And your claim of disproving anything is only proving that you don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you love when that happens? When they come in here with all that smoke and then they end up being like, it only reveals that they don't know what they're talking about. I love when that happens. It's a classic WWE reversal. And you didn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, well, see, a lot of people in the quote-unquote Flat Earth movement or Flat Earth Club or Flat Earth family, however people want to characterize it for themselves, they have a sense of urgency to replace the stories that they lost and that the people they know or the people that follow them lost when they lost the heliocentric religion. And so now there's a vacuum, so to speak. And as we just explained, nature abhors a vacuum. And if there's a vacuum of explanation, they're going to try to expand to fill it for their fans. And rest assured, go ahead, friend. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like they use the same lie. They made an experiment that doesn't work. Basically, it's like the reverse psychology.
Right, they're using the exact same tactics that they supposedly left behind with the globe. Appeals like vacuous appeals to authority and charisma of a leader. Supposed science, quote unquote, or experiments, quote unquote. It's like, isn't that the same thing that hoodwinked them with the globe? It's the same thing hoodwinking them now.
Exactly. I think that's what Karma kind of hinted at earlier, that how people are pulled in by the story. They get hooked on the narratives. And they don't even need evidence. It's the story. It gets them all wrapped up into.
They're still dating a clown. The clown just has new makeup.
I like that. What were we going to say, T-Dub?
I just said it tickles the ears.
Yeah, comforting lies. People don't like the truth. They'd rather hear comforting lies. Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Tell me lies, tell me lies.
See, Helio gets it.
Yeah. Oh, no, you can't disguise. So how many disguises does it take to cover up these lies? Does it take master manipulators of consciousness, or does it just take weak people to believe the lies?
Yes.
Yes, I agree with you. The answer is yes. It's both.
No, that was facts though, Helio. It takes weak people to believe in nonsense, and they can, at this point, they can just say whatever the hell they want. They can say anything they want because we've been noticing, Crit and I and some of the people here have been tracking the different things they've been saying over the years. Mystery rockets crashing into the moon, marbles on the dark side of the moon, this, that, and the other. They can say whatever the hell they want at this point.
Sure, black holes on 150 trillion miles away. I mean, it doesn't matter what they say anymore.
No, exactly. It doesn't even matter what they say. They can say whatever they want. Doesn't matter. These people will they're just on autopilot, auto-believe mode. If the experts say it, that's what it is. They ain't going against the experts. If the experts say it's safe and effective, it's safe and effective. That's what it is. So, I think it's funny.
By the way, has anyone made a point about the moon being reversed and then applied to the current Earth shape? Not Earth shape, but the continents?
Because you're talking about the
We've
map?
all heard that speculation.
It's not Sunday
Yeah.
yet. Just kidding.
Well, I
No,
think that's related to the shape of Earth, what he just asked.
people have talked about it, but the moon map type thing, I mean, it's kind of more of a speculation. Obviously,
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's just like a projection of I know what you're.
it's interesting. I'll give you that, Ripcord. It is interesting if true, but it is not something that we can bank on and just go and teach to other people. Like, yo, you got to know this. We don't even know.
Right. Yes. We need further evidence for this, even though we could lay it over the shape the continents. I don't know how to describe it really, but yeah.
I have a folder on my drive here. I can't. I was trying to look for it the other night. I have so much shit on my computer that has a lot of ancient maps and stuff. I mean, is that legit or any speculation about ancient maps? Well, that's what they used to think about Earth back then, right? So we do actually have, some evidence from some maps that people drew and made, in previous times, and we can compare and contrast to the new ideas that people have about the universe or Earth itself.
I mean, to be honest, they are pretty precise. Some of them, of course, not the 16 and above, like recordings. And some of them also, but it's
dude, I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, there's something to it, I think, but I mean, we can't prove it. I mean, what are we supposed to do with that? It can be convincing. Where the sea of what do they call it? The sea, like, is there a sea on the moon? But there is a sea on the moon. What do they call it?
The Sea of Tranquility.
Tranquility. So sure.
What would that supposed to look like?
I don't know. To be honest, as far as viewing the moon with telescopes and binoculars or whatever, all of us have seen the moon over and over, because you know what? The moon repeats the same pattern over and over every month. So what is what's the secret? Earth is obviously not a globe. It's a level stationary plane. So the secret of the moon is what? It's reflecting the level stationary plane we're standing on. Is that what the secret is? Through what you're talking about.
To be honest, I do agree with that, even though we cannot prove it. But somehow I do agree with this more, than any other explanation that people.
Is it because you want to?
No, it's not about I want to, because I have a gut feeling about this.
You have a gut.
I'm not even thinking about this. I have a gut feeling.
I mean, you might not be wrong, but to discuss it with Globers, and even Globers don't even recognize the Earth they're standing on. So I mean, we might as well speculate about some of this stuff. But go ahead.
The problem I have with it is, it's kind of like you're in a really old Toyota, and then you see a Ferrari, and you're like, I want to be on a Ferrari. Like, it doesn't really, even if something in the sky look like maybe something on the ground, doesn't necessarily mean that it is reflecting that. Could be something else. We have no verification.
Yeah.
Well, how do you compare your Ferrari with the earlier model?
Dude, if it was Sunday, I would freaking go into my whole spiel about the whole thing. But it's not Sunday.
It's not a reflection. It's not a reflection. It's a negative imprint cast onto the firm during a pleasant event.
No, you guys, you're not thinking big enough or fast enough. Check this out. It's the seal that the Earth was pressed out with.
Oh, nice! I like this. Yeah.
Oh, see how
God dang it, man! See.
Holy shit, man! Holy shit!
You ain't top of that, bro. You ain't top of that, sucker.
Oh, where did you get that? Or did you just come up? Did you just think about that, or did someone tell you?
Dude, I went back. I went in my time machine and went back and checked it real quick.
In your time machine?
Holy shit, man! You just blew my mind.
Now, my friends, the problem is, my friends, that the time machine only transports non-physical,
and that's why the moon is actually.
I can't bring back any photos or any proof. You just got to take my word for it.
Well, I mean, and that's why there's time and space between the Earth and the moon. After it stamped the Earth, then it's like in this. It's moving away from the Earth 2 seconds a year, I think, or 2 feet a year, and then in the orbit. But it can't necessarily be the orbit, because
I mean, to be honest, it could also be that
it's like a big pucker. It's like stamp.
Yeah, so only not being representative of the Earth, but maybe also of the stars also.
All right, yeah, but let's draw this
around a little bit.
Yeah, fair, but let's draw the parallel. So, that's a fantastical story with no real corroboration. But what do the Globers say? The Globers say that the moon is actually part of the Earth, that an asteroid hit the Earth, blew off a chunk of the Earth, and then that asteroid became our core and displaced the chunks that formed into the moon. And the reason we know this is true is because one of the moon rocks that they brought back from the alleged moon mission ended up turning out to be an Earth rock. And that proves that the Earth rocks flew up from the Earth to the moon in the past. And by the way, hold on, it gets better.
Oh, it gets better. Yeah, I know.
It gets better. So this also covers their ass for that petrified wood moon rock that they've tried to pass off as a rock. And the guys found out it was actually petrified wood. They're like, well, of course it's petrified wood, dude. Part of the trees on the Earth went up to the moon in the big explosion, dude.
Oh, yeah, man, that's a sad excuse, but anyway.
It's supposedly also why we have a hot core and a magnetic field, while most of the other supposed planets do not. It's because of this injection into the core.
Yes, my friends. And now, my friends, this is called ex post hoc rationale, where you just come up with the precedent cause after the fact, and you just retcon your story at will to make excuses for any anomalies. And as long as your story sounds interesting, people will believe it.
And guess who has physical evidence for the Earth being a level stationary plane? Us.
Yes.
Guess who's making up stories that they can never prove? Them.
Here's the one that's a cool story. So they say if you take a liquid to 0G, and maybe they, in one of them 0G planes, maybe, and you have this floating liquid, it'll coalesce into a globule, because of intermolecular forces, right? And so because of that, they then say, therefore, the Earth is a globe because this is the exact same process that occurred, millions of years ago when the Earth formed. So they're not even appealing to the same quote-unquote forces in this example because, of course, their pipe dream is that gravity caused gravitational accretion, which is just a fancy word for everything gets pulled together, and that because it worked in a equilateral way in all directions, that it could only form globes. Therefore, the Earth was formed that way. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. Now, when did they ever borrow my time machine and go back and witness this? Is what I would like to know. Not to mention that it's non sequitur and erroneous logic anyway.
I'm pretty sure your systems would have detected them going back in time.
Yeah, but you see my point. It's like they could just make up these stories about what happened in the past.
Why not? I mean, it's just like, this is our point most of the time. It's just like, hey, do you see the Earth as a globe? Of course not. But it's so big. I mean, it's their first time. Oh, it's so big we wouldn't be able to see it that way. But how about the heavens and all those? Well, how big is the universe? How big is the solar system? It's this and this. It's really innate arguments that really could mean anything. But what we experience here on Earth is a level stationary plane. And anyone that denies that is out of their fucking mind.
Exactly. So an astute globers decided, that arguments like I just made about how this is a nonsense story cannot stand, and they need to do something to prove their position. And because they don't have a time machine, the best thing they can do is create a computer simulation. So they set up some floaty particles in a free space environment in a computer simulation, and then added, a gravitational attraction, which isn't even how gravity supposedly works in their modern paradigm, so they already shot themselves in the foot. And then they set out these particles, and then they let the gravitational attraction simulator pull all the particles together. But guess what? They couldn't form spheres. There's a problem. They had to add a particular, purposeful, intentful, extra factor of quote-unquote stickiness to get their simulated particles to stick together and coalesce into anything. So even when they tried to simulate it, they couldn't even prove their point. Not that if they did simulate it, it would prove their point, because they still need to prove that that's what occurred in the past. But, I don't know, man. It's almost like, what's that bedtime story or that fable about the dude that just always fails at everything he does? I think that applies to them.
I don't know. Maybe it's maybe it has something to do with the boy that cries wolf. Okay?
Yeah, the boy that cried experiment.
Cried experiment.
Are you talking about Xanax or what?
There's so many freaking weird stories in the background of everything, and it leads to everything as well. It's just like, hey, there's a lot of people who are like, I don't watch TV, I don't read books, I just don't like fiction. And it's like, bitch, you better pay attention, because these are your Mason masters that are writing these fucking books, bro.
It's the ruling class here to rule your ass.
Did you just make that up? That was pretty fire.
That was pretty fire. I like that. I like that one, Mickey. Man, that was fucking awesome, bro.
Yeah, I got to give credit to B.O.B. It's his business.
Oh, it was B.O.B.
It's from one of my favorite songs from him.
Oh, you know that one, Connor?
Dude, we gotta get B.O.B. in here one day. We gotta get him in here one day, man. B.O.B., get your ass in there.
Got 30 minutes of lunch break, so I kind of, it's like my little breath of air where reality makes then back to the monotonous grind.
Shit. Well,
It's okay, I still class smack everybody over here anyway.
Shit, Brandon left. Shit, no, he's the only baller I saw. I think I asked him, what did I ask him? I put the smoke on him, he left. You know.
Yo, I was laughing because I'm over here laughing, listening to this one guy, and I think Systems was talking to him. He's like, no, check it out, man. This is how we roll in this server. He's like, oh shit, yeah, I don't like that. I'm a bounce. He's like, no, don't leave, stick around. And you were out doing, so I don't know what you were doing. And Systems was like, no, just check it out, man. Just, this is what we do. It's like Sundays we kind of speculate. That's like our day to do that. And like, he's like, oh, Sundays, huh? Oh, well, yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and leave then. Like, he was all disappointed, dude, because like Orion came in and it was like, yeah, just don't label everybody like what you're saying. Like, we're not all. And that's what he was talking about. He's like, well, yeah, like we all do this. And it's like, oh shit, don't do that, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you could already hear the sirens going like, Rear! Oh,
yeah.
Come out with your hands up, kind of.
Yeah.
Come out with your hands up.
Helio, dude, I got a freaking I was thinking of a song that you guys can do as a cover, bro. The song "Paint It Black," but then you can use it to make it flat. Like replace those words with "make it flat." Like think of it in your head. You know that song "Paint It Black"?
I see a globe Earth, but I want to make it flat.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, Helio can nail this shit. If all you need is like Sonny on the guitar, the beginning of the song.
Yeah.
That would be a badass cover, bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And then I could use it for the new arena that I want to actually start getting into because I want to revive the arena because we've been at this like. It seems to me like there's a resurgence for like these, numpties, friggin' what's his name, Great Angelo and Sticky Moss and all them guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you're just a glutton for punishment talking to these idiots. But so I totally support it. Go ahead. I don't want to talk to him. If you want to, go ahead. I support it.
We've been needing to dust off the arena for a long time.
Yep.
I was thinking we got new warriors here already, so
yeah, I mean, maybe we can get some new people that feel like they have the gusto and the whatever it takes.
I was listening to the guy who was talking earlier. What's his name? Geocentric. I don't know if he left the server or not, but he was saying on TikTok, there's a lot of people still arguing and debating. I'm like, there's a whole other world on TikTok. Like, we need to start getting involved with TikTok because if he's the only like front line over there, like that's pretty weak sauce, bro. Like,
let me tell you something. If you guys just want to take a few clips, I mean, TikTok's like friggin' 60-second videos or whatever, and throw shit up to 60 to 90-second videos. Throw them up there. Get a link to the Discord and just throw it back here. Get some people involved. I have no desire to fuck with TikTok.
Well, check this out, man. 24/7 is a brand, and I think that as we start expanding into like the different platforms, we're just getting more optics, So people are starting to visually see us like wherever. I mean, granted, it might be a trash platform, but it still has people there.
No, I get it. I actually think it's really great. I'm just saying, just throw me those videos, and I'll put them up as shorts, for the channel. It's not a big deal to me.
Are we allowed to play TikToks on YouTube?
I just don't want to fuck with TikTok. I don't want to freaking argue with idiots, for 90 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
You guys freaking clip it out.
Are we allowed to play other people's
Send me the freaking video. Go ahead.
Yeah, the answer is yeah. We can play TikTok as long as it's not the same. The same copyright stuff applies, but as long as it's not just straight music for 60 seconds straight, then yeah, you can play it.
Yeah, so we could play a TikTok on the stream, respond to it, clip that out, and upload that to the YouTube channel and to TikTok.
Sure. Yeah, man. If you guys just send me the video, I can upload it as a short.
That's actually a good idea. We doing more because what is it? It's kind of hot right now. Just doing reviews of things, just watching along, or commentary.
Putting to your face, making absolutely no expressions. Split screen next to a video and call it a commentary on a video.
Yeah, I know. It's just like it might as well be. It's just like right now I watched Facebook or TikTok or whatever. Like they walked up to random people on what's your body count. I'm just like, okay, well, this is my TikTok video.
Hey, I don't want like Geocentric to be the face of Flat Earth on TikTok. That's like pretty garbage like argumentation that he had. And if he's challenging he's got like 1,000 people that subscribe to him, I'm like, well, shit. Any one of us is like 10 times more, better in argument.
Right. So Nathan Oakley tried to do a foray into TikTok, right? Then all of a sudden, all his stuff kept getting deleted and I think he used the term banned or something, and then he just gave up. But that doesn't mean that it's not
worth a try, right?
But he said he broached a specific. There was something specific that he did, and once he did that, then all his stuff started getting flagged and taken down immediately.
Well, what I'm saying is,
I'll have to ask him again.
I don't want to use TikTok, but YouTube Shorts is almost the same thing. Where if we captured like shorts and you guys just upload some videos,
the difference is there's a massive influx of the search term flat Earth right now on TikTok, and so
on TikTok,
it's an opportunity.
All right. So I have a TikTok account. I actually haven't used it in a while.
Well, man, we can make.
We'll see. I mean, if you guys send me some decent videos, I can upload them, and we'll see. We'll see what happens.
It's just an invite, basically. Just invited to this server.
Have the video and then the Discord.
It's also a great camaraderie building thing where the rank and file can ply their trade at making a response video, getting their peers here to critique it, and then hone it, and then remake it, and then publish it, and then not only smack a Glober around, but also feel proud about what they've done and contribute and all kinds of good things.
Yeah, no, dude, AI, you got me thinking now, but I need who was our TikTok guy? I remember it was Super Spinning Monkey Spaceball or whoever, if you guys remember that guy. But do we have like a TikTok guy? Who's the TikTok guy?
Not sure.
It was.
We're a bunch of old farts talking to each other about
dropping
TikTok.
the ball here.
I don't fucking use TikTok, man. That's not my thing.
I can make myself do it if you guys want me to friggin' do that.
That platform's taken over by China.
China.
No, it was Super Spinning Monkey Spaceball or whatever.
Yeah, I remember him talking about it. That's not the thing. But I'm saying if we just capture some pretty cool clips where even if you capture a clip, make your own video, boom, just put it up on your YouTube channel or even just send it as a video in the Discord server. I'll put it up on the on my TikTok channel. We can make it.
Well, I like AI's idea, but the reaction idea. That's a good idea. We can play a clip and react to it, and then repost that.
I'm going to be putting more Wigshop videos, man. Just snag the Wigshop videos and make them on TikTok.
That's good as well.
Just like as long as it's like a minute, it's about a minute long, dude. Yeah, we can do that.
I'm just saying, man, so we can get people to come in here because, if the algorithm's kind of treating Flat Earth all right over there on TikTok, shit, just put it on TikTok. Get that traffic coming over here. Because we don't want Geocentric to be like the face of Flat Earth. Come on, man. He was
they created YouTube Shorts.
We're mostly
and
about
Facebook Reels.
and Antarctica. I'm like, Antarctica? You guys are what? What's going on?
They created YouTube Shorts and Facebook Reels because TikTok was hitting hard.
Well, I mean, if they're arguing with like these quote unquote scientists over there, and he's arguing about Antarctica, I'm like, and then the sunrise is like, oh my God, like that is like beginner level, 24/7 stuff.
All right. As a matter of fact, I mean, if you guys want me to, I can create another account under another email or the same email as this account, and then we can start uploading TikTok videos. Just captures, and you send them to me, and I'll just upload them.
Well, here's the thing:
season 1. Season 1.
You could imagine, because of like the way we do training here, all of the people who are considered like instructors have been the seasoned guys, right? Imagine like the people that are coming and learning the things here.
I'm already in the process of doing it right now. I'm just clicking on.
I appreciate it, man. But I'm saying like the new ones that come in here. Well, Geocentric, it sounded like he's just a newbie, with the floaties on, like the way CB says, like they're just barely getting into the kiddie pool, just trying to learn what's going on. And it's like they're holding their whatever it is, the front line against like these mad sophists, like the crazy sophist types, the ones who just like will say anything. And it's like there's no way that they're holding their own against these crazy types, that burden of proof reversal fallacy guys, will always gish gallop, red hair.
Sorry.
Oh shit! Damn, Helio, you're hot micing, bro. This time you are hot micing. Shit. Yeah, it's just like these new guys, right? It's like, so. I mean, he didn't know. So when he came in here, it was like, oh shit, I didn't know this was a debate server. He said. My bad. I thought I was talking to flat earthers, he said. And I'm like, well, you are. Like, this is what it is. But don't you have, like, a debate whatever in TikTok? Whatever you got? And so it's like, what's that different than this? I think because he got
the reason I was hot micing is because as soon as I typed in TikTok and then clicked the link, I don't have an account associated or whatever. As soon as I opened it and clicked on TikTok, that's what the hot mic was. It was like TikTok immediately showed a video that with audio that
China has you, Helio.
Yeah, fuck them. Anyway, I'm gonna create a new account that's associated with this Google account that we're using here, and we'll see what happens.
Work your magic, Helio.
I'm doing login, continue with Google. Which account do you want to use?
Hey, you use your voice. Use your buttery voice. Say a small little clip of like, "Hey, are you guys looking for a great place to hang out for Flat Earth? Come on and join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We welcome anybody from any intellectual level."
You know what? I might do that. Actually, I could actually just take speak over a clip of the. The capture from the YouTube videos with it muted, and then just use my buttery voice. I can get really close to the microphone, and it just sounds
Everybody
awesome.
Let's get some toast out. You could get your toast out, man.
I did catch that moment though where he was like, I thought these were flat earthers. It's like, dude, what?
I'm like, what? I feel like doing the what that you put on your sample. What?
Sure.
Flat earthers can be sexy too, can't we? We're all the time.
Yeah, no, he's. I'm sorry, I didn't know this was a debate server. I'm like, dude, what is your problem, bro? Like, aren't you debating on TikTok? What's going on? Like, do I have to? Does Mayhem have to smack a bitch? Like, what's going on? Shit.
Is Mayhem gonna have to choke a bitch? Yeah.
Choke a bitch.
Yeah, that's the old what's his face, man.
I think part of the problem is they're getting trained incorrectly because they're just dealing with sophists and just using sophistry against sophistry and trying to build models against models.
I'm telling you, Drace, they can get a dose of like all the information that you just sitting back and just learning. I mean, they could take a page out of your book, bro. You know?
Yo, I'm still laughing at that choke a bitch, yo.
I'm serious, bro. Like,
That
this
is
dude
funny.
coming in, like he's all talking like just mad shit, bro. He's like, "Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know this was a debate server." Like, like I came here to talk to people with the flat Earth. It's like, well, shit, dude. What's up your ass? You know, like,
Yeah.
this is the place. This is the matter of fact. This is the spot, bro. If you wanted to go anywhere on Earth and find out, talk about the flat Earth, this is the place. Not your little TikTok place where you're dealing with sofas and talking about Antarctica. Like, shit is that? Like,
Hell no.
you better recognize, fool.
You better put some respect on my name.
Put a respect on my name. Mayhem have to choke a bitch?
Dude, we need to make that a meme right away. Is Mayhem gonna have to choke a bitch?
That's what I was thinking about, man.
Damn, I have that choke a bitch.
And then he left. I'm like, oh, all that crying, and then he quits. Makes me
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, why did he leave though? I don't understand. No one even brought the smoke though. Like,
No, Orion was kind of like Orion brought a little bit of smoke, but he was like, oh, shit, dude, his shit started to sting his pride, and he's like, nah, man, I'm a dip. You guys are too heavy for this.
I was even trying to mediate it and try to make it like less. It's not about you, bro. By saying it's we're just this is how the room operates, but he just left midway.
I was surprised. I was genuinely surprised that he left because Orion wasn't wrong to say that. I even tried to kind of help out, but he had already left.
Yeah, bro.
That's a pro tip. Speak for yourself, man. In my experience, this is how I feel. All right, great. Now you're not covering for everyone else.
Listen, man, I got to run back to work, but I'll be listening, man. Maui's watching, Wazowski.
I love when you say that. All right, Miggy, you have a good one, brother. We'll catch you later.
Peace, man.
Shout out to our boy Migs.
I have one more step. What username am I going to create for
24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
I know I'm trying to. It says only letters, numbers, underscores, and periods are allowed.
Just do Flat Earth Discord 247.
Just like all lowercase Flat Earth Discord 247. Well, I can do 247 Flat Earth.
All the keywords. Just get all the keywords in there, and I think we should be good, right?
247.
You can have the first
only
letter
numbers,
capitalized.
underscores. Oh, okay. Oh, I can do an underscore. Hold on.
What did you say, Jace?
I can do 247
It sounded like you wanted
underscore.
to do all lowercase, and I was like, you can't do the first level letter capitalized.
Right. It says when I'm creating the username, it says only letters, numbers, underscores, or periods are allowed.
Yeah. Can we maybe do this in a little moment? We have a new person joining us.
Sure, go ahead. I'll figure it out. Go ahead.
VC verified. Would you like to have a conversation? Ask us any questions?
Who we got? Pink Nipples. Not sus at all. Welcome. Did they just leave? Oh,
no.
Pink Nipples, do you want to chime in? You want to say hello? Oh, come on. You can't have a cocky name like that. And they left. Wow.
AI has a good way of displaying it, Helio, in text chat.
What? Dude, I'm trying to create this new TikTok channel. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about
Listen,
what you're
Domer.
talking about. We were just talking about the new person in the room.
Okay, well then you guys deal with it. I ain't get fucking.
Yeah, we dealt with it. They left. That's why I'm guiding
All
your
right, cool.
attention to
All
the
right,
live
cool.
stream
So
versus text
no,
chat.
I'm.
Okay, boom.
AI typed out a potential name for the channel for you.
Okay, cool. Let me check it out.
Side.
See, let me see if I can make that work. Copy. See if that works. If they like that one. Only letters, numbers, underscores, or periods are allowed.
No dashes?
Oh, yeah, no dash. So I can take the dash out between 24 and 7 and see if that. Oh! Boom! Looks like it's about to work.
Yeah, I'm never getting on TikTok ever. So, but I'll show you.
Well, I have. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. I'm already freaking. As far as like, oh, you doxed? Yeah, I'm doxed. Everybody knows where I am. So.
Yeah, me too.
It's just like, fuck it. So anyway, here's I now have a TikTok account under the same email that is associated with this Google account. So
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. We need a guy to feed us videos to react to, because I'm not getting on there. But we need somebody to, like AI said, if we want to do reaction videos or whatever, that's a good idea, actually. But we need somebody to feed them to us. I'm not doing that. But we got a guy like Clipcord who does clips for us. I do the soundboard, so maybe we need a guy that does the TikToks or finds us YouTube shorts to react to that are related to this topic. But
I'll freaking, if they're like 60-second shorts, I'll freaking upload them. Just send the videos to me on Discord. I'll just freaking upload them to TikTok, and then we'll just see what happens. Fucking.
All right, but we just need somebody to serve them up. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, because I'm not going to sit here and fucking download 60-second clips. Y'all motherfuckers sit around all day. I got shit to do,
Yeah. We could, you already do a lot for us. It's all good.
But yeah, just send me like a 60-second clip, whether it's audio or video. Just send it, and I can freaking upload it to. Here's the. Hold on, let me let's see. View profile. I'm gonna have to change the profile picture, but here's the channel that I just created. Control C, flashing voice text. So this is not mine, but our new TikTok channel. How about that? TikTok.com/@24_flat_earth_discord. It's the only way they would let us use that name. But that's cool though. I think it's cool. So we need to start putting some freaking shorts in there, man.
Yep. Somebody needs somebody get that algorithm going. And if you get good videos that are related to
let you just upload like GIFs, because I have shitloads of GIFs. Would they let you put some of those on there without audio, or does it have to be? I do have some some short MP4s that I made GIFs out of. Maybe I can start uploading some of that shit. I have a lot of that stuff. Well, I'm going to work on it.
All right.
We'll see. But yeah, that's our new TikTok channel. That's us. Not just me. It's us. Let's doing this together. Yeah, nobody. I couldn't do this by myself, so. So if you guys just capture some cool little clip from the live stream, when somebody makes some profound statement, or somebody's at Glober's making some stupid shit, just record it for 60 seconds, send it to me. I'll put it right up on that TikTok, and boom, shalak log. Now I'm gonna have to go. This is brand new. I haven't, like I said, I haven't used TikTok much, but I might have to go into the settings on TikTok and maybe put the link to the server or to the YouTube channel. I'm going to do all that shit. Figure it out. But that's the channel. Man, we're already on YouTube, Facebook, everywhere. Might as well utilize TikTok.
I'm pretty sure AI made you or said things a bit earlier that could easily have been clipped into a 60-second clip.
And maybe we should have a room, set a room in here with just like small clips and just like boom, boom, boom. We can just load up that whole fucking TikTok channel with just like short clips, and I can just grab them, upload them, quick. But I mean, I can't do it tonight, but I promise I'll work on it this week. I am going camping this weekend again, so this weekend's I'll do the best I can to stay connected with you guys. But for the most part, I'm gonna be with my family and shit. But before then, this is a really good idea. Like, get some of these shorts going, get some more people in here, because yeah, you're right. There, the flat Earth is blowing up on TikTok, so it's all right. So let's rule it. Let's take advantage of it while we can. Good stuff. Lead people to the server. Have the link right there on top. They click the fucking link, join the server. Boom, lock, boom. All right, so yeah, man. Anyone feel free to send me some 60-second videos, or send it into not a good place would probably be maybe Mod or Livestream Locker Room, and somewhere I can just download it and then put it straight up to TikTok. I think they upgraded the what do they call it? The Nitro thing where you can upload. I think it's like 250 megs now or something. What was it? They just upgraded the Nitro where you can upload 250 megs. I think that's what it is now. If your server is boosted, everyone can upload 200 megabytes of a video. So, like a 60-second video wouldn't be a problem for anyone. So now in a PM or a DM, I think it's they fixed that too, where it's a little bit more, but inside the server you can upload twice what it used to be. So that's what I'm saying. If you're gonna share some videos, am I still being heard, or am I just rambling as usual? But inside the server, if we pick a certain room where we're gonna share, some TikTok or Facebook shorts or whatever, we can or YouTube shorts, I'll work on that shit all day. If you send me the videos, I'll make the videos. I just don't want to. I don't want to capture them. All you have to do is send. If they're 60 seconds or less, I'll freaking put up YouTube shorts. I'll put up TikTok. I'll put them on Facebook. Send me the video. I'll put them all out at the same time. I just don't want to clip them out. I'm the producer, y'all. Chickadee, all right. Thought I wasn't being heard. Anyway, so what you guys want to listen to? Helio ramble on about TikTok? Or what else we got? Hey, here's something that I found today. Really cool video that I found, and I made it into a GIF. You guys want to grab it and put some text over it, but it's freaking hilarious. What the fuck is it? No, I can't remember. I can't figure it out. Most super ordinary picture of a black swan attacking a man. I just can't figure it out. Maybe it's in... Oh, no, maybe it's in this folder. Let's see. No. Oh, no, bloody hell. No, I'm resorting to a... Oh, bloody hell. I mean, I can't even find the goddamn... Hello, where is this image that I saved? Are you fucking this up, Helio? Of course you are. Let me, yes. Right. So I, save the image. Now I'm doing sort of an Australian. Save the image, and then I just move it to and I move it to pictures with the not pictures and the FE memes with the kangaroo. I can't do an Australian accent first. And we do that, and then in the live stream voice text, I'll do show this black swan really doing a number on this guy, chasing him down. Jesus Christ. Fuck Windows. What? The entire fuck. Are you fucking this up, Leo? Yes, you are. So I'll go BL. Okay. So the most recent image. Why can't I share this? My PC is a piece of shit. I apologize for wasting everyone's time while I try to.
Dude, it's quite suspenseful.
I know it's weird. You saw the image because you were mine. You saw what I was trying to share, but I can't freaking, for some reason, I have no idea why it won't let me freaking share that.
Oh, it's because we have the filter set to filter out inappropriate content.
Like a black swan stabbing a Glover with his beak. I don't know. I'm trying in real life. Why can't I find that picture? I know I saved it in this folder. Shaved it in this folder. Let me go to details. Hold on. I need to change the. View. Damn it. Hey,
oh man.
Windows is fascinating, isn't it? It works when it works, and then it doesn't when it doesn't. Like, so I want to share a file. That's the most recently uploaded file, and I know where the file is. No, it's in this folder somewhere, and it's called. I actually named it when I downloaded it.
You should name it.
And it's popping up. It's popping up when I search the folder, and I can actually watch it here on my PC. I'm watching the video right now, but it doesn't pop up in the list. Black Swan, but I'm just clicking inside the BLACK. I know what motherfucker.
Somebody clip that out.
This is really pissing me off because when you double click the plus sign in Discord, and you go to the folder that you want to share images from, and you can go to details. The name. Maybe this is it. 1/12/2021. Obviously, that's not it.
Helio, the real questions of life are: do you like orange marmalade?
Is there such a thing?
Yeah.
Really? What the fuck is orange marmalade?
It's basically jelly made of oranges.
Oh, marmalade is. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. I don't know. It depends on who makes it. I might, if on a biscuit, I might enjoy some orange marmalade. All right, I finally fucking found it, and I fixed it.
Sweet.
You see that Black Swan taking the piss out of that dude? Like he's trying to jump under the water so he doesn't get pecked by the Black Swan.
So when I get a chance, and if nobody beats me to it, I'll pick out the dude's face and have him like making a stupid argument about the horizon.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and grab it and make some, make it a meme. Make it a meme out of it. Yeah. I just found it on YouTube. I was looking up Black Swan, and it's just like this. That swan ain't fucking around. He was pissed at that dude for some reason. Maybe it's a hen, and she's fucking protecting her. Her. I was gonna say ducks with protecting her chicks.
Yeah, so the first thing will be the dude's face, and he'll be saying, Why are the oil rigs so bendy? And then it'll immediately go into the Black Swan just beating his face off.
She's like, come back up again. I knew you was good. I know where you are, bitch. Oh. That's good stuff.
Man, I got a 7x7 matzo cracker covered in peanut butter and orange marmalade.
There you go.
Now, the only problem is that when I move it, the shadows change on the surface. Therefore, this matzo cracker is a globe.
Oh, shit. Well, are you going to eat it with some tea or coffee?
I don't really have anything. I was going to drink milk with it, but I don't have any.
Milk? That's not a bad choice. Not a bad choice.
I know, I'm all out of Glober tears. My supply is running low.
Tears. No.
Man, that
what would you do? I mean, in that situation where this black swan is attacking you, would you do the same thing? Or I'm just wondering. Maybe I would.
Yeah, dude,
maybe I
that's the song,
wouldn't.
No
You know,
More
it's
Tears.
just like,
Did you do a parody about Glober tears?
no, it's Baller's Tears. But every time we play it on the live stream, I get a copyright claim, and they block the video. So I
But
hid the video.
are you using a clip out of their original music?
Yeah, that's why. And I need to find another
Just gotta
parody
get somebody
track
to
that's
play
not.
it.
That, yeah, I think it's the original track that I sang over, and that's why it's cutting it out every time I do it. But I don't want to sing it again, you know, because I don't think I could do it better than I did that time. But actually, when I do get that claim,
Dude,
on
don't you have
the video,
don't you have the recording? Did you record it in one shot, or do you have the tracks separated?
hey, I ain't gonna prop myself up, but hell, the fuck yeah, I did it in one take.
Well,
No, but it was off a karaoke track that I found I didn't realize it was the original like track without Ozzy singing. It was freaking Zakk Wylde playing the entire solo and all that shit. All of that. It was the original band without Ozzy's vocals. I just captured that, and then I was like, oh cool, I'm making a parody. And which is true. And so even if they block the video because we played that song, I still have to I can go and appeal it and say it's just a parody, because the computer, the bot doesn't know. They're just hearing the original Ozzy music and say, you can't play that on the channel. And it's like, well, yes, I can, because it's a parody. So every time we play it, I have to freaking appeal it and say, no, it is a parody. Anyway, what were you asking? Is that what you were asking?
yeah.
Basically. I mean, the video's still up there, but I have it set as private, so nobody can actually share it. But I mean, it's just like, it's a pain in the ass. I mean, we can share it and play it, but the whole like our video here, if we played it, it would be taken down until I appealed it, and I'll be like, and then they have 30 days to respond. And it's just like, they'll put it immediately back up. Anyway, go ahead.
Helio, what we can simply do
Some YouTube bullshit, but anyway.
is tell the live stream that we will be coming back in like 3 minutes or however long it is, and just deafen the live stream.
Yeah, we can do that. You guys want to hear it? Let me see if I think I still have it on my Helio Skeptic channel. I just have it set as private. It's fun. That's a fun video, or fun song to sing. I mean, you guys already know I love to sing. So.
Yeah, you're a good singer.
If we Helios got that. I'm sure that video's still on my Helios Skeptic channel. I'm the only one that can. Go through back channels here. I'm going to have to go to my YouTube studio and go to content. Yeah, here it is. It's unlisted, but it's still there. Open that up. Let's see if as it's unlisted on YouTube, it may not work with the bot, but let's see what happens. Deafen the bot. In the chat. Let me try this again. It says you must be listening. I accidentally deafened myself. That's what. Unknown file format. Let me see. I got an idea. Shouldn't take just a second. So I have it set to unlisted, but if I set it as private, then we might be able to play it. But the deafen the bot. Yeah, I think that was the original music track without Ozzy singing, and that was me singing. And even though it was on a shitty mic in front of my computer, I like it that raw. That shows what I got.
Sweet. I could have sworn I heard.
When we play it on live stream, I get a freaking. They take the video down every time. The entire video, whether it's 5 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, they take the entire video down when I play that, or anybody plays it. Don't play that video on this stream. Because that's the original audio track without Ozzy's voice. I love, dude. I'm a huge fan of Ozzy. So anyway. I think I've seen Ozzy live probably 5 times. I'm trying to think of anyone I've seen live more than Ozzy, like as far as major bands. I've been a huge fan of Ozzy. Anyway, we're back to the action.
Yes, what you guys failed to hear because the stream was interrupted was somebody came on and actually proved the globe. You snooze, you lose.
Oh, we're listening to my bullshit video, and then somebody came and proved the globe, and we missed it. 5 minutes, man. Just that quick.
Not to worry, friends. Proving the globe is easy. Come in and do it. No, I'm being serious. It's easy. Trust me.
It's so. Almost just like, wait. Don't you love when they come in and say, well, I don't have to prove the Earth is a globe. You prove it's flat. What's the next thing? Bro. Don't you see the Earth as a level stationary plane? I mean, it's right in front of your face. I mean, you show me the globe because you're the one that believes the Earth is a globe. I'm the one defending what we see. You know, it's like it's almost that simple as like the. I was gonna say chicken and egg, but it's. Kind of reminds me of God. Dang it. I can't even think of that dude's name. The big rooster and the little chicken, whatever. Foghorn Leghorn is like, hey boy, I say here, I say boy, look, take a look right here across Earth there, boy. I mean, it looks flat, doesn't it? I mean, who told you that shit was a globe? You know. And fairy tales about scientism and outer space. Yeah, you might as well. No, it's like there is kind of a balance between outer space and their pseudoscience of scientism and all that kind of shit. Of course, they're fascinated with the heavens. So are flat earthers, for a good reason, because the Creator told us to be from the very beginning. in the fourth chapter of Genesis. I mean, not the fourth chapter, the fourth verse of Genesis 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth from forth. Fourth verse created the sun, moon, and stars, right? For signs and for seasons. So we are welcome to be fascinated by it, by the creation. Not even, I mean, if you try to implicate something and you try to apply scientism to that, that's on you. Because you're not going to be able to measure the heavens. I mean, that's explained in Job later. I mean, but anyway. Dude, but it starts right in the first chapter of Genesis. The fourth verse. Or the fourth day, maybe not the fourth verse. I'm not sure which verse it's described it. God created the heavens and the earth without form and void, and on the fourth day, the sun, moon, and stars, for signs and for seasons. Yeah. So what is how are you going to reverse what the Creator said about it by making a big bang first and then the earth later, like much, much later? And that's their religion. They're trying to figure out how earth exists from a big bang somewhere else. Where we know that the Word in the beginning, boom, God created the heavens and the earth. It really makes a lot more sense than their nonsense, saying that creation of earth came from some other part of the universe and we're just a little portion of it. Through a vacuous freaking coalescence of molecules and shit. I mean, it really doesn't make any sense at all. This is the shut up Helio part.
Oh man, I'm too tired to say shut up.
So, in that case, I'm going to play another Helio song.
Do it.
You assholes. I fucking love you. You guys know you love this song. Hold on.
Man, it better be the one it better be my favorite one.
Well, I mean, if you have a recommendation, we can do that. I was going to play Taking Your Globe, but if you want the Queensryche one.
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one.
You want the Queensryche one? I played that one last night.
What's some of the lyrics?
Lies that you knew not see. Or bam, bam, bam. Thought globe earth was only the flat earth was only true in fairy tales. Remember that one? That was a good one. Or wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. All right, so none of those are your favorite. You don't recognize one of them?
I think I heard the one that you said it was the Queensryche one.
Yeah, Queensryche is the lies that you do not see. Boom, bam, dim, dim, dim. I must now tell you why. As you awaken from this global lie.
Oh man, bro. We gotta do a remix of the Monsters Loose from Meatloaf with the Black Swans Loose, and now you have to choose between the horizon and your refracted light.
You're gonna have to write the lyrics and then you might be able to do it. And I like Meatloaf. I mean, he's always been just a fascinating character in the rock scene, right? It's just like there's a reason that everyone loves Meatloaf. Never gave him shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, that song is very epic.
That's just like.
Send it to me. The album was called The Monsters Loose. I can't remember. Hold on, I'll look.
I freaking love Meatloaf. I mean, it's just like.
Dude, it slaps.
He's like the Jack Black of real metal. You know what I mean? You know what? I don't know if that makes any sense. It's just like Meatloaf is so fucking serious, but it's just like he's like an opera of. I mean, it's just like the comedy and metal, but it's not comedy. It's just like performance art.
It is.
I mean, it's kind of reminds me of like some Alice Cooper kind of thing, and I think he was inspired by Alice Cooper. And it's just like, dude, freaking Meatloaf was the shit.
Oh man, it's got a music video. I didn't know it had a music video. It's got an anime music video to it. Sweet, bro. You know, like you remember what was it called? Like Fire and Ice and Heavy Metal. I like the swords and whatever animation.
I don't know about that one. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if we don't do a Meatloaf parody, that would be fun.
Oh yeah, dude, I gotta watch this. Yep, it is, dude. You gotta. I'll send you this one. This is the one, dude.
I love Meatloaf. I just love his spirit. He's like operatic, but it's rock style. You know what I mean? He's just like, oh,
yeah. This song is it, bro. You're gonna love it.
All right, cool. Meatloaf is the bomb, bro.
Send you this one. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put it right in the live stream. Text chat, y'all, so other people can check it out, y'all.
We'll be playing any Meatloaf on here, but
no.
Let's check it out.
We won't be baking any meatloaf either.
Well, I'll be baking some meatloaf sometime. I know how to make meatloaf.
I bake that loaf.
I'll bake that beef loaf. You know what I'm saying?
I rinse
I can even make it with pork. I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? It's just a meatloaf.
As long as it's meat.
Yeah, you got some meat. You put some breadcrumbs in that shit. You squish it all together. Put some spices and some ketchup on top. Yeah, roast it. Bitch. The monster is loose. I used to think Meatloaf was so freaking cheesy, but when you really look at his style, it's just like, I was cheesy on purpose, asshole. That's what I was doing. Don't you realize? And once I figured that, I was just like, man, you're the fucking master.
Dude, so we got to make a song, The Ballad of... All right, so who is that guy? Give me a second. I got to remember his name. What's his name? Kosho. The Ballad of Kosho.
The Ballad of Kosho.
Yeah, song 2, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Because he had this girl and he used to, cry.
Do anything for the globe. but I won't do that.
Yeah, but I was gonna say we'd say he would do anything for love, but he won't go flat.
But I won't go flat.
Yeah, because he had this chick, and she basically broke up with him because he wanted to stay global.
Oh, that was Kosha. Well, I mean, should we take the piss out of Kosha or give him any attention at all? I mean, let's just do a general idea about the globe versus flat, and then just make a general right thing.
Yeah.
And I would do anything for the globe, but I won't do that. I would do anything for the globe. Sorry, guys. Is that loud? I'm kind of close to my mic. I mean, I can get really close to my mic and make it really loud, but I won't. Anything you've been dreaming of, but I just won't do that.
Man, you got to listen to that Meatloaf song. You got to crank it. You got to crank it, though, man.
Yeah.
Your first time you listen to it, you got to crank it.
Every time I listen to music, I turn it all the way up. All the way. I turn it to 11. No, you know what that reference is, right? 11. Now I can't even fucking remember what it is. It's
Spinal Tap.
Yeah, Spinal Tap. Yeah. I turn it to 11 every fucking time I listen to a rock song. I can't even fucking hear it unless I listen to it on 11. So,
I would do anything for love. Even lie about NASA. Tell the truth, I won't do that.
There you go. Eli, man, bringing it in. That's what's up, man. That's freaking badass. Fuck yeah, bro. That's a good song, ain't it, Eli?
Yeah, I love that song, man. It's one of my favorites.
It's just like some people take the piss out of Meatloaf sometimes, but I've never actually seen a real like rock like in the area. It was just like either they ignore Meatloaf or they love him. So if Meatloaf, which I think he's dead now, but if back in the day, it was just like you're either gonna love him or you hate him. But I don't know any freaking Meatloaf haters. It's because he's like it's just like but how can you hate Meatloaf for writing a song like that? And I would do anything for love. How could you hate somebody like that? It's just like, it seems cheesy, but at the same time, it's just, it's gumption. Gumption. Gumption, bro. But I won't. I saw a post the other day. Someone's like, well, what won't do that? Well, I guess it could be anything, right? If you're in love with someone and you're like, and they ask you to do something, well, it's like, I would do anything for love for you, but if you say something crazy, I love you, but I just won't do it. I don't know. There was a whole group of people saying, "Oh, well, I won't do that." Well, what won't you do? It's like, oh, if I love somebody, I might not do this or that. I love that about the brilliance of that song. But I won't do that. This is like that meaning what? But that's between the persons in love, right? Like, but I won't do that. Like, so you won't do what? Well, I don't know. That's between you, the other person. And that's explained throughout the song, you know, with the lyrics. I don't even know if I want to actually make a parody of that song because fucking love that song. I don't want to make a. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. I don't. One, two, three, four. I just love it. Have you guys ever watched Meatloaf live performance? I've never seen him live, but I've watched some live performances on YouTube. Fucking intense, bro. That dude don't play. Him and Alice Cooper. Like, find the link right around Meatloaf.
Yeah, so that one I sent you doesn't actually have the high bitrate audio. So you might want to listen to it from a different source. But it's got the video.
Dude, tell you want some Meatloaf live, you'd be like, God damn. I found a video where he's like 2-hour video of a live stream with him in Sydney, Australia. Boom Shalakla. And Meatloaf. Like nobody's business performing for 2 hours. You won't be able to see anything like that. He's a fucking beast, bro.
Shamrocks and Shenanigans.
There you go. You ever seen that one in Sydney? 2011. You were a young man, bro. Over there in Australia. Down under. Done talking about Meatloaf. He's, as far as, I'm a performer, as far as a singer and performer. I'm a huge fan of Meatloaf, in case you couldn't tell. So anyway, go ahead. We'll continue from there. I'll stop. So where are we now here? I'm not even going to try to attempt any of it. What's the next question?
Oh, we don't really know what killed the dinosaurs after all?
Oh, what killed what dinosaur? What killed what dinosaurs? Oh, the dinosaurs. Oh, where are the dinosaurs? AI, where are they? Or
I don't know, man. But that
I know you don't know, and nobody else does either. I mean, so the dinosaurs exist in people's mind, just like the globe Earth. But if they have evidence for them, it's in museums or whatever. And in my opinion, you don't have to believe me. I'm just some fucking stupid, weird dude on the internet. But if you ask me further about why I don't think dinosaurs, the way that's prescribed, just like the globe Earth and outer space is prescribed, I think that's complete bullshit, nonsense as well. If you're curious, we can spend some time talking. I can tell you exactly why I think it's complete nonsense. And once I show you why I actually know that it's impossible, then you might be able to get a conversation started. And you might even be able to open your mind to the idea that you've been fed a line of bullshit your entire life. But that's up to you. We have this channel here so that you can find us. So when you find your way here and you're trying to convince us of the bullshit claims that we used to believe and we've convinced ourselves through knowledge and understanding, we've convinced ourselves otherwise in many different ways. You'll never be able to take us back, bro. So, I mean, dinosaurs, the stupid dinosaur theory and evolution and the Big Bang, it's just broke. We already know why you believe it. And so that's why you're scared to talk to us. We know exactly why you believe it because we used to believe it. If you have any physical evidence for the outer space theory or the physical idea or the freaking dinosaur model theory or age of Earth and all that kind of stuff, sure, you found the right place to be to talk about age of Earth, outer space, all of these. They aren't necessarily theories. It's what you believe based on what you've been told by these existential freaking weirdo outer space scientists that aren't scientists at all. So why don't you come in here and have an open dialogue with us? We can tell you what we know about ancient history and the short idea of modern science. Which, what I mean by short idea is that it's only a couple of 100 years old at the very most. So they say, oh, well, some people say, hey, Eratosthenes figured this out, 2,500 years ago. No, he didn't. We're talking about, the idea of astrophysics and all that kind of shit. That's a very, very, very modern understanding. Like within less than 100 years old. If you think the Earth is a certain age and humans exist and our consciousness and spirituality or education or whatever, this idea of outer space is a very, very young concept. You should rethink this shit. Peace, AI, man. You get your sleep. I'm not far behind you. But yeah, it's just kind of weird. It's just like people. Hey, and I don't blame them because I was one of. Well, I wasn't always one of them. Even from a little kid, I was like, what? I never bought the evolution theory, even as a little kid. They were like trying to teach me this shit. So I never bought into the evolution idea in the age of our, like, oh, everything happened for. No, I believed in God or the Creator, God. I mean, I call him, the Creator, God. I don't care what you think about how I interpret it, but no, God is the Creator. Boom. I never bought into the evolution idea. Fought that shit when I was in high school. I was like, no, that's nonsense. Always been on the Creator side. When they started telling me about creation happening multiple millions of years ago and stuff, I was just like, to me as a young man, it seemed really weird. I didn't really have a full understanding of it, but and I ain't gonna lie, here's a truthful man. When I saw Kent Hovind explain what I already was, he kind of solidified the idea that I was already thinking of. Now, Kent Hovind, he hates flat Earth, so he's like ball spinning of the rounded universe. So I mean, it's weird. Boy. I've come to the conclusion that Earth is the only place that we should consider that any intelligent life is coming from. We're not seems silly at this point to say, oh, maybe there's planets multiple billions of miles away with people like us. No, it's not. No, it's not. And that's imaginary, like naked freaking spirituality that doesn't exist. And I'm going to tell you right now, real spirituality exists on this earth. They don't want you to know what's going on here. Pay attention to what's right in front of your face. What's going on with your children and what's going on with reality. Pay attention to what's right in front of your face. Don't look to outer space because there is no such thing.
And it will cause emotional damage.
Thank you, brother. I thought I was just on my own. Well, I am on a little rant, but yeah, I mean, this is shit that I've been thinking about for years now. So I appreciate that someone's responding, that's listening to me. Thank you, brother. I mean, it's just like, well, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. No. As far as what I'm saying, as far as the Earth not being a globe in the galaxy, I'm 100% correct about that. You can't change my mind. There's no fucking way. the Earth is something that was created by the Creator. It's not somewhere. It is the only place that is somewhere. Well, now I'm contradicting myself. I'm just talking, man, that's the starting point. Earth, everything else is somewhere. Everything that you might consider that is somewhere is based off of the Earth being somewhere. And I guess if you want to go off the first verse of Genesis, heavens and the earth. So they're symbiotic, right? The heavens and the earth. So the heavens and the earth are somewhere. But if you read the first chapter of Genesis, it explains everything, how it was all formed. And it's the only place that can exist. And of course, a lot of people don't like the Bible. I mean, is that a all right? So the Big Bang is a better creation story. Is that the deal? You know, people think, oh, I want everything to have come from nothing. You know, that's a better story. Okay. Somebody's kitty is meow meow. Anyway, I'm still playing. Bro, this stupid idea of the Earth in the middle of not the middle, or a portion of the Milky Way galaxy, just like flying through the universe. I mean, that should seem silly to most people, I think. But hey, I used to think it was plausible, but I thought it was really true. But yeah, I mean, it actually seems completely silly to me. It's like you're standing on Earth, completely still, but I know for a fact that I'm standing on a globe, spinning around the Milky Way galaxy, spinning around the Earth. Even though it feels like I'm stationary and I can go to the ocean and it looks flat, but it's a globe. And this is the arguments from the Globers. And it seems, to me, it seems silly now, but I used to think that was plausible. But at the same time, where are you? Where are you? Are you on Earth? All of us, everyone that's listening under the sound of my voice, yes, you're on Earth. Are you traveling on this spaceship Earth through the Milky Way galaxy? What percentage of the population, if they were asked that question, what percentage of the population would say yes? I know you guys aren't going to fucking answer, so I would think at least 85% would say yes. Yes, I'm on Earth and I'm traveling through the Milky Way galaxy on Earth. It breaks my heart to think that it would be even more than that. So, anyway.
Look up there. That's the Milky Way galaxy. That's where you live.
How can you live in something you see? Oh, thank God. Is that Timbo?
Yeah, I'm just at work.
Oh God, but it's just like I'm breaking my own heart. So I'm going through my own shit in my brain and thinking it's like, oh man, we're almost fucked, but we're not. We're not. Once you lose heart, you're fucked. But I don't think we're fucked.
Yeah. No, I don't think so, man. I think it's coming good, man.
It's all good.
Can only get better.
Yeah, but then, well, either way, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's just like each one reach one, just like I often talk about it. It's just like, hey, man, why do you? People say, why do you do this? When you obviously wrong. Or like, why do you flat earthers just have links everywhere? It's like, and they attack our channels and stuff, or they just like, hey, what is this? What is this? I mean, they're asking stupid questions, and they actually come in to intentionally get banned because they're rude. It's just like, whoa, hey man, we're talking about the same thing every day.
I think a lot of them. I think a lot of them come in to get banned just so they go, see, they won't even let you discuss things. Flat Earthers just ban you.
And that they're going to go back and tell their friends, well, see, there's no reason to join the server because they're just going to ban you because you disagree. It's like, no, that's not what we're about, bro. We never have been, Timbo. I mean, I don't know how long you've been a part of the server for quite a while. I mean, we're not about that. We actually want people to come in here and we want to meet new people, get their opinions and help them speak their mind. But I mean, shit, it turns into a shit show sometimes. So it's not even. But at the same time, the moderators and other members that have been here for a long time, we just want it to go smooth. We want to have an open dialogue with new people and old people, like old people, not like age, but older members alike, just to keep things smooth, because we do broadcast here on this channel live 24/7. Just keep it, keep it listenable, not a fight. I mean, you've probably heard like flat earthers fighting before, and I've fought with people.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it's just like we try to keep it civil.
Yeah, try to. But what it is, like you hear the conversations that go well. It's with people that come in and they're willing to talk. Then you got people that just come in to talk shit and not talk. They're just waiting their turn, not listening, and then all of a sudden they just start talking again, and they haven't listened to anything what anyone said.
Right. So those are the people that are just waiting. Yeah. That's all right, man, bro. Yeah, Timba, I appreciate your participation on here, man. You've proven yourself here in the past couple of years, so that's freaking cool.
Yeah, you too, man. Like people come in here because of you, like the YouTube stream and everything. It's a big part of it. Everyone appreciates what you do.
Yeah, well, it's a team effort, man. We're all doing this together, to make it the best listening experience for the people that do listen. I mean, we're not the most popular channel on YouTube or anything, but the people
doesn't matter.
The people that do like to listen, they're dedicated, you know. So
it's because people haven't discovered it. That's why. I
That's
reckon
all
if
right.
people
That's all
discovered
right.
it, they'd be listening. You know.
Shit, if we got up to 200 listeners at a time, you know, which I mean, dude, I'll send you some stats, and I'll tell you. I mean, we get matter of fact, since the other channel got kind of shut down, we're starting to build back up. I think we're. Check this out. Hold on. Let me look this up real quick. I think we have nearly 1,000 listeners a day here, which is not a fucking. It's like, who can say that? You know what I mean? It's like, anybody in here have someone. I mean, I'm hosting the channel or producing the channel, but if you can get 1,000 listeners in a day that click on the channel and listen for a little while, or subscribe or like, you know, if you can get 1,000 people every day, that's a lot, man, right? Man. Something wrong with my microphone or something? Check. Okay, I guess there's nothing wrong with my mic. But anyway, I'm gonna post some of the analytics so that the people that are participating here don't get discouraged. We are getting views. Not as big as my last channel, and I'm still working on getting that one back up. So we have kind of a different style as far as the live stream goes. Sort of a different style. We're not like making short videos or whatever and getting like 10, 15,000 views on a certain video. We're just live all the time. And it's sort of a different format. It's like people will jump in, jump out, but every time they jump in, it's counted as a view. So, I'm gonna here YouTube Studio. Damn it! That's why that shit wasn't working. Switch account. So, how many people that are just out there talking shit to us and talking shit in the YouTube chat and all that stuff? Check this out. I'm going to share it on the live stream voice text. Check this out. It's actually encouraging. I haven't even checked it out recently, but check this out. This channel where you're listening now, in the last 28 days, I'm going to send the feed. I'm not even going to say it. You guys have to look at it. I actually thought it was less, but and it was more in the past, but it's pretty steady. because we have a lot of fans, and you guys should be encouraged by it and continue here. Here's the statistics on the live stream voice text. I mean, from the live stream channel. Check this out. Boom, shalak, God damn it. Fucking this up, Helio. Not this time. How many views on this channel in the last 28 days? You see it? You see it? You guys see that? Almost 25,000 views in the last 28 days. How about that? I think that's pretty good. I'm impressed. Fuck yeah. You guys keep doing what you're doing. I'll be the producer in the background. We'll make this shit roll hard, bro. 25,000 views in the last 28 days. Not anybody on YouTube can just jump in there and do it. I'm doing the best I can, especially with the Globers fucking fighting me. I have another channel that I'm trying to get back up that had 3,500 subs. That would be like, some of the views would be double that sometimes, and they freaking fought me, and I'm still trying to get that channel back up. When I get that one back, that's another job. So, bro. So I have, listen, the subscriber, I have like less than 600 subs, 25,000 views in a month. How about that? Everybody knows where you are. You guys keep doing what you're doing. We know what's up. Let me do what I do. You guys do what you do. We're here. Here for each other. People that love Flat Earth or curious, new people, we're doing this all together. All right, so Colors of Country, you can't use your mic. What's the deal? Hold on, let me check this. Oh, you're already flathead. Somebody else can help you with the mic issue. That's the stats on this, 600 subscriber channel. 25,000 views in a month. Pretty hot, man. And that's y'all. It's not me. I mean, I come on a lot, but not as much as everybody else. Right. It's all of our show. Remember, respect the channel and let's roll with it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna share that in the with the mods too. That's pretty good stats. Ain't gonna lie. Since y'all ain't talking, I'm going to have to subject you to this bullshit nonsense. Well, apparently that didn't work, so I'm going to have to do, him. This is y'all's fault for not talking.
Join in the discussion, and then they run rampant with like different ideas of what they think flat Earth is, mixed in with what it's like. And that's why, like, coming into this forum, a lot of people that have flat Earth tag aren't just flat Earthers. They're like they're still in cognitive dissonance, all that residual baggage from their ideas of like, well, they were lied about the globe. Now they're gonna like know the truth. So all the truth, everything that they hear is gonna be, yeah, that's a possibility. No, it's not. So it's like you can't do that. Like this isn't the like. Well, yeah, you're a flat earther. Cool, bro. Let's think that the Earth is as we have a map of the moon, like on the whole Earth, like that. These ideas, right? Like you can't do that. That's how we got in the mess in the first place. Like making all these assumptions, like that. You cannot do that. You have to just think about things logically, and it is what it is. Like I mean, we're dealing with it on all levels. So just having people like really, and that's why I'm not very liked in this forum when it comes to flat earthers because of that fact. I will always just like listen. Like if it's something that you can verify, you can talk about it in a way that we can all look into it, and that's great. I like it. But when it's something that's speculation, just say, hey, it's my speculation. There's no harm in that. But when you're coming in here as a matter of fact, as a flat earther, then you might end up in a bad way because of that.
I proudly share that judgment with you.
I don't know. I've always expected like this forum was something different, and people even say that this forum is not the same like these other flat earth platforms, and it's not. We've curated it to be what it is. It has painstakingly curated to be this way. People hate this forum if you can't use your speculation as a matter of fact. And they're like, well, I'll go somewhere. Go ahead, man. Like, that's the point.
That's
There's other forums.
There's a time and a place for everything, and the people that have the platform can determine what they want to restrict on their platform. I have no problem with that whatsoever myself. When it comes to especially something like this where you can join and speak and any Joe Blow can show up. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with having some stricter rules, but it's nice to have a place too that if you wanted to get a little deeper with someone that you can go wherever and then talk to them. But again, like you said,
oh look, Mr. Sensible popped in here.
It's funny because there's one of the prevailing worldviews among not just flat earthers but alternative cosmology in general is something that intellectually I'm very on board with, and it's the thing that I come to blows the most with me saying, look, a lot of that speculation, I'm not going to go into what it is, but there are things I believe, but I accept that it's a belief, and I won't insert it into anything I talk about at all.
Exactly.
Because
Meme, I don't know if you know. I don't know, guys. I don't know if you know. We just have Mr. Sensible pop in here. He was on a debate with Witsit. Is he unmuted? Can we unmute that guy, Mr. Sensible?
Do I know Mr. Sensible?
He was on a debate with Witsit. I think Witsit had a debate with him and Conspiracy Cats.
Okay.
Is he? Let's see, what roles does he have? Because if you're in this VC, we do want to talk to you. So go ahead and open up your mic if you got. If not, let me see if I can give you a role. Oh, he doesn't have any. Okay. All right, I just unmuted you. If you are who I think you are, you don't need any introduction. You can go ahead and speak if you want. Mr. Sensible, are you there? Hello? You are muted. You have control of your mic.
All right, then keep your secrets.
All right, keep your secrets. I went ahead and gave him VC verified in case it's.
Thanks, man.
Done with him.
Oh man, I might get up my good microphone. This might be interesting, and it might not. Mr. Sensible, are you there? You could bring it back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I've got some issues trying to get my setup working. My screen's not working. You guys carry on. I'll jump in a few minutes if that's all right.
That's all right.
Okay, cool.
Hey, by the way, before you come back again, you are the Mr. Sensible that has had a debate with Witsit, right? Just to be sure.
I just lost the sound then. I heard you saying, am I that Mr. Sensible who had that debate with Witsit? Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, good. We can just label him Globe Earther then, Meme.
Okay.
He's good to go.
No problem. Manage.
Yeah, I think I'm all sorted now.
Any other
Before he
tags?
starts talking, I want to make sure it's a one-on-one and a civil conversation. You guys know the drill. Sorry, go ahead, man.
It's. I mean, yeah, it's an open forum. You guys can chime in, but yeah, this is Mr. Sensible, the guy who had the debate with Witsit. So I guess if you wanted to talk to him about that specific thing, or I don't know, maybe if you want to say something, Mr. Sensible, it's up to you. But we already know your position. But if you want to state it for us, why do you think the Earth is what it is, and what evidence do you have to back that up? So that's usually our introduction for everyone. So you're no different, getting no special treatment or anything. It's just how we operate this forum. So if you just want to give us a rundown of what you think the Earth is and why. Your position, basically. So everybody here knows who doesn't know you.
Well, basically, I was just trawling around, and I just saw that I had the 24/7 Discord link on my set of links, and I just thought, oh, I'll have a listen, see what they're talking about. That's all. Yeah, standard globe position. The prevailing view of how the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy is understood to be and understood to behave. All that you would expect from a globie.
Could I ask kind of a cognitive question?
Ask away.
Sure. If I were to ask you, how do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy, what would your answer be?
How do I know that we're in a galaxy?
How do you know for certain that you're in a galaxy?
Well, we can see the what do you call it? The Milky Way, which is looking across the cross section, the flat cross section of the galaxy, and we can see all the other galaxies, stars that we can see are all in galaxies. I didn't realise that was contentious at all.
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Great Rift, right?
Well, isn't the Great Rift one of the gaps between arms of the galaxy? We can see the dust clouds and the band of stars of the Milky Way as we look towards galactic central.
Sorry, I got a spam call right then. If you never looked in the mirror, would you ever know what you look like?
Well, I guess there's other ways. Look at reflection in water or something.
Well, I mean, if you didn't
but you can see all the other people. You could feel your face, and you know that you're going to generally look the same. You can see that everyone has subtle differences, or differences to a greater or lesser extent. But you're going to feel that you've got a nose, a mouth, a chin, ears, and so on.
Don't you have to first assume that you're in a galaxy to say that you look like the other galaxies?
I guess so. Why would you? Why? I mean, the alternative. No. I mean, it's just a nice chat. No, you're not having a go. That's fine. But to assume otherwise would be to assume that we're different than all the other solar systems, that we're special in some way.
Okay. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on it.
Hey, Mr. Sensible, do you think that we have to imply, or implore, I should say, leaps of logic when we think about the Earth being a globe?
Do we have to? Do we have to take leaps of logic? Did you say?
Yes, to implore that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think so. But when we look at the other planets in the solar system, we can see that they're all spheres. I can understand if you were sort of created. This is day one. You walk out. A good starting place would be it's a flat surface. That would be a reasonable first assumption until we investigate further.
I wonder if CB, if you have that clip of Michio Kaku, just for Mr. Sensible's sake. I don't know if he's heard
science,
this or not.
we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Sorry, what field is this?
Oh, Michio Kaku. You don't know who he is? Is he something?
Is that him you were playing? Sorry, that was it. I thought that was someone else on the in the Discord talking.
No, that's Michio Kaku.
Michio Kaku, yeah. Yeah, he's a cosmologist, isn't he?
Well,
yeah, and astrophysicist.
He's well known.
Yeah. No, I know of him.
But I wouldn't say he's somebody to take lightly in the community of people speaking about what like the cosmos is. So he's not somebody to be discredited, is what I would say. He is somebody well within the realm of a respectable, credited person to say he's a science communicator. Let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that being the case, he's also saying what it is, how they think about the universe and such. So from this coming from just like, hey man, this is what this guy is saying. What do you think about it? Because obviously it sounded like at the beginning when I asked you the question, you said something opposite to what Michio Kaku said, which sounds like you're in disagreement with him. You can't be in agreement with him because you already stated that you're not. So I just want to make sure that the audience that we have understands that the position you have from the position he has, and let's say, I don't know what credentials you have, or if you have any, or if you don't. But the thing is, you're saying one thing, he's saying another. And that's interesting. Right? I mean, not if you don't think it is.
Well, I mean, if he's talking about cosmology, they can't use the scientific method like you can with, I don't know, chemistry, and you can mix certain chemicals, heat them, do whatever, try it again and again and again, repeat it like that. But they come up with thoughts and then look for evidence to try and support them, but it's not that sort of science. They can't carry out those reproducible
what sort of science is that, though? I'm trying to figure out what sort of science is where you implore thoughts in your. It's just like guesswork. It's what he said, right?
Any science starts off with a guess, though, doesn't it? If I had, go on.
Real science,
right?
Real science first up starts off with an observation of physical reality, and where you're observing the effect of something. The guess always comes from what have I observed in order to be able to guess what I can vary in order to prove a cause. That's hard science. So it requires an experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, with cosmology, you're observing something and trying to come up with an explanation.
But that's just
with many aspects, it's going to be hard to come up with an independent variable to manipulate. With some, not so. For instance, like distance to the nearest stars, we can use parallax over 6 months, the parallax from the position of the Earth, and see the change in the apparent position of the star against the background star. Background stars to work out a distance. So with that, there is an experiment you can do. With other things, maybe not so much.
What experiment are you referring to?
Well, I'm saying with some of the nearest stars, to work out the distance to them, if you take an image of those stars, let's say in January, and you can see it against the background and surrounding stars, you look at the same star 6 months later, it will have apparently moved against that background of stars. You formed a triangle with the baseline being the orbit of the Earth.
So what you're saying is the stars move.
Stars do move.
Wait. Baseline with how the Earth moves? Is that what you said? Because at the end of that, you said the baseline is that the Earth moves. Is that correct? Like I'm just
we've moved 6 months around our orbit, so from one side of the sun through to the other side of the sun. So that's half the orbit around. So if you drew a line between the two positions through the sun, that's the base of your triangle. Looking at the star, it is the peak of the triangle. But looking along those two viewpoints, you can see its apparent position has shifted against the background stars.
All right,
just like holding your finger in front of your face and closing one eye and then the other eye. Yeah, parallax.
Parallax. We are fully aware of parallax. But for those who don't know what parallax is, maybe you just want to go into that a little bit before I even I don't want to address it yet, because maybe parallax is alien to people at the moment. But if you want to tell them what parallax is and why you're using it in this context, that would be great.
Well, take an example. If you stood looking at a tree with a range of mountains off in the distance, you can see that tree, let's say, is dead in line with the peak of one of those mountains. You move a distance to the left or the right, look at that tree again, it will no longer be lined up with the peak of that mountain. That is parallax. Simple as that.
Pretty easy to grasp onto if you guys don't know what parallax is, but just for your sake, I wanted him to just kind of explain why he thinks parallax is relevant to this specific topic, and also to get into
in my example, the star that we're looking at is that tree. Our baseline, our two positions are the position of the Earth in January, the position of the Earth in June, and that star is no longer lined up with the same background stars it was, just like the tree is no longer lined up with the peak of that mountain.
It's like
so simple trigonometry, then you can calculate the distance.
Right. So simple trigonometry. But before we get into because I do want to talk about that a little bit. Andy, hold my beer, is here. He was listening to a debate that you had with Sid, and he was on edge as to how come somebody was so blatantly ignorant to the fact that the Earth isn't what they're saying it is, right? Being that it's a globe that it shouldn't be, right? So he's taken a very staunch position, and you just made him more dug into the fact that he now is solidified as someone who's going to now bring forth the case for flat Earth. But my thing is this, right? Because I know that, and I'm just saying that because I'm saying hello to Andy, who's who came in here pretty fired up because of the fact that he was listening to you and was it Conspiracy Cats? I would say
it was myself and Conspiracy Cats. But what is it that's got Andy? What's it that's got Andy fired up then?
I'll let Andy speak. Andy, before we get into Mr. Sensible's kind of discussion of the cosmos, I wanted you to just kind of, if you had a little piece here to say about why you felt that conversation went in a bad way while you're listening to it. Can kind of give them a little bit of like what we hear on the critiquing side of like what you thought was going on with that. I'm putting Andy on the spot here, guys. You don't have to chime in if you don't want, though, but it's up to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just woke up though, guys. So, yeah, give me a sec. I need at least 10 cups of tea. Yeah, no, I watched that debate and I just got annoyed because it seemed like one side were lying quite a lot, and especially this Kat's character. I don't know. I just didn't like the debate tactics as well. And what the hell was he doing with this statement? Like, oh, this is what he's going to do, and he's going to make these, sound fancy and say these fancy words. And what was he doing? Why the tactics? It just really got to me.
Are you talking about his thing about predicting the future? Or he was a time traveller?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was fun. It was pointing out.
Fun?
Yeah. He was pointing out that it was absolutely known what would happen. That Whitsitt would not produce actual evidence. But I mean, you'd have to take that up with Cats if you wanted to take it up. You know what I mean? I can only really speak for myself. Oh, by the way, I didn't say hello, guys.
I just sound like the usual stuff for you guys. Just ad homs before everything was said.
But I didn't ad hom. I showed. I'm going to struggle to remember what evidences I showed. I showed the thing about neutron detectors detecting the sun from around a mile underground, and they do most of their detection during the night when the sun's on the other side of the Earth, and you can see the direction the neutrons are coming from, which would be impossible on a flat Earth. The next evidence I gave were the tow tanks that they use for modelling ship hulls and so on. I used the Southampton, I think it's called Bouldra Wood tow tank, about 138 metres long, and it's got rails for the gantry to roll along. And they have to be I'll just finish off. They have to be perfectly level, and that is a curve, and it took 2 weeks for it to be adjusted. There's a hump, if you like, of 0.6 millimeters over the length of the 138 meters. And I can't remember what my third the third one was wasn't it my Mage balloon? Can't remember.
Well, where's that hump at the Suez Canal?
Yeah, I think Mimas wanted to jump in here real quick, and I still haven't addressed Mr. Sensible.
I mean, I don't think metal warping in a poorly built ship is proof of something.
No, that's not what it is. They got a tank of water, 138 meters long, and they tow a model along it to see how it reacts, because it's got a wave maker in it as well, to see how the ship's body would react in the water. Now that tank has to hold the model ship without pushing it down, without pulling it out of the water. So it has to be freely moving. So it has to remain the same distance above the surface of the water. The gantry runs on rails, which must maintain the same distance above the water level along the entire length. And once those rails are adjusted for that, there's a 0.6 millimeter hump, if you like, along the entire length, because
so in
the water. 138 meters.
And 0.6 millimeters?
Yes.
0.6 millimeters. Okay.
Yes.
That's
not much.
That's within the margin of error for anything, though, isn't it?
They use a microscope and a pin breaking the surface of the water, or just not breaking the surface of the water. And I think there's about 400. You know, like on a railway where you get the metal clamps that hold the rail to the sleeper.
Yeah.
There are about 400 equivalent clamps like that had to be adjusted to make sure the rail didn't lift or sink down towards the surface of the water to maintain a perfect level distance above the surface of the water.
Okay, so I do have a question then. So there was a hump of this this metal. Was there a hump in the water?
Yes.
Do you have paperwork for the hump in the water? Or
Sorry,
just in the rail?
do I have what?
Do you have the documentation for the hump in the water or the hump in the rail?
I can post a link to that if you wish.
Sure.
You have to give me a minute. So carry on. I'll.
Yeah, we're gonna put a pin on a specific discussion that we had about the cosmos in order for you to address this specific one. But we'll get back to that other one. I think it's important. Once you finish up with this one and we tidy up a bit on this, and then we'll move forward to that one.
I don't know where you want me to post this. Just in the lobby.
No. Okay, so you're new to this forum, correct?
Yeah.
What you have to do is go to the live stream voice text, which is above the
Got it. Yes.
The one here. So.
Okay.
You should have perms. Yeah, you have perms.
Yeah.
Does you have any perms too, or is it just links?
Do I have what?
Let's see. Can you post an image? I think
he can't. He need image embed role.
Let me give him that.
Right. Well, that's the link to the website. I'm just trying to find the actual.
No, you have to be able to post images as well, so that everybody can see anything that you want to present. 1 second. And by the way, I'm gonna preface this sensible, because things in here. This is like a very much intellectual forum, so you're not gonna get what you get from other places. This is gonna be really. I think it's really hard for globe earthers to be in here that take a staunch position. So, I would say fasten your seatbelt, because Kansas is going bye-bye in a moment. So I just want you to be fully aware of where you're at. This isn't like a debate. This isn't a debate forum like you're used to. I would say this is way, way, way different. And I just say, just be in here. Don't get scared. Don't, if you have somebody else you want to bring in that's a friend of yours or whatever, that's great. If you want to have a buddy, because this isn't like for flat earthers. This is not even a great place to be if you're speculative, I would say. Flat Earth or globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Like, this is an intellectual forum, so you will be called out on a lot of stuff if you don't have any evidence. So we're going to get down to the nuts and bolts of why you think what you think, the psychology behind it, and all the things that are good for us to know when we investigate. So that's one of the, I just want to preface it with that. So that's what this forum is. Just to be fully aware. And we're going to address each point, make sure each point is thorough. We're not going to go skip off and scattergun you with a bunch of questions. We'll let every person that comes in finish their point, and we'll move off to the next person. We're not going to have a dog pile. It's not how this works. So if you're in this forum, you've been in here with me, you know that's the way I run things. Don't dog pile, Mr. Sensible. Let the person who's speaking finish their point, and then allow the other person to come in with another point. If you do start to dogpile, I will mute you. So don't do that.
Hey, Mickey, I'm gonna have to run for a little bit, but it's in your hands.
I got you, bro.
Well, I just posted a couple of images of the ones of the tank, and the second one is more details of the rails with those adjustable clamps on. I can't find the direct link to the document so I'm still looking for that.
No worries. Whenever you get them.
Yep.
I have a quick crack at this math here. 138 meters, 414 feet, approximately a 13th of a mile. Looking for around 0.61 inches bend. And you're talking about a half of a business card. You're very polite, by the way. I must compliment you, sir.
Oh, thank you. I don't have a problem with chatting to anyone. There's no point in just slagging people off, is there?
Well, it's the nature of the beast, Mr. Sensible. And as you can see, both positions are pretty upset about each other. So it comes with the territory. So the thing is, it should be expected on either side. And with that, with this forum, however, I run a tight ship, so I don't allow just the dogpile. Everything has to happen in an organized fashion, and people coming through are going to address you one at a time, and they're going to fully go through whatever they want. And we can have people that support what they're saying. They can pop in there and support what they're saying. There's nothing wrong with that. You can have somebody on your side come in there, pop in and support your side. That's how this works. But we will get through every topic thoroughly. There isn't anything we're going to leave up for questions. There isn't. We go through everything as much as we can thoroughly with everyone. So we want to allow the person who's speaking with you go ahead and finish what they're saying. And guys, remember, if you're done, just say, I'm done. Anybody else can chime in. So we won't know that you have another point coming up.
I'm good. You can go on. I just wanted to establish that math for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in and have a conversation with Mr. Sensible? Other than if nobody does, then I have a point to bring about the cosmos. So I'll wait, you guys, if you want to speak with him. He's the guy, if you guys may or may not know, had a debate with Witsit. Him and Conspiracy Cats went a 2-on-1, I think, or 2-on-2. I don't know who else.
It was supposed to be 2-on-2, but the other one was Brian Leakey. So
that's right. He didn't really like that. Anyway, but that's neither here nor there. We want to know if you have any questions about what Mr. Sensible is thinking about. He's very much in the position that the Earth is a globe. The evidence speaks for itself, according to him. So this is your time, guys. If you wanted to speak to somebody who's in a position that thinks the Earth is a globe.
Really, I have a really quick question, Miggy. Real quick question. After getting smoked in a debate, how are you still a globe earther?
Smoked in the debate? Which debate was that?
Any debate with Witsit in it?
No. Witsit is rather famous for his word salad. He spouts lots of stuff. He did not address the toe tank. He did not address the neutrino detector. And I have posted those couple of images. I posted the link, and I'm just about to post a screen capture of the relevant part of that document. Here we go. This is the bit that says about the hump, if you like. I don't know. Is that come through okay? Can you all see that? Oh. Yeah, there we go. The rails must be aligned vertically to follow the curvature of the Earth horizontally and in roll. In Southampton, the sagittor for an east-west oriented tank of 138 meters is about 0.6 millimeter. And the top faces of the rails must be level, that's to the surface of the water, within 0.1 millimeter over their length. So that's where I got the figures from Southampton University, okay?
Do you have any idea of... So you're saying this university says that the water is bending?
Yes, they got the rails. The rails could be adjusted slightly up, slightly down, based on those red sole plates that are in the images that I posted above, and to maintain a perfect height above the surface of the water. Once you have that, so they're all at the top of the rail along its entire length is exactly to within 0.1 millimeter, the same height above the surface of the water, then that rail has a curve of about 0.6 millimeters over its entire length.
So we really can't use the rail. What are the rails used for?
That kind of proves that the water is flat, though.
The rails are used for that gantry. Can you not see the gantry?
I know, but the rails are kind of irrelevant because they're built, right? They're not what's level.
Yes,
they are. That's an instrumental error.
No.
User error.
They build the concrete walls of the tank, obviously as level as they can. They actually let it settle, I think, for a number of months. And then with all those red sole plates, the rails are mounted. Now, of course, just mounting them is not going to be that accurate. They are then adjusted to make sure they maintain the same level above the surface of the water.
Right.
So they follow the surface of the water. So if the water was absolutely flat, then the rail would be absolutely flat.
So
Since
they measured up from the surface. They measured up from the surface of the water, and you're talking about a 0.6 of a millimeter variance.
Yes.
Okay.
They used a microscope. They used a microscope showing a needle pressing against the surface tension of the water.
Right. So when I go to a machine shop and have them bore out a motor and they have an error, that never happens?
Thank you. I'm a machinist.
How have you? How have you taken into the mechanical variables? How have you excluded them? How have you accounted for them?
How do you exclude metal expanding and contracting under stress and heat?
When they did that, they could not, and in fact, it says in this document that I linked to, they couldn't even use a laser because of refraction. That's how accurate they had to be. So they're going to use accurate instrumentation. It was had to be the same person had to make the adjustments along the entire length, so that he would be making exactly the same adjustment. Because if they change to someone else, they'll see it slightly differently.
So how would you account for his error then?
Well, I mean, you can read the document. I mean, that's the information I have. They used a microscope and a needle against the surface of the water.
I know that.
And adjusted it so it's the same at every sole plate.
I've done the geodetic robotic systems because I do surveying and stuff. This is not perfect equipment.
Oh no! And it even says they're allowing for an error of 0.1 millimeters. Remember, they're looking through a microscope when they do it, but 0.1 millimeters. They can't get more accurate than that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're nailing it.
Well, they're within 0.1, and that ends up giving you a curve of 0.6 over the 138 meters.
0.6 sounds like they were off somewhere.
Yeah, it sounds like they were off. That sounds like user error to me.
Well, you'll have to take that up with the university. This isn't me making a claim. This is a university.
Know, isn't there a better claim, like you have a natural body of water that you can look over and shouldn't see buildings on the other side or something? Something a little more than this very small margin of error.
Right. Well, we always hear about the whole thing about ships disappearing or wind turbines getting sort of chopped off, or Chicago skyline and things like that, which is all out in the natural environment. You've got temperature variations, you've got air density variations, and so on. Here is another example to illustrate the same thing. The tanks are actually built and have to allow for the curvature of the Earth.
Well,
thus demonstrating that
they don't have to allow for the curvature of the Earth at all.
Well, they're allowing for the curvature of the water caused by because the surface of the water is following the gravitational equipotential, i.e., maintaining the same distance from the centre of the Earth.
Here, let's look at this document.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. I've got it in front of me as well.
Can you?
It's not very long, by the way.
They accounted. Can you find the part where they accounted for the gravitational pull?
Well, that screen capture I gave is on page 3 of the document.
You just post the whole document, just a link to it. That'd be fine.
I did, didn't I? Let me try again.
No, you posted a link to the website.
Oh, there's the document. And this will be the same with all tow tanks. It's just the one that I used in a couple of debates. And as I said, it's on page 3, and it's the bottom left couple of paragraphs. Sorry, page 2, beg your pardon, page 2.
Okay, that's page 2.
And Dave Hinkle, I didn't say tow tags, I said tow tanks. TANKS.
The Australian Maritime College tank staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Sounds like the concrete expanded.
Yeah. Because, I
this is indoors. I mean, it's not going to be massive, massive variations in temperature.
Sorry. concrete.
I've done infrastructure concrete for many years for cities and the military. I've done military projects and infrastructure projects, and I've done surveying for them. I know what I'm talking about here. Concrete expands and contracts. It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Of course it does. That's why you have expansion joints in long runs of concrete.
Exactly.
Of course.
You just said it. Expansion joints.
Yeah, expansion joint, and they're there because it flexes and expands and contracts. Even 5 years after you build a building, it can change. Now, it's a microscopic change almost. You wouldn't be able to see it with your eye, but it says right here that one of the tanks they filled had a 1.2 millimeter variance, which is over double.
Hold on. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at page 2 where it says the staff measured deflections of up to 1.2 millimeters in the rail alignment within 12 months of filling the tank.
Concrete. Is that the concrete should be allowed to settle? Yes.
There are two things involved: the mounting and the concrete and the metal. So there's a couple factors.
So yeah, they got deflections within 12 months, didn't they? And then looking down, so the tank was filled in June 2015. Alignment started in January 2016 to allow time for the concrete to settle.
Yeah.
Okay, may I? A half inch or something, you'd start to concern me, and I would be looking into this. Other than that, I have to question also this test that they're doing with model boats on this little canal, if you will. What's with the high precision rate here for something that's going to be buoyant, if you will?
Because the model of the ship, let me see if I think is there any images there of it? I don't. Well, at the bottom you can see a model of a ship. It's actually suspended below a gantry which runs along those rails, so it's got all the monitoring equipment on it, and I think it goes up to 10 meters per second. It goes quite quickly anyway, but you don't want it pushing that model down into the water or pulling it out of the water, because that will affect the readings. I'm sorry?
I can understand quarter inch or more. I can understand that would be a variable. But honestly, we're talking about a test here. This isn't like absolute precision machinery. There's a lot more things in this world that are machined with higher precision. So to me, that test, that's as accurate as you're ever going to get, even if you did have up to a millimeter or more variance. That's dead level as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, I've just also seen on that page that we're looking at, page 2, on the right-hand side, just above the photograph, it says the vertical alignment of the South Rail was checked in 20 spots in June 2016. So that was 6 months later, and it showed that the concrete had not moved during that period. So, I mean, they allowed for any settling and whatever before they adjusted the rail, and checked it 6 months later and it hadn't moved.
Sorry, guys, I'm speechless. Go ahead. I mean, to me, that's level, dude.
Yes, it is level. It is level, and level is a curve. Absolutely.
Wow. At least you got your saying that on boys.
You say it with such gusto.
Again, I'm gonna have to go find this fellow I used to know that was into the construction equipment and
level
was a high-end guy.
Level as defined by academics is not real level, because those of us who build things know what level actually is.
What size things do you build?
I did a 1.5 million square foot warehouse for the military. They never accounted for anything. They never account for anything. Linear lines, every direction.
Hilti makes a laser level 75,000 feet. So,
and you can go to the tool shop, buy a tool called a level that comes in all different lengths, and it has 2 mediums in it. It has a gas medium, and it has a fluid medium inside of the canister, and it shows you what level it is. So I'm trying to figure out how you build words into a definition that actually try to find the base of a tool.
Because in recent history, they've tried to change the definition of level because of this argument. That's not an excuse for the fact that level has always meant
Right,
level.
and my point is, no matter how many words and word salad you can throw at me trying to tell me that curved is built into the definition of level, I'm going to tell you I'm going to go buy a tool called a level with a capital L, and I'll smack you over the head with it, because there's no amount of words that you can do to cover up the observation of a level with a tool called a level. Like, that's a bullshit.
Right. If you're talking about talking about a spirit level or a laser level,
No, I'm talking about a level. Capital Level. If I'm going to build a deck, if I'm going to hang a TV, if I'm going to interact with the surface to ascertain whether or not it's level and make sure that the stuff I'm building is level, I'm going to use a level. Right?
Yeah,
now, you're not going to appeal to the definition that they revised recently to tell me that there's curve built into your idea of level. That's bullshit and a fallacy on its face.
No.
Yes,
Level
yes, it
is the same distance above. So if the surface is curving, if you took
Hold on. Do you have validation? Do you have validation of a curving surface, though? Do you have validation?
No,
of a curving surface?
I'm giving an explanation of what I mean by level. If let's say you had a very large sphere.
Hold on, I'm stopping you because we already know that definition because we hear it all the time. No, that is not.
Yeah,
what
but it's not.
About. We are diametrically opposed to that interpretation of what level is. That's
So
not.
if you're just talking,
and the point with, hold on a second here, the point with everything that's being
unfalsifiable.
noted.
If you hold on now. If you claim that level and curved are the same thing, and you're just measuring up from two spots, so level will always look curved, that's unfalsifiable. That is literally unfalsifiable. We can
actually
dismiss
no, it
out of
isn't.
hand.
No,
it is
no, it isn't.
unfalsifiable.
What you're talking about is horizontal. What you're talking about is horizontal, as in 90 degrees from plumb.
90 degrees perpendicular to plumb.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I dropped a plumb line, 90 degrees from that is horizontal. If I was hanging a TV or something that you suggested a little while ago, then yeah, you'd use a spirit level or whatever, because you don't have to take curve into account over that short distance.
Yeah,
if
and over
a distance away, a long distance away, you take another plumb, that will not be parallel to the first plumb.
So you think if you go to a still lake and you put your theodolite up and you're measuring 500 foot across it and you have identical measurements, there's no curvature? Or is the level of that plumb perpendicular straight line that you're running parallel over the lake, is that curving around the lake too?
The perpendicular to plumb is in effect a tangent, isn't it? So if you're on two sides, if you're on two sides of a lake, I think you said 500 meters across, drop two plumbs, and each one you had a 90 degree horizontal to those two plumbs, then they wouldn't be parallel to each other.
They would be.
No, but no, they wouldn't.
And they will be.
And that's why I forget the exact term, but
reality.
It's not
not in the drawing in your head.
No, I am talking about reality. Have you ever seen The Main Surveyor? I forget the term.
I've been on a lake. I'm not delusional enough to think that the water's curving all around me. Have you ever been out on a lake?
Well, that tow tank that I just showed was 138 meters. No, let me finish. I'm responding to your point. That tow tank was 138 meters, and it had a 0.6 millimeter.
Okay,
so over 500 meters, you're only going to have a couple of millimeters. So no, you're not going to see it with the naked eye.
How much? Hold on. How much is 0.6 millimeter? How much
just over half a millimeter.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Half a millimeter.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how small that is?
Yeah. You get two of them in a millimeter.
Okay.
Now, if you're talking about a 500 meter lake, you can imagine that it's going to be, about 4 times that. So about a couple mil.
Hold on. How many millimeters are in an inch? Because we should have 2 inches of curve on that. How many millimeters are in an inch?
It's 2.4. Yes.
So you're off by 25 times. So there's no curve.
I don't really quite follow what you're saying.
Because at 138 meters, you would have about 2 inches of curved earth. You would not have
wouldn't.
point. No, yes, you would.
Sorry, 2 inches at 138 meters.
I'll stop you there. It's 0.615, and if you want to go with your Sagitta, you can half that if you like. But either way, it's either 5/8 of an inch or half of that.
5/8 of an inch. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's still way more than a millimeter, isn't it?
Well, over 138 meters. You're saying that the globe theory, if you like, would predict over half an inch of curve.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the exact calculation.
That's not wrong.
I'm sure that's wrong.
Give him half for a Sagitta. It's still half of 5/8. Go ahead.
Sorry, who go ahead?
No, if let me ask you real quick. If level is curved, is globe flat?
Yeah, we're not gonna skip off. We're gonna stay on this one at the moment. Chad, if you're here, Chad has had studies with mathematics, so he would be the one to actually point it out to you, Mr. Sensible, if you're wrong. And I would say that
your level, our level. Your level's called radial
guys,
level.
Can you hear me? When I'm talking right now, yeah, just allow me to finish because I'm addressing what Mr. Sensible is bringing up here in this forum. So, Chad, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Sensible, if you may or may not know, he's a person who does debates with Flat Earth. So he's done one with Witsit. So not known, but
well, I just put 100.
Sorry, I'm gonna go and let you present the mathematics for that. But we're just gonna go right now based on the mathematics. And there's been a gentleman who chimed in here who was correcting you. You said that's not right. Can you please, guys, go over the math one more time so that way Chad can hear, and at least maybe Chad, if you want to test this, and if it's not what they're saying.
Well, if it's 160 meters, that's 1/10 of a mile, isn't it?
138. I mean, let's call it 150. 150, just to make it.
160 is a good number because it's 1/10 of a mile, isn't it?
Okay, but you're going to be mixing up imperial and metric.
If you're going to haggle over that, I'm not going to bother.
Well, no, there's a big difference between imperial and metric. I just whacked a target distance of 0.138 kilometers, so that's 138 meters, with an eye height of 0 meters into the Earth curve calculator, and it says the target hidden height would be 0.0015 meters. That's using the Earth curve calculator at GitHub.
I don't know if there was going to be a response to that, or if you guys are doing something with what he's saying.
I just said if he's going to haggle over silly numbers, I'm not even going to bother. So,
what am I haggling over? Go on, say it again.
I think Mickey was just trying to give him the floor to speak.
Yeah, I was just giving him the floor, actually. But it seems like we are, I guess, at the end of that point. You guys already said that there's a bit of haggling over the numbers because it seems like there is curvature with what the way you're presenting it, or should be anyway. And there isn't, according to Mr. Sensible, or at least not enough to be detected. Is that correct? Am I getting what you're saying, Sensible? There's too minuscule.
I'm saying if you were looking over a lake 500 meters wide, the amount of curvature is not going to be apparent to your naked eye.
So, well, that's interesting because we got a contradiction here that I'm going to have to point out. But it's too interesting to point that out at the moment. I do want to get back to the cosmology point that we were on. Maybe if everybody's good with this point, if you have anything else to add before I move on. Anyone? We're all good? All right. So going back to the cosmology point you brought up, I told you that it takes leaps of logic according to some astrophysicists, including Michio Kaku, and there was a sound clip of actually him saying so. So it wasn't just me telling you that that's what he said. He actually said that, and I'm pointing it out, which is important, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually look up to science communicators such as him. Therefore, I said, he said leaps of logic, and that's a way that it works for him. You disagreed, however. You said it was actual, we can know things, and he didn't say that. So
we can know some things, other things we can't know for sure.
Okay, I'm going to take us out of the realm of vagueness, which is kind of like what your rebuttal was at. So know some things and not know some things. Okay, so let's put things into the realm of what we know, and I'm going to go ahead and allow you to tell us what give us a few examples, if not one, of what we can know from the cosmology side of things. Go ahead.
Well, this is not any field I'm a specialist in, but we know certain things, like we know the constituent elements of stars using spectroscopy. Sorry, I struggle saying the word spectroscopy.
No, go ahead. Spectroscopy, for sure. Okay, and you say that the way we know those elements is how? Spectroscopy works in a way that, how does it work? First of all, I think using words like these, they're fancy. Some of them are packaged in a way that some other people don't know. The audience sometimes they might be globe Earth proponents and they don't even know what spectroscopy is.
Right. Yeah.
If they're not in this discussion, they won't know. So enlighten people.
Could I just chip in on this one, Miggy? I've got a bit of information on this one.
Absolutely. I just wanted either you or you tell us what spectroscopy is, and it doesn't matter who it comes from.
Just a quick question to Mr. Sensible. When you're looking at spectroscopy of a star, are you seeing what the actual star is made of, or what its atmosphere is made of?
It's light shining through the atmosphere. It's light shining through the atmosphere of the star.
So it's the atmosphere of the star. You're seeing what the constituent.
Yeah, but
not the actual star itself.
Well, the star is a ball of plasma, isn't it, and gas, whatnot, and shining, taking spectrograms of different stars give you different results. But we haven't just to confirm what spectroscopy is. When you take light, you break it up into a rainbow. If that light is shining through a gas, you get what's called Fraunhofer lines, absorption lines, like a barcode, and each element always has the same pattern. So therefore, if you're looking at the light coming from a star, you examine the pattern, the barcodes, if you like, and therefore you can determine what the constituent elements are.
And this is what you said we know, right? We can know something, like we can know this.
Yes, because that's measurable. And if different people took readings of the same star at different times from different locations, they'll get the same Fraunhofer lines, the same patterns.
I think the audience might be a bit confused when it comes to things we know, because in this forum, we like to stand on certainty. And I'm going to sound a bit redundant, but 100% certain, right? So now I'm going to turn it around and ask you, are you 100% certain when you say that the star that you are looking at is made up of the specific element that you say that it is made up of? Go ahead. 100% certain. I'm not saying, now I'm going to phrase it this way, again, redundant. 99.999999999% sure. That's not what I'm talking about.
That would be more accurate, wouldn't it?
Well, no. I'm saying what's accurate is what you are saying, not what we think you're saying. So what are you saying? Tell us directly.
What I'm saying is, if they take a spectrogram of the sun, they can determine the elements that the sun is made of. You take a spectrogram of different stars or galaxies, you can tell the same. You can get the same patterns due to the various elements, so you know the elements.
Hang on, guys. I want to make very clear this before you guys chime in. I want to make this very clear before you chime in, because we get this a lot. So in this forum, you're going to have to tell us, and it sounds redundant, but you have to tell us what percentage that you know that you're certain that element is what you're claiming it is. Now, is it... I'm going to give you two options because it sounds like you agreed with it. 99.99999999999%, or is it 100% sure? Which is, without a shadow of a doubt, all certainty, for sure, it is the element that you're saying. Which one of those two is it?
You'd have to go for the 99.99999 to be honest, because there could always in science, there's a possibility of something else that you're unaware of.
All right.
That is science, isn't it? Which is why the strongest thing is a theory. Because it could always be overturned. However,
it has nothing to do with you, Mr. Sensible, but everybody in here who comes in and says that, I would say they are not certain and they do not know, because it could be, right? What we're doing here is we're analyzing the fact that the people that are saying these things are not sure. So, and you saying that that's the way science works solidifies the understanding that you don't know, because it could be, right, something else. Subjective. It could be.
That's true. That is true across all of science. That's true across all of science. If I take a hammer, I hold it in front of me and drop it or let go of it, it falls to the ground. I have never seen a hammer not fall to the ground, but there is always the possibility of some effect or whatever causing that hammer to not fall directly to the ground. Science, the strongest, as I said, the strongest position you can have is to have a theory made up of facts, but it's always a theory because it could be overturned. We've had theories that have been overturned.
Subjective. So what we understand now from your perspective of what science is basically not knowing things and just guessing. It's guesswork.
It's not guesswork.
Oh, it's guesswork, 100%, Mr. Sensible. And so what I'm pointing out here is the fact that you are giving us guesswork and telling us that it's science. And I totally reject that, because I don't think that people put their... Listen, you might be standing behind this, and what I'm pointing out to you is that the idea that you are actually an advocate for this position, other people who listen are listening as you're making these statements as a matter of fact. Spectroscopy works this way. We look at the stars, therefore it is what we're saying it is. So they are not listening to you as in it's not 99.9999%. There's a sliver of doubt. It could be something else. They're actually looking at it from your standpoint and the way you're saying it as a matter of fact. So they don't understand that. So the confusion happens that person will come in here and tell us things as that they're 100% sure, and you don't know that, because what you're thinking is not being conveyed over to them in the way that I'm telling you now. So now I'm exposing the fact that you are using guesswork, as in what you think the stars are, using spectroscopy, because you admittedly said 99.99% is the most... I guess you can say the trusted way that you guys work, and you guys, and I would say anybody who uses this, right? So now I'm getting to the bit where we're actually exposing the fact that no one knows what they're telling us, because it could be something else, subjective. And that is why everybody who says these things doesn't know what they're saying, and we point it out to them. That's why it's important for you to understand that. There is no debate when it comes to flat earth and globe earth. Why? Because we see the same earth that you do. So the thing that you're seeing, however, is a perspective outside of the one that you're already seeing. So they're telling you a story about what's happening outside of what you already know to be happening. You see the stars, we see the stars. You see the flat level horizon, we see a flat level horizon. There isn't another earth we're speaking of when we talk about flat earth. It is the obvious and self-evident reality in which we all exist in. And this has been the issue with the flat earth, globe earth debate. It seems like we're speaking of two different concepts and everybody's coming at different points, and that is not the case. The case we're trying to point out is the confusion that is happening with the globe earth, that you guys have been believing the guesswork, the 99.9% where there's a little sliver of doubt. That's what you guys are believing is true. We don't have a position.
If I said to you, I've got a lottery ticket here, right? I'll let you have it for $1, and it's a 99.99999% chance you'll win. You would buy that lottery ticket off me. It's not 100% guaranteed, but it's 99.99999.
So are we talking about things we don't know once again, because we don't know, right?
The point
That's what
is,
you're pointing out to me. We don't know. You're pointing out to me the same thing that I'm saying to you. So basically, you're arguing my point, which is what I'm telling you. We don't know. So you're telling me we don't know, but this is our best guess, and you're like, "Oh, it's not our guess."
We're not talking about a guess. We're talking about right. We've got an idea. We've made an observation. We got an idea about what that observation might be showing.
We go numpty, Mr. Sensible. Howdy, y'all. Anybody home? Hello, 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 hello. Oi, 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 Timbo, you there? Damn, you working overnights, Heretic, or what? I'm at work too. I'm just on break though. I didn't know you work nights, bro. That's interesting. Who joined the panel? Someone jumped in? What up, what up?
In the system. They paint me a
They paint me the villain. Yeah, I've been getting a little bit of hate mail, man. From, well, I call it hate mail, but people are not too happy with the way people are reacting to coming to the server. I was going over the 3 points with the new person yesterday, or day before yesterday? I don't know. Conspiracy Music Guru was in here. And I don't know. Just I'm hearing people are saying it's too strict, or I don't know what.
Yeah. 3 point space spin curve. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you're too strict. If anything, I've heard you pull the 3 points like 1,000 times, and you are so nice to them most of the time. Like after you became Mayhem, sure, you don't pull your punches as much. I think maybe they're crying about that.
I think so. Yep. I think that's what it is. It's okay though. There'll be another Mickey to come right along.
Yeah, I'll try to be the soft pillow they land on after you slap them out of the.
There's a meme that I have where the guy's kicking down the door, and it's called Reality, and the guy behind the door gets knocked over. I forgot what movie that comes out in. Pretty funny though. Anyways, what are you doing up so late? Must be super early in the morning for you, huh? If not morning.
4:40 a.m. I'm just having fun. I had a couple of beers, so I'm just chilling.
Couple of beers, dude. What are you? You having a party?
Yeah, I don't have to work anymore, so I can just chill.
Oh my god, you're so lucky. Seriously, Drace. Did you inherit some money, or did you find some buried treasures? What's going on, bro? Like, tell me your secret so I can follow.
I'm just okay right now, so I don't have to work right now, and in the future that might change.
Okay, man. Well, must be nice to be crypto rich. I'm just kidding, bro. Nah, it must feel nice though, not to have to report to work.
Yeah,
I did it for a whole year. So
it is pretty good. I spend a lot of time just researching. That's why I know so much.
Well, as long as you are not irritating Karma, that's okay. For being around so much.
Yeah, she works about half a normal work, like hours or whatever. She works like 4 to 5 hours a day, and when she comes back, I try to like be the pillow she lands on.
Oh yeah, work's rough over there, huh?
Yeah, it can be. It's also just like grandma and mom need help, so I'm just providing all the help I can do.
Grace to the rescue.
Yeah, like someone needs to do it. I'm not gonna send them to an old folks home. No way.
Yeah, don't do that, bro. Those places are really bad.
Yeah, I also just wanna spend time with them. Like Karma's been learning so much about cooking from mom. Like, if we would have sent them to a home, that would have been all lost.
That's good, man. Looks like we got Tanner05 that just joined the chat. So I'm gonna have to get back to work here in just like 5. Well, actually now 3 more minutes. But does Tanner have any roles?
Yeah, he's VC verified, baby.
Yo, Tanner, I just unmuted you, bro. Oh, you're never mind. You're VC verified. What's up, Tanner05? Welcome to the night shift.
What's up?
Well, nothing much, man. Just kicking it like Bruce Lee. Chilling with the Flat Earth family. What you up to, man?
Just playing Destiny 2.
Why are you playing that game? You should be playing Lost Ark.
Never heard of that game.
That's the best game ever, bro. Or Warframe. Either one of those.
No, Destiny 2 is better than Warframe. Come on now.
Alright, now I might have to get rid of you just simply because of that. No, I'm just kidding.
Wow. The Warframe is just too broken. There's no, like, good balancing in there.
Dude, it's all about the OP, bro. All about the OP. I got a Scythe in there that just kills everything in like one swipe. So freaking awesome.
It's just too broken.
Yeah, I know. I have just like a 8-year-old account, so can't get rid of it. Anyway, I'm gonna have to be getting back to work, but Drace is here, and he'll help you with all your globe troubles. You know, you can cry on his shoulder if you need to or whatever. Just kidding.
Oh.
Yeah, I won't be staying very long, but yeah, please go on ahead. Tell me all your problems.
Or Timbo. Timbo's here. He's from Australia. Somewhere. Anyways, I got a jet. But I'll be listening.
So, what are your ideas about the shape of the Earth? So, Tanner, is the Earth a sphere or is it flat? What are your ideas?
I don't know. I just came here to listen because I was bored. I'm just more like in the middle, you know?
So you just don't know, you didn't get educated like the rest of us, you didn't hear the globe model like everybody else?
I didn't hear you, sorry, my audio is a little low.
So, you didn't believe in the globe model at all?
I did as a kid, of course.
What made you question the globe model?
Guess I don't like circles.
So you don't like circles, and that's why the globe... What?
Well, it's just like not natural, you know? It doesn't feel natural.
Yeah, I don't. That's a naturalist fallacy. That's not logical. Do you have any logical arguments for this?
No, that's why I come here to listen. You know, just to like get talking points.
It's all good. It's all good. I highly recommend listening and getting a feel for the room just to understand what's happening and how things operate.
Okay.
So, is there anything that makes you think that the globe could be true?
I guess there's been like a lot of, you know, like everybody is backing. It was proven before, like, right?
How so?
Well, like there was an experiment done by people where they shined a light, and I don't know how far they were, but like the light didn't go through the hole. This was like made by flat earthers. And then like the light didn't go through the hole.
You're talking about the Jeranism and the flashlight thing where they burnt out the laser and didn't use the laser and the flashlight isn't powerful enough to reach the other end?
I'm not sure. I don't remember what it was about.
Yeah. That's essentially
all I know, like that was like that basic premise.
When you have a flashlight, which is not a very powerful light source, and it's traveling through two holes. Whenever it goes through a hole, the light diffracts, and so it becomes even less powerful. And so when you're trying to shine a flashlight that far, it's never going to reach the other end. So that's a very inconclusive argument.
So it's hard enough to go through like one hole, but it's like impossible to go through two.
Well, if you just use the laser, it would be no problem. But you would still always have diffraction at the hole, which would decrease the intensity of the laser. However, what we have done is we have used many laser tests and infrared photography to show that the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be in the globe model, so we have falsified that idea. Have you seen any of those tests?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so let's. Have you seen any observations or anything that put the globe into doubt?
Like, what do you mean?
Like, for instance, seeing way too far, considering the globe geometry.
I think I see pretty fine.
So, on the globe, if you were 1 foot off the surface of the globe, the distance to the horizon would be 1.22 miles away. However, if you look in livestream voice text chat, Heretic has just posted a meme for you where we can.
Oh, I'm on Xbox right now. I can't see anything.
No worries. I'll just describe it for you. We're seeing platforms, oil platforms, over 10 or around 10 miles away, even though the horizon should only be 1.22 miles away. So that's 10 times further than the geometry. And so if we calculate the globe size based on that horizon distance, if we assume it's just 10 miles away, even though it looks like it's even further than the furthest oil rig, which is 9.41 miles away, and we can see an island that's even 29 miles away. It's pretty far away. Let me double check that. So I'm not. Yeah, it's 29 miles away. And so, if the globe was just at the horizon at 10 miles away, then the size of the globe would be 256,000 miles, which is far in radius, which is far bigger than what they claim. It's so gigantic that all of the known land of the Earth would just be a tiny little flat spot on that globe. So So why are we seeing 10 times further than the geometry would allow?
And what did Dryce just say? What did Dryce just say?
Huh? I don't know.
Exactly. Just as I thought.
I'm just in here listening to people. You know? I'm just on Xbox, you know, grinding
Well, you're
Shirochi.
not even doing that, mate.
You're on
Not even doing
Xbox,
that.
just hanging out with us. Are you playing a game right now?
Yeah, I'm on Destiny 2.
How'd you find this server on Xbox?
Huh? No. Okay, so there's integration with Discord on Xbox. You don't have to connect your phone or anything. So I'm in the Discord on my phone. But since like I have my Xbox connected to Discord, I can just go over to like my parties and chats section of my UI, and then go to Discord, and I can click on a Discord and join a channel without like even having my Discord turned on.
Yeah, but how did you find this server from Discord? How did you
Oh, a
find
friend.
this server, friend?
They're a friend.
So, what was your friend's experience here?
Well, it was like a couple years back, but you know, he would just talk a little bit, I guess. I don't know what he did, but he just showed me.
Took you that long to get here?
Well, no, I would always come in like some, you know, I've been in here before, but I just never really talked.
Oh, cool.
When did you join it?
So what Drace was trying to tell you is that, okay, so have you ever heard the idea that when a boat sails away from you in the ocean, it disappears bottom first, and then the mast, and then the top of the mast, and then it disappears?
No, well, not really, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's the idea. So what's it disappear behind? Right, the horizon. What's it disappear behind?
I don't understand the question.
So if a ship sails away from you and disappears bottom first, right?
Correct.
It appears to be sinking down. What's it
Like
disappearing
starboard?
behind?
Like what side? Like not starboard side. Like hold on, I don't even
Sailing
know.
away. The back side is the port side.
Stern.
All right.
Stern.
Stern. I'm not a sailor. I don't know.
There we go. Bow, stern, port.
Yeah, so the globe claim is that a boat will sail away from you, and because the surface of the earth is curved, it's like going over a hill of water, right? So just like a hill, you disappear like feet first, then the legs, then your hips, then your body, then your head, right? In that order. So that's what they say a boat does. But that horizon is supposed to be like the edge of the earth, right? The edge of the globe earth, as far as you can see. After that point, the earth is curving down and away from you, and you can't see that. This is the idea. So if the horizon is too far, right, farther than what the globe earth model predicts, which Trace told you, is like 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for 1 mile, that's for a 1 foot elevation, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. This observation, and many others like this, show the horizon is 10 times farther than what the globe Earth model predicts. Okay. So if it's 10 times farther, and we used, okay, what's this horizon distance? What size ball does this match? That ball would be what they claim the orbital distance of the moon is. And the circumference of the Earth would be 1.6 million miles. And the thing is that people don't get, like, okay, so it's just a bigger ball. Well, everything, the entire cosmology, distances on Earth that are calculated, they're all based upon this radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, it's all wrong. right? You can't have a different radius value because, like, if you try to look up what's the distance from New York to London, it'll calculate that based upon the radius of the Earth using spherical trigonometry. But if the radius is wrong, then that can't be the correct distance. So why can if this horizon is the physical edge of a ball and we can see past that, it can't be the edge of a ball. You understand? So we make observations that you can see way too far. Okay, not just a little bit too far. Way too far. Orders of magnitude. It's not like, oh, I saw 10 miles farther. We're seeing, so like the longest distance photo is 275 miles. Okay, so think about that. If you were to drive 275 miles, how long would that take you?
Depends on the traffic.
Well, assuming no traffic, straight line, flat road, whatever. Right? So probably like 8 hours of driving.
Probably about 4 or 6 hours. Definitely not 8 though.
So if you drove 8 hours and you didn't go over the curvature of the Earth, what would you say about that? Or 6 hours, 4 hours. So think about you drove away from somebody. You're on a salt flat, and the salt flat is 275 miles long. You drove along that, and they could see you the entire time. Would you think the Earth is a ball?
I don't know. Probably not. I don't know.
So we have these observations, multiple observations of seeing at distances that are way too far. We have there's laser measurement tests. There's radio communication of 10,000 miles before satellites existed. So in 1918, during World War II, in Australia, they were picking up radio broadcasts from Germany. So they're like, wow, that's kind of strange. If the Earth's a ball, how are we picking up radio broadcasts in Germany? Well, we're at war. We don't give a shit if the Earth's a ball. We're going to make an antenna, and we're going to talk to Australia from the United Kingdom. And that's what they did. Okay, so 10,000 miles. You got to think. The circumference of the Earth is supposed to be 25,000 miles. So 10,000 miles away, you're like on the other side of the ball. So how are they talking from, like, it's like talking to the South Pole from the North Pole. Like, how's that possible? You got a giant ball in your way. Right? Radio waves bounce off the ground. They don't go through it. So how are they talking to somebody on the other side of the ball? So it's things like this. There's like multiple instances. Seeing too far, radio waves, microwave, infrared, like you name it. There's all sorts of methods that you can use to test it. And every single one of them indicate that the Earth is not a ball and that it's actually flat.
Yeah.
So here's the fact, right? The surface of the Earth is mostly water, right? They say 70% water. So if the water does not have a curve to it, can the Earth be a ball?
I don't know.
You think you can have a ball that's 70% flat? That wouldn't be a ball, right? That would be something weird.
I guess so, yeah. Would be weird.
Yeah, it would be a weird ass shape, like a freaking half an egg or something. But this is what we're confronted with, right? So they say that the Earth is this, that, and the other thing. But when you go out and test it, in reality, it's not that. And then you come back inside, you watch TV, and they're like, oh, you watch the news, they show a spinning ball in the background, they show some space pictures, and a bunch of other stuff. And you're like, yeah, that's interesting. Let me go outside and test what I just saw on TV, and it's not that. And, so this is why flat earthers exist, because we're actually observing reality. And instead of being told oh, it's just a ball that's too big to see. The Earth is just a big optical illusion. You're not really seeing what you think you're seeing. If you were special, you could get in a big giant rocket dick and fly to space and see the Earth as a ball. Yeah, that's a cool story, bro.
But what about the people who say that since the other planets are, globes?
Other than what? When you say other planets, other than what? What are you talking about?
So like other planets like are globes.
Well,
So
Earth
like,
isn't,
what about
Earth
people that
isn't
say
a planet. And why would you associate them? Why would you associate the Earth with those things in the sky? What's the common factor? What's like? Why would you think that? Oh, where I am is the same as what's in the sky. Why would you think that?
Also, they admit they destroyed the technology to take the rocket dicks beyond low Earth orbit, and in low
Yeah,
Earth
it's that
orbit, the
problem.
horizon appears flat.
So there's like this association people have. They go, oh, like because they're told this is due to just repetition, right? That oh, we look in the sky and we see a bunch of circles, therefore the Earth must be a circle too. Because you don't actually see spheres. But even if you did see spheres, it wouldn't even matter. Because there's nothing to indicate if you take out, it's like how we tell things are the same, right? To put them in the same category of things, right? Oh, I want to say that Earth is one of those things. Okay, so what we do as human beings, we observe the same thing. Now, if I take a telescope and I look at one of these dots in the sky and I go, okay, let me look around on Earth to see if I see the same thing, and you don't.
Yeah.
You've never looked at a planet and be like, hey, that's just like Earth. Or you've never looked at Earth and been like, oh, that's just like a planet. No, you don't. Nobody thinks that way. Or nobody, like, there's no obvious similarities between the two. So it's a misassociation. It doesn't logically follow that because you see spheres in the sky, the Earth is also a sphere. No more than if you see just trees, you're also a tree. Right? That doesn't make any sense. We don't think Earth is a disk floating in space. Okay? There is no outer space vacuum. That is a horseshit story.
What would you say to the people who come into the Discord and say that you're just spreading disinformation?
I'll ask them what part was disinformation.
Like they say that you saying like, none of it's real.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. Didn't say what was real.
I was just like saying like a globe, like it's not a globe. Like if they came in the Discord and they were saying like it is a globe.
Okay.
It just like
I mean,
telling the truth is misinformation now?
No, disinformation. Like what if they came into the Discord and they were saying you're spreading disinformation?
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
So disinformation is
I'd say be specific. What specifically did I say that was disinformation? I'd say be specific.
Hyper specific.
It's nothing I just said.
Disinformation is like information with the intent to mislead people. So like hoaxes or propaganda. That's what disinformation is.
So disinformation can be true?
No. Misinformation is when you don't know that it's not true.
Yeah, but you have to prove. You have to now show that it was false information intended to mislead. When that has none of that has been shown. Everything we have told you is verifiable in reality.
Everything.
Well, no, that's what I was asking. Like, if somebody came into the Discord and then said that to you, what would you respond with?
Yeah, I'd ask them for a specific example of the disinformation, and then when they tried to give a specific example, I'd give affirmative evidence that what I said is absolutely 100% correct. Like, for instance, the photo I talked about, it's a world record. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records. You can go look it up. The wireless transmission I talked about, there's literally a plaque in Australia about it on a rock, carved in brass on a rock, because it was officially done by the government because back then Australia was still a British Commonwealth, right? They were part of the British Empire, and troops had to go to to fight in the trenches in Europe. And like, if you wanted to communicate any other way, you'd have to sail a ship all the way to goddamn Australia, say, hey, we need more troops. Then they'd have to sail a ship all the way back to the United Kingdom. It was a lot more efficient to just go, hey, let's just talk to Australia and say, hey, we need more troops. Send more troops here. So the records are official teletypes that were in between the defense minister of the United Kingdom and the defense minister of Australia. So everything I say can be backed up. Period. We don't say things. That's the one thing about this place. We don't say things we can't prove. Okay. We're like, I think you would call it like, we're empiricists, like super empiricists, okay? We, like, our position is, claims are not evidence, right? So the claim that Earth is a planet, that's not evidence Earth is a planet. Claims that you can go to outer space, that's not evidence you can go to outer space. Claims that the Earth's a globe, that's not evidence it's a globe. So we go with evidence, we don't go with claims. And evidence that can be has to be testable, verifiable, and repeatable, right? So claims that like I can't do or nobody can do, right? Oh, just go to space and look at the ball. Well, first of all, only 27 people even claim to have done that. So that's a very small club, right? And no one can test or verify any of that stuff. You have to just trust the people claiming to have done it. It's analogous to a bunch of people saying, we saw Bigfoot, we saw the Loch Ness Monster, we saw, you can't prove it.
How would you
just have to believe it.
Just a second. Even claims that the Earth is flat, none of us took as, oh, that's just true just because someone said that. We went and tested it and found out that our previous belief was false.
So we're testing the globe model and make specific predictions. It says, if this, then that, right? And that's how science works, right? You have a model, and then you test it to try and falsify it. And then if you can't falsify it, it becomes, that's evidence that it's likely true, right? So we go out and we do observations that actually falsify the globe. I've personally done my own observations. I've watched ships sail from Boston Harbor that never disappeared over anything, right? They're supposed to go over the edge of a ball. I've seen it, watch the ship go from 6 miles away, sail out to 30 miles. If you look at the globe math, like what does the globe predict to happen? Says that at like 15 miles away, I shouldn't see the ship anymore. But I've seen it 30 miles away with the naked eye. It should be 420 feet under the curve. That's a 42-story building. It's not like it's a little bit. It's like if I can't, and the thing is, it isn't like, oh, the ship was sticking up over the curb, because there's no ships that are 42 stories high. They've never built a ship that high, that's that tall. So it can't be that. So, like, just by the process of elimination, what do you have to eliminate? Can't be the ship, can't be the distance, can't be anything else. It has to be that the globe model is not correct.
So what if, like, I don't know, like if there's like a community like leader, I guess, if there is like who's like if you were to like pool together money, right, and then like one person, like you're the community leader, went to space, like just hypothetically, and he said, oh, it is a globe. How would that affect you personally?
I wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah, that would be a tough one.
Yeah. There's like,
like
so what am I? So what are you saying? That
so
if
like,
some other person goes to the so-called region called outer space, and looks at the Earth and says he saw a ball. Now I'm just gonna go. Oh yeah, I'm gonna believe you, and I'm gonna disbelieve my own experience.
That's what I'm like, you're a community leader, like if there is one.
There's no such thing as a community leader, and it wouldn't matter, because that's an appeal to authority. The basis of the whole premise is a logical fallacy. Okay, if community leader does X, therefore X is true. No, that's not how it works. doesn't
do
work
the
that.
words of one man change the results of thousands of experiments and measurements?
In the experience of everybody on Earth that's ever lived. You understand that everybody on Earth that's ever lived has never perceived living on a ball. You've never gone outside and been like, man, this looks like a giant ball. You're never like, man, it really feels like I'm spinning. Like, nobody's ever done that. Okay? So you like, if you're like, oh, I'm going to go by the anecdotal experience, what about them?
We're going to the sky again?
Yeah, I mean, we can go back there, but Earth isn't in the sky. See, this is part of the mental conditioning, right? So this is part of the mental conditioning that somehow you can determine what the Earth is by looking away from the Earth. Think about that for a second. That's like trying to figure out what's wrong with your house by looking at your neighbor's house.
Well, I've done that where they got this a similar house, and I was like, dude, how did you do that plumbing again?
Well, it's like how some species evolve the same way, like, and they have similar features. Like, so you would expect planets to like mostly be a ball.
Evolution, oh boy.
Well, I mean, body morphology, like that whole field of science is getting turned on its head. I mean, this is new so-called science in the last 5 years, but it has nothing to do with like genetics or heredity. So if you go, there's a biologist named Michael Levin. He's been on Joe Rogan and a bunch of other stuff. He's done experiments which demonstrate that body morphology, meaning the shape of a body of a living creature, is not from the genetic code. It is not hereditary.
What do you mean? Explain.
They don't know where it comes from.
How so?
They don't know where it comes from. They did experiments with
when you say like
body morphology, the shape of a body.
Yeah.
Right? Toes, hooves, tails, heads, you know, that shit. The shape of your body. Because you said these
but
species
why believe the results
same, right?
of one man?
It's not a man, it's a team of people. It's a team of people.
So if this entire Discord, if we all went to space, right? And it came up that
you can't go to a place that doesn't exist. You might as well say if we went to Narnia and saw a talking lion.
Okay, so okay, I didn't have that information before. So
you're begging the question of the thing in question.
Mm-hmm.
You need to prove your globe first, then outer space, before we're gonna be able to go there.
Well, how about you?
Okay,
when were you in outer space?
Yeah, how many times have you been to space?
That's my new question these days.
Never. How many people do you know have been to space? That you know personally?
Like I know personally. It's a good question.
It is a good question.
Okay, how about somebody you know personally that knows somebody else personally? Third person. We'll get 2 people removed, and I can do this on and on, right? You're going to have to get like the 5 or 6 people removed till you even know. We're talking in the last 70 years. There's 600 people that claim.
When you say no personally,
At
like
that
just
point,
men, or like
you're
they
as far removed as
Like
every
you said-
single person on my country.
Okay. In the last 70 years, there's 600 people that claim to have been to space. You know how many people have lived and died in that time period? Probably on 90 billion people. Okay. So this small little fraction of people, this small, tiny, infinitesimal, to the frickin' 8th decimal point amount of people, we're going to base our entire view of reality based upon what these very small fraction of people say.
That's crazy, but
more people claim to have seen Bigfoot than claim to have been to space.
Way more.
More people claim to have seen aliens and the Loch Ness Monster and fairies and ghosts. I mean, you can just name it, right? So
anything.
Yeah, anything.
It's a very, 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 very exceedingly small club of people that are like dictating people's views of existential views of reality, which is like, to me, that's insane.
There's more people catching a wave right now
That's Catholic. There's more people face planting in the bathtub right now. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably 100,000 of them face planted in the bathtub.
Yeah, and essentially what you're doing is you're appealing to the future. Sometime in the future, maybe we could go to space and see my delusion. But the problem is they've been promising colonies on the moon since 1978. And we have no commercial space travel. We cannot go outside low Earth orbit because they admit they destroyed.
We do have
that
commercial space travel.
technology. No, they destroyed that technology. So-called commercial space travel today is just traveling high up into the air, still below the clouds, not high enough to go even to the ISS, and which is, by the way, considered still to be in low Earth orbit, and they admit they cannot go beyond that.
Because it would be super expensive to go beyond that.
No, because they destroyed all the shielding technology, and that would be lethal and kill anyone who tried.
It takes an incredible amount of money to reach escape velocity on Earth and then come back.
It's not that. It's not that. They admit it. I can give you the video from NASA themselves where they tell you that they don't have the shielding technology to be able to go beyond low Earth orbit. It would kill those who tried.
What if I told you this, right? That you can go to Middle Earth if you if you spend a bunch of money, run around the world and arrange crystals in a certain way, and that 600 other people have done it before. Would you sit there and spend a boatloads of money to do that?
What's Middle Earth?
Exactly. What is it?
Exactly. Space is Middle Earth, dude. It's a story. It's a fairy tale you saw on TV.
So you're saying we live in a Truman Show?
Well, I wouldn't call it that. I actually don't like that movie. But
there's a lot of truth in that movie. I'll give you that. I mean,
yeah, I guess probably that's why I don't like it. It's a little too much truth.
A little too much, right? Yeah. What's that saying from the movie? Something about your reality is what you perceive it to be. Yeah.
So in your actual experience of life and experience of everyone you've ever met, your family, your friends, your relatives, everyone going back to the dawn of time, they've only experienced the Earth. They've never been anywhere else. But starting 80 years ago, they started telling people, well, we can go outside the Earth. There's an outside out there somewhere that we can go out to. And then we can turn around and we can look back at the Earth and we can see the whole thing.
No.
Just give us millions, billions.
You're crazy.
Yeah, just give us money.
You're crazy. I'm not giving you any money. That's crazy talk.
So, no one had that idea previously. I mean,
right.
The ideas that people had, the only way you're leaving this planet is in a fucking casket. Right?
Right. That's the only way you're getting out of this place, man.
So what do you believe is outside of Earth?
I don't think that question has any actual meaning. There's no outside. Because it goes on the premise that there's something enclosing the Earth, that the Earth is embedded in something that's larger than it, right? Some space, right? There's a space and then Earth is inside this space. I don't think of it like that. I think there's Earth and then everything is within the Earth. Not as in underground, but within this realm of existence. And that there is no outside. There's no outside you can go to. There's no looking back. There's no astral projection. There's no hookers on Mars. All that shit's fairy tales.
Oh, man. You're killing me.
I mean, I wanted to, you've seen Total Recall, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I want the three-titted hooker.
The three-titted hooker. I just watched it maybe
That might be kind of useless, though, because I only have 2 arms. So the third boob is going to get lonely.
Yeah, that was a shocking scene. Even now, it still holds its fantasy. It still holds its fantasy.
Okay, so let me just sum this up, right? So on one hand, you have the globe Earth claim and a bunch of stuff on TV and in books and claims and the tradition of somebody's telling another person and then telling another person and then telling another person, and everybody just believing it. Nobody has any first-hand personal experience of any of it. And they have to believe in the claims of strangers. And then on the other hand, this is what we say: go out and test the globe model. Go test their claims, and you're going to go out and find out that what they're saying is a bunch of bullshit. And I know that's hard to. I mean, it might be hard to believe or hard to swallow. Maybe in light of the last 2 years, probably not as hard to swallow as it used to be. But I mean, you don't have to believe us. We're not asking you to believe anything we say. You can just go out and test it yourself. You don't have to rely on us one iota. You don't have to rely on any other human being. You can just go test it yourself. There's dozens of curve calculators on the internet which will tell you how much curvature there should be, what's the drop of the horizon, like what the horizon distance is, what the horizon dip is. All these numbers, you don't even have to know any math. They're all made by Globers, so it isn't our calculator. It isn't like flat Earth math or whatever you would call it, right?
No, it's not that.
And you can just go out and do a test. You just need a large body of water, a mirror, you can just go to the ocean and watch a ship like I did, right? There's a website called marinetraffic.com. You can go on that. It tells you the position of boats. You can go out there and you can observe a boat and draw your own conclusions, right? Or you can just rely on the television set, let them tell you what the fucking universe is all about and why you're here for no particular fucking purpose. You know, you're just a random fucking clump of fucking atoms, right? That was randomly started from nothing, 90 billion years ago. You could go believe in that. I mean, I don't personally care. But if you want to believe in that, to me, it's utter nonsense. It just is. It's just utter nonsense.
Well, I always tell people, man, you gotta go learn the globe, man. Learn what they're telling you about the globe. Everything about it, man. Spin, rotation, circumference, diameter.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, man.
Yeah. And I always bring that up. It's just like, dude, go out, check it out. You live on this supposed globe, man. Go check it out. Let me know what you got.
We don't want to convince you of any new belief. We're not here selling a new religion or a new cosmic view. We just want you to test the world for yourself so you know for yourself. And then you can come to a logical conclusion instead of having to take everything on faith and being lost in that belief system.
And Tanner, man, you got the crazy hiss coming out of your mic, man. I don't know what's up with that. You have a hiss in your microphone.
Yeah, he's on the old Xbox.
No, I'm on Series X.
It's a super hiss, man. I don't know what it is, but check it out. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, is it coming in and out?
Yeah.
No, it's just like when you speak, you can hear like a background hiss.
Even when you don't.
Oh yeah. True.
Okay, so what it is there's
turn your
noise threshold.
Turn your sensitivity down or up or whatever.
It's not that.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm just letting you know that
I can deal with it. I mean, I've dealt with worse.
It's fine. I'm just saying, for down the road, man. If you want better audio, check that hiss out.
Yeah, he's an audio
nothing to
guy.
do with audio. It's just a fan. Like when I go over here, can you hear it?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, I can tell it's a fan now, though.
Yep.
All right, it's a fan.
Discord just has different audio to Xbox. So if you were talking to me on an Xbox, you wouldn't be able to hear it.
Okay, cool, man. Well, welcome to the server, man. Welcome to Earth. That's where you live. And you can check it out, man. Don't believe us. Thanks for dropping in, though, man.
Yeah, so, I mean, like, everyone in here, we used to think the Earth was a globe. We used to be all into space stuff. I mean, I still watch space stuff. I mean, but to me, now I look at it properly, right? There's no possibility this is ever going to happen. It's fiction. The same way that there's no possibility that I'm going to Narnia or Mordor or any of those places, right? Like, they're just fantasy places. They're works of fiction.
It becomes a comedic fiction because the more you understand physics and the more you understand the contradictions within their claims, the funnier it gets.
Yeah, so I mean, almost all flat earthers thought flat Earth was ridiculous and tried to debunk it, right? They tried to debunk the flat Earth. And to debunk the flat Earth, you got to learn what the globe model is. And most people They don't know it at all, like at all. They don't even know why they believe it. They don't know what the radius is. They don't know what the circumference is. They don't know how like they derive the distance to the planets or the moon or how or their size is.
The light. I mean, there's so many little things you need to know about this globe claim that you got to just check it out yourself, man. Don't believe us. Thanks for dropping.
You know, let me tell you something. I've debated probably thousands of people in this Discord, Globers of all education.
This was
levels,
a debate.
from the
I was just
level-
coming here on the middle of the line.
No, I'm not. I'm just giving. I'm just want. No, I'm not saying we're debating. I'm just telling you something.
You always have to debate like on the other side.
From PhD level down to ninth graders. That whole range. PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, all the way down to. And do you want to know how I win every debate? And I'm not kidding. Win every debate. I just ask for their evidence. That's all I have to do. All I have to do is go, what's the evidence for that? And it's over. And it's literally over at that point because they don't have any evidence.
I got calculations, though.
They got calculations. They got stories. They got freaking
fallacies.
Fallacies. Witnesses, right?
Witnesses. We got a bunch of smart people.
So the Coriolis, I always use this as an example, the Coriolis effect, right? It's supposed to be when you shoot a gun, there's a Coriolis effect that the Earth rotates out from underneath the bullet. Go, okay, what's the evidence for this? Nothing. There's no experiments. There's no demonstrations. There's nothing.
Crickets.
It's a bunch of equations on a piece of paper that a bullet should do this if the Earth was spinning. But when you actually look for the evidence to support that idea, it doesn't exist. Doesn't exist in any form anywhere.
I watched a guy shoot a .50 caliber straight up, and then he ran inside of a concrete shed, and a bullet landed right next to the shed, man. Yeah, it took like about a minute, man, for that thing to come back down too.
Yeah, there's one of those on YouTube where he shoots a 50 cal straight up and fucking.
It takes a while to come back, but it does come right back. And they were running.
Well, of course.
Okay, let's get the hell out of here.
People can't even prove simple things like, okay, prove the Earth is rotating.
Well, it's like if you everything like what comes up has to come down. Because a bullet can't reach escape velocity.
Okay, that wasn't the point of the experiment. We were talking about Coriolis effect.
When does helium come down?
When does helium come down? When it's exhausted its gas properties inside of a container?
See, I'm not a
when you say
science major.
escape, when you say reach escape velocity, do you even know what you're saying?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know
what the equation for escape velocity?
I do.
The velocity.
Could you remind me?
I'm gonna tell you. So the equation is what the equation means. Okay, equation is the velocity it takes to escape to infinity. To infinity, not just like off the surface of the Earth, but to infinity.
Where does the infinity come from?
What do you mean?
Just where does it? Like, how does that?
That's because you have to be going a certain velocity to reach some distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, given the gravity of the given Newton's universal law of gravitation, there's the mass of two objects, and when does the force exerted by the rocket when is it greater than the pull of gravity? Right. So when you take off, the gravitational pull is going to slow down your rocket. Right. That's why you have to constantly accelerate. But you have to accelerate. There's a point where a velocity that you can reach where in any normal period of time, the Earth is not going to suck you back into it. Now imagine a universe where it's just you and the Earth. Right? If you fire the rocket till you reach so-called escape velocity and shut the rocket off, will you get pulled back to the Earth? Eventually. Because you're going to track the Earth, and the Earth is going to track you. So eventually, you're just going to keep slowing down, and eventually, billions of years, trillions of years, however many years, you'll fall back into the Earth. So they have an equation to figure out how fast you have to go so that there's no way that basically takes an infinite amount of time for the Earth to pull you back to it. That's the escape velocity to infinity. But the infinity is a distance. But, the heliocentric bullshit, space and time are the same fucking thing, so that doesn't matter. They're just interchangeable. But the so-called escape velocity of the Earth is, 27,000 miles per hour or something?
Not sure.
25. 25 will get you there.
But but the point is, we're talking about mathematics, right? So what's your evidence escape velocity exists even in the first place? Like in reality, in the reality. Look, let me tell you some facts. Nobody's ever observed an orbit. No one's ever observed the Earth rotating, causing day and night. So these things, these are ideas, these are concepts in our heads. But no one's actually ever observed this.
That's true.
Okay, you could say, we watch the orbits of the moons of Jupiter. No, you don't. You see the so-called moons of Jupiter going across the face of the moon, then they disappear. Then sometime later, they go across the face of the moon again, or face of Jupiter again. Then they disappear. You don't actually see an orbit. No one's ever seen an orbit of anything ever.
Yeah, man. We've never seen an orbit. Nobody here has ever been to space. Nobody here has ever checked out the Earth from a vantage point where you can, hey, look, check out the ball, man. Check it out. No, it's never happened. It's never gonna happen.
So the other thing we do is we distinguish knowledge from belief, right? So we believe things, right? You believe there's orbits, you believe escape velocity is a thing, you believe there's things in space. People believe these things, they have no knowledge of these things. So there's a belief in orbits, but there's no knowledge of an orbit, which is a totally different thing, right? So there's a belief the Earth's a globe by, let's say it's, 90% of the population of the world. Probably ain't, but I'll just say that just for ha-has. But nobody knows it. There's only a very small people that claim the knowledge, right? So the people that say they went to the moon claim they have knowledge, have been far enough away from the Earth to see it as a ball. Those small, 27 people, those are the only people with the so-called knowledge that the Earth's a ball. Everybody else are just believers. Everybody. Your teachers, professors, people that work on satellites. We've had some in here. Had a guy worked on satellite, thinks he smashed the satellite into a comet and flew it back to Earth. He's a real guy. He worked at NASA. I looked his shit up. He exists. But when I asked him, how do you know where the satellite is? He says, they tell us. Who's they? Who tells you where it is? Oh, the NASA Deep Space Network tells us where it is. So you don't know where it is. You get something on your screen that says, yeah, it's here. It's facing this way. It's oriented that way. It's going this speed and it's this far away.
Well, isn't that the same thing with the ship website
when
that you were talking about?
Sorry, I want to just...
Yeah, but I can also see the ship, right? I can see the ship.
Yeah, but you can see the satellite as well.
No, you can't. Satellites are way too small to see with a telescope.
If you had binoculars. Or not binoculars. I just, had a brain there and playing Crucible trying to focus on two different things.
Telescope.
Yes.
They're too small to see.
The ISS, supposedly, it should be big enough to see.
Yeah.
But that has problems because it's too big.
Yeah. There's many problems with it.
The ISS is 5 times too big or something like that for its elevation and size.
Yep.
Because the observation I just told you about, seeing 275 miles, that's like the orbit of the ISS. What can you see from 275 miles? It's so far away you can barely see a 12,000-foot mountain. But you think you can see a 300-foot frickin' tin can the same distance away? Think about it, dude.
It's kind of like
that's so. Hold on, let me say one more thing. Think about this. We could go like into reality and test this shit, and then compare it to what they show us, and nothing matches up. It's really that simple.
Let me give you a physical example. Like if you take a piece of hair from your head and you look at it real close, you can see it. But the further away you move it, eventually it becomes indiscernible. And then even if you got a telescope, the further away you move it, eventually it becomes indiscernible.
Reality is right in front of you. You can go check it out, man. Don't believe us. I don't know if you live near the ocean or whatever, mountains, deserts. Yeah, you can check it out. Reality.
I can't right now.
Excuse me?
I can't right now.
No, not right this minute. No. But tomorrow, next day, this weekend, whatever.
Yeah, the Earth ain't going nowhere, man. It's really not a hurry.
Yeah, the Earth's just sitting there, man. Just sitting there nice and still for you to go check out.
Have you ever tried like looking at the other side? Like
we were already on the other side.
No, like well, you're not now.
Did we drill a hole?
Yeah, we're not now because all the other side was false.
Well, yeah. But like, whenever you're like people that debate, if you like really want to be good at debates, right? I'm not. Me personally, I'm not. I'm never good at debates.
Me either, man. That's not my wheelhouse either, man. For sure.
Look, if you hung around here, you'd find out that just about every flat earther on this Discord knows the globe model better than the people that come and defend the globe.
100%.
Yeah,
we know it inside out, upside down, backwards.
That's why Flat Earth Dude said you should learn the globe model, because the more you learn about it, like when you really understand what it is, you're like, this is a bunch of horse shit.
This is crazy talk shit, man.
Because the claims get more and more absurd the deeper you dig.
Do you know how fast?
So how did you get into the Flat Earth?
Just a second before we answer.
Go ahead, Trace.
But the deeper you dig, the more contradictory it becomes because it's more compartmentalized in different fields. So you end up with the extremes of each field contradicting each other, but they're all accepted as the holy truth as a whole.
The high scientist minds of the world have set the parameters of what we can go out and check in reality. I mean, we can measure it. We can, go out, check out water, how it behaves. Water's cool. Because last time I checked, man, it doesn't stick to a ball, man.
Water just makes up like whatever it's in.
It does definitely go level 100% every time. I mean, it'll fill the container. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'll give you a globe absurdity. In the globe model, level is curved.
No, get out of here. Did they?
Yeah.
Yep. Also, in the globe model, a plumb line is also curved.
Oh my goodness.
So I came up with this 2 days ago. It's pretty funny. So now when you level a building, you're actually making it curved. You're not flattening it.
There you go. Absurdity. So yeah, there's some humor in it. Once you get on the other side, you go, "Oh my goodness, those people are saying the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second." Well, my question is, what is it expanding into? Got any evidence for that? I didn't think so. Okay.
Metaspace. It's expanding into metaspace, and then we just keep adding like, what's that spacing? And that space expanding too, right? So then we have metaspace, and it's metaspace all the way down from there.
Yeah, but then you get astrophysicists saying, like Eric Lerner from the Lawrenceville Plasma Physics, saying the universe is not expanding at all. So you have them.
Where do you guys live by chance?
So you
Southern California.
Just take
I'm in SoCal.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, Southern California.
So, have you ever went to a place where there's not as much like light pollution?
Yeah, you do camping out in the desert here. It's called the Mojave. It's kind of big. Check it out.
And like you've looked up at the night sky.
Oh, thousands
without the light pollution.
Yes,
Yeah, many
thousands of
times.
times.
And you're
Thousands
saying like
for me.
Like that's not there.
No, those
of
lights are
course
there,
you're saying
baby.
it's
Whoa,
there. Why would
the
you assume
sun's
that
there,
we're
the
saying
moon's
that?
there.
Because
the
you
lights-
just said like the other planets just don't exist.
Well, no,
No one said that at all.
Your
one said
ideas.
that.
They're not what they, listen, there's a story on what they are. Like you have this story. Oh, the planets are spheres. There's actually no evidence for that.
Yeah, you have a story that says the spheres are this big, they're like this, and these are spheres, and they're this
They're
far
rocks.
away.
You can land a robot on it.
Yeah, they have all these stories that you believe, and when you look at the stars, you interpret what you see through these stories.
They're just stories, man. It's just like, Harry Potter. It's no different, man. It's just a story, bro. You ain't
So think about it like this, man. So what you basically just did is you pulled up, you're like, my car's a Honda. I'm like, no, that's a Ford. And you're like, so what do you say? My car's fake?
I don't understand the comparison.
It's an interesting analogy, man.
Because we said there's stories about the stars and the planets are wrong, and you interpreted it as us saying they're fake or that they don't exist.
Well, when you said they're wrong, I just quite didn't understand what you were meaning, so I just assumed you were saying they don't exist.
We
all
can see
the
them.
same things, bro.
We all see the same lights, yeah.
things, but the globe just doesn't fit the things everyone
So
sees.
I'll give you a story. So that when you look up in the night sky with no light pollution and you see that rift, right, where it seems like there's a bunch of shit all in the middle. What do you think that is? The stars. When you look up at the stars and you see.
You ever seen the Milky Way? Let me ask you that first, man.
Yeah, the Milky Way. Right? Where there's a bunch of stars in the middle?
There's like this big band
not
of
personally.
lights. It's a big band of lights, man. It covers about, like
You're talking about going
two-thirds?
outside the light pollution. You've never seen that?
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I've been out there,
you're
man.
asking us about things you've never observed.
Correct.
Yes, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, you can't.
I'm not old enough to go anywhere I please, so that is my bad.
Okay, that's okay, man.
Can't go outside? God,
No, there's too much light pollution here.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. I've seen guys with Canon cameras, man. They got a setting in there, man. You can tweak it, and you can, do a time lapse of the sky, and you can see the Milky Way. Even with, he did it in Los Angeles, for fuck's sake, man. I was like, holy shit! The guy got the Milky Way.
Well, I was bringing it up because that's actually not the Milky Way anymore.
Yeah, that's what I would have
What?
said.
No, it's not the Milky Way anymore. Now it's the Milky Way swallowing up a dwarf galaxy, and that's the gas.
Yeah, you're seeing the other galaxy that's being swallowed
Get
up
the
there.
fuck? No.
The Milky Way is not there, according to
You seeing the Galaxy S21 Ultra?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, wow, they don't call it the Milky Way anymore.
So there's an example, like
changing, bro. You gotta keep up.
well, so that's what I was saying at the illustrated point, right? So there's a story, and there's a story that band that we saw in the sky was the Milky Way, and they've been telling that story for about 200 fucking years.
Right.
Hey, there's no use crying over spilt Milky Ways, bro.
Yeah, and now that story has changed. And just because the story has changed doesn't mean that we don't all observe the same thing, or that the original story was correct, or even that this story is correct, because it's probably not either. So, this is where we're at. We're at there's a bunch of people, they're spinning yarns.
There's a bunch of people telling stories, and we're like, wait a minute, man. What evidence you got for that story, bro? What do you got? I appreciate it. Thanks.
Bunch of Baron von Munchausen's, man. That's all they are.
Yeah.
Baron von Carpet Muncher, homie.
Hey, Tanner, let me ask you, man. You ever seen the movie Back to the Future? Wasn't there a guy?
I have, but it was a little long. It was a long while ago.
Yeah, okay, cool, man.
Hey, Tanner, you ever seen Black Swan, man, on weed?
I haven't, no.
He's on Xbox. He can't see the
Hey,
chat.
Latter-day
Show it
Saints,
to him.
man.
What up, G?
What's up, dude, man? I'm like, dude, I know that. Dude.
No, weed's illegal where I'm from.
Well, that sucks to be you, bro.
All right, I told you I'm
No, I'm okay with it. I don't really like, taking stuff that puts me out of my own mind.
Yeah, don't do that, man.
Yeah, I know you don't want to do that.
Take in some Globe, man, and you'll be fine. Take some Globe.
Globe's the best quality Globe you could ever get.
Rules, dude, man. You got to get some Globe, bro. Globe is.
If you want to get really fucked up, take some Globe, man.
Dude, you guys want to rock the world? You got to get some Globe, bro.
No, NASA space crack is the best.
Wait. I tried that NASA space crack, but the 2022 strain wasn't that good. Yeah. It was weak. But hey, they're stepping up their game this year, man. I heard 2023, man. They launch rockets every other day now. I don't know if you guys noticed, but
I find it odd you just said I don't like shit that puts me out of my mind. Right?
Right?
But you believe in the globe, which is completely a mental construct.
How is it a mental construct?
Because you've never experienced it.
You've never experienced the globe, period.
So, like, when you think of Earth, right, you're not going based upon a memory or, like, what you're observing. You have to go into your imagination. Because you're either going to experience a thing, right? You're going to remember a thing, or you're going to imagine a thing. You only got three choices.
I like
so. Since it can't be the first two, it has to be the third one.
He could remember. He could remember an animation, which is pretty.
Or a horse. Have you ever?
Yeah, you can remember someone else's imagination.
I love the analogy of a horse, man. If I told you, hey, man, horses are real, and you're like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. And I'll be like, now if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you be like, hey, man, 100%, that's a horse, right? You get there's 100% comparison.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at.
Versus, dude, you've never seen the globe with your own two eyes. Okay, that's my point. You've never.
Even though I walk on the Earth.
You walk on the Earth. No shit.
It's not a globe.
You only experience a flat, stationary Earth. That's your local experience. Even a physicist will agree that the Earth appears locally flat and stationary, and they extrapolate that it's actually moving and that it's actually curving.
Like if you have like a ball, like just a ball, like a circular ball,
like a baseball,
and then
soccer ball, a golf ball,
anything to that, yeah. And then you let's say it's just huge, like humongous, right? It takes up the entire state of California.
A ball too big to see. Yes, we know.
It takes the entire state of California. It's still a ball, right? It's still a ball. And then, so you go to California where the ball's at, and and then you look at the surface of the ball, like where you're at, and you're you can't tell that it's a ball, looking like that. It'll look flat, and you put your hand there.
Sorry. Your premise is pretty flawed. If that ball was just the side of that state, you would actually be able to discern that it's obviously a ball.
No, you're at the ball. You drive
you
up
made
to the
ball too small, my friend. The ball that we're looking at is actually a radius of 3,959 miles, and we have used that ball, not your tiny little ball that doesn't exist in reality.
It was a
Either does the other ball.
So, do you know
we understand your argument that we're on a ball that's too big to see, right?
No, I'm just saying you can't discern the curves by just looking straight at it. It'll look flat.
You can.
That's level, great. Man. Even if we take that as true, so what's the evidence of the ball that it looks so flat?
No, when you're close up, it's going to look flat because you're looking at just one thing. You're right on the ball. You can't see everything. You can't see the whole ball because you're right at it. You only see that, and you can feel it too, but it feels flat because it's so big.
Yeah. So have you ever been far enough away where you saw a ball? Have you ever seen the Earth as a ball? Have you been It's your constraint, right? If you're too close, you can't see it as a ball, but if you go far away, you can't see it. Have you ever been far enough away where you see it as a ball?
I haven't, no.
Okay.
Nope, of course
so, like I said, it's in your imagination. It's not, dude, it's not an experience that you've had. You can conceptualize and imagine a situation in which the earth that you're walking around on would transform magically into a ball, that if you were far enough away from it. Yeah, you can construct that idea in your head. But that's just a mental construction. It's not reality.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's all that really has to be said. We experience what we experience, and we all experience the same thing as the earth flat and motionless. I mean, we can all construct things. If I get far enough away, it's a fucking sphere. If I get far enough away, it's a fucking cube. If I get far, you can construct any mental anything in your head on what the earth would be if you were far enough away from it. It's actually some other, form.
Hey, Blue Jumper just dropped a really nice picture of the ocean at the beach.
Yeah,
he can't see the chat.
Do you guys see the chat there, man?
He can't see that.
He can't see that. Could you let him?
He's on Xbox, man.
Oh, he can't. Oh, fuck, Xbox, man. Bummer.
So Tanner, do you now understand that, like, you have only observed the world as flat and stationary your whole life, and it all exists in your mind? This float belief.
Mm-hmm.
At least admit that, man. Be honest. Just admit it. Come on. I mean, don't. Like, dude, man, of course it's just a belief, man. Because you don't know the radius or the circumference or how far you should see it at 10-foot observer height above the ocean. I mean, you don't know these numbers. We do. We studied them for almost a decade now.
And so, okay, so you have this idea that the Earth's could be a ball. It's too large to see because I'm not far enough away from it. Is there anything you could do on the surface to determine if it actually is a ball?
Not sure.
Do you think maybe you could? Well, you brought up first off this Jeranism test where you took the light through the holes. So obviously you do think that somehow you can test it on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where we started with the Jeranism?
That's kind of where he started.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
sure.
I came in a little after that. Okay.
Did you go to that?
No, I wasn't there.
I know that was around your way. That was
I was out here in California, but no, I wasn't there for that, man. That's about the time I was starting to get into it. Right around there. Yep. Just before that, I think. But I didn't know who the guy was or anything. So I knew some of the people that actually were. I met some of the people.
Yeah. Geo was there. Geo Love.
So
he used to be on this server. I don't know if you know him. He runs the Flat Earth Awakening server.
Yeah, he's over there. Yeah, I know Geo. I know him pretty good. Sharp guy. I like his approach.
He's only rolling with 4 cylinders, though. You know what I mean, Geo?
I thought that was I thought a Geo was a 3-cylinder.
3-cylinder. Yeah, Geos are 3, bro.
Snap. See,
Sorry.
That's what you get from freaking little Gen Yers, whatever Gen you are.
Yeah, you're like way younger than me, man.
Who, me?
Dude, listen, my friend had a G. He used to deliver Chinese food. We got stuck in a snowbank, and me and him just picked up the car and moved. You didn't have to. The things didn't weigh anything. We just picked the car up.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh, you gonna move it?" Yeah, it was like a Volkswagen Bug. You know, those old Bugs that didn't weigh shit, man. Right?
Yeah, got like 52 miles a gallon. So yeah,
50 miles a gallon.
India.
I had a car that got 52 miles of the gallon in 5th gear on a straight highway. Easing it at like 1,400 RPMs. Yeah, it did good, man. Back in 1987, I had that car, bro.
Yeah,
yes, I had a car that got.
I knew it. I knew he was out of here as soon as we started talking. He had enough, dude. He was about to spiral, man. I could sense it.
Dude, that guy.
Like what was happening.
Hey, you know what my favorite kind of car tire is?
No.
Flat. Same as my soda.
Dude. Yeah. Yeah, we need a drum hit on that for sure. Hey, no, man, that guy was...
That was actually pretty fun. That's funny.
That guy was on Xbox, you know, and I'm like, oh, shit, we got a gamer up in here, you know? Somebody who's like Xboxing and live streaming and, you know, doing all whatever they're doing, you know? And,
Have you ever bumped into anybody who identifies as a gamer?
Okay,
Well,
that's gamer. Stop being gamer.
Dude, you gotta make a whole song about that one. Come on. Help us out.
So that
Help
guy,
us
he
out,
came
man.
in, man. He had like a brick wall up. I think we chipped away at it, but I think we chipped too
there was
far
a
into the
couple of
wall.
There was at least like 5 chunks that fell off him tonight.
He came in pretending to be like, I'm all neutral. I just want to learn.
He hates
I'm not a
circles.
Glober."
That's what made me come in here. I hate circles or something.
Well, I didn't even see Jason here. What's up,
doesn't
Jason?
like circles.
I just started digging.
I came in like halfway through the conversation, obviously, but yeah, I didn't know he was coming in here like a little bit hot. But no, he mellowed out when I got here, man. For some
All
reason.
I know is you have 3 of the best Flat Earth rappers right now in the server. How often can you say that?
Only like every Wednesday night,
right?
All the time. We have so many good speakers. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, Timbo's upside down. He's like on Thursday. That bitch.
Yeah, I can't rap, so.
And you can't rap, exactly.
And
You can
I
flat
just
smack a bitch, bro.
But the dude can throw out some flat pills, man. I'll tell you, bro.
Right?
I try.
Timbo, I don't know why you're not. You are gold. Never mind. You got to be gold by now, man. Love you, brother. Even though you're upside down, I get it. You know, it's scary, right? It's scary. You're tough, man. You're tough.
It
You
is
deserve
scary.
gold.
No, here's an
Yeah,
upside
scary,
down.
man.
Now, so who's upside down, the night side or the day side? Which is the upside down people?
Well, that's a great
No
question.
one's upside down. Everybody's
There
right
is
side
no
up.
there is no up and down in space.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. What do you mean by up?
Yeah.
I've heard a Glober literally say that. Like, what do you mean by up? Dude.
Dude, we've heard it all, India. We've heard it all, man, for fuck's sake. We've heard of the stupid, like, level is curved. I mean, come on. Let's get the fuck out of here, man. You guys got to be kidding me. Levels curved, plumb lines are fucking curved. Oh, fuck.
When you're
Where
at
do
a
you think
point where you're denying, like you're questioning the meaning of up and down, and you don't know the definition or have to feign ignorance of the definition to just preserve your globe argument.
I tell you that Mr. Sensible clip that was playing before. Every time I hear that, I want to start yelling through the microphone. He's so frustrating, man.
Hey, Timbo, next time they play it, come in here just going, bullshit, whatever you do. Do
You're a fucking idiot.
You're a fucking idiot, you fucking Mongo. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Come in and destroy it, man. That would be funny. Anyway, keep it fun, my friends. That was really, really good, man. You guys were super patient with this Mongo, man. But yeah, he had to bounce because, you know, he got all kinds of shit thrown at him, dude. I mean, if that was your first day of Flat Earth, man, you'd have been wrecked, man. I know it. I would have been wrecked for sure.
It was
100%.
getting real, man. He couldn't take it.
Couldn't take it, man. You just like, oh shit, that makes too much sense. Fuck. Yeah.
So have you ever been out where there's no light pollution? And are you saying that stuff's not real? Have you been out there where there's no light pollution? No, I haven't been out there.
Exactly. Yeah, he was asking about it. Yeah, there was a couple of pictures dropped in the Indio dropped one, man. I love that.
Did he kind of just like Voki say he's never seen stars? Like
a little bit,
Yeah,
a little
he
bit.
did. he's never been outside the light pollution.
Here's the thing, man.
Goodness.
When you're not paying attention to like the moon, the sun, the stars. I mean, I know you guys pay attention to it because I could fucking blindfold you and throw you outside, man, and you could tell me north without a doubt. I don't if it was day or night. As long as there were some lights in the sky, you guys could. Every one of you could say, "Hey, man, I know that that's north over there." At least
it's actually. I live in the city. It's pretty disorienting because light pollution is a real thing, and like no lie, man.
Yeah,
you can barely see the fucking moon. Okay, that's how bad the light pollution is.
How much lights have you guys got? Because I live in a pretty big city, and I can see heaps of stars at night, and I'm only 5 k's from the city.
My dumb city,
I'm
because
in the city. I'm in like just high rises and shit around me with fucking there's street lights and lights on the buildings and lights everywhere, man.
yeah,
At
there's a lot
nighttime,
of
yeah.
there's a lot of telephone poles here, or like what telephone poles, light poles,
light poles.
Yeah, a lot of them here, just because we have times during the winter where there's almost no sun, so we gotta have lights.
Right.
And so the light pollution is very bad in the capital city of Iceland.
I bet it is. Yeah.
Is that Reykjavik? Reykjavik?
Yeah, Reykjavik.
Yeah, but Drace, listen, man. If you
hold on, I have to say this. That is like the coolest sounding name for a capital in the world. Man.
Yeah, I know.
I swear to God, it really is.
I love
what the
it.
hell is Washington D.C.? That's lame.
That's cock, dude. Man,
It essentially means a smoky cove.
Nice.
Okay, that's not cool though. What does that mean?
And the reason why they settled here was because they threw a bunch of like logs into the water, and then they floated to land, and they landed here. So that was a good place.
Yeah. Fuck off. What a shit story that is, man. God, goodness gracious. Hey, Drace, I always thought it was interesting tonight. You said there's less people in your city than have been to space or something like that, right?
Oh no, it's everyone in Iceland is related back like 5th or 6th generation, just about. Every Icelandic person is related that far back. We have like a very detailed genealogy and ancestry here since people moved here. So all of that's pretty well documented back to the people who settled here. And so everyone's like distantly related. So we're like...
So everybody in Iceland is related to everyone. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yeah,
so I got a weird question. Is dude, don't take this the wrong way, but is inbreeding a problem there? I'm just asking, man. It's like the first thing that comes to mind.
I get you, but generally not. But like, sure, there are some cases where that stuff happens.
I mean, unknown. Like, I'm sure it might happen unknown if you're like.
Yeah, and generally when it happens, like because the people just are like young, they hook up, and then they're like, "Oh shit, our families are closely related." Fuck, and so they break up.
Yeah, like shit.
I've heard that people are more like sexually attracted to people that are related to them. I haven't like verified this. Because there's instances where people, dude, it's supposed to be, I don't know if it's a scientific fact or not, but you ever hear these instances where people, they were like brother and sister and somehow they got separated and then end up freaking married and shit like fucking years later?
Yeah, I've heard stories like that, like on crazy, television shows. Yeah.
Yeah, like Springer or whatever. So like,
could be, yeah.
I remember hearing something a long time ago that there's like some scientific basis for that, but I'm not sure.
Well,
I mean, I it's really like I have all brothers, so it's like really alien to me the idea of like,
let's
inbreeding. I don't have a sister, you know what I mean? I can't like relate to it.
Yeah, it's a tough. That's a rabbit hole, man. Down that one. Yeah, you can go down that shithole.
I do have a girl cousin, but she's ugly.
Yeah, well, I'm not attracted to my sister in that way.
I don't think it's like that close though. Like I don't think it's like that close, but like the kissing cousins type deal. It's like like they're similar but not the same.
I have a cousin that's super hot, and I'm like, I would, but like related.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's weird, man. I had a buddy, one of my best friends ever. Yeah, he was dating his like cousin removed. You know, I don't know how many times, but yeah, it was kind of weird, man. It was kind of like, that's kind of weird. I don't know, man. Just
I know in Islam. So I heard this that like in Islam, especially like Morocco, Algeria, basically Northern Africa. There's a lot of like the really close relation marriages, right? Marrying their cousin and shit like that. And that is like normal there and it's accepted. But a lot of these people have ended up in Europe. And they've dropped the IQ of the place. I'm dead serious. There's like mainstream news articles on it. The people, yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, they did a study in the UK with the Pakistani immigrants, and they said they had the lowest IQ of anyone in Europe because of inbreeding. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the most popular name in the UK the last 3 years in a row was Muhammad. Popular name for birth. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh boy. Well, I mean, at least they're not breeding with our women. Right? Because they're breeding with each other.
Positive look.
Yeah. And we don't have to worry about them taking all the good jobs then, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, you'll have people to clean your toilets. Yeah, they're average. Yeah, so Real Flat Earth Post 80 is considered mentally challenged. Wasn't the average like IQ something like 89 or something? It was like in the 80s or something. It was bad.
Yeah.
Well, we got to witness how bad it was back in 2020. We got to see it firsthand. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, most people are fucked. Yeah, all that's shitty.
Yeah, when did the IQ test, man? It's like, what does it really test
They must
anyway?
have been raising the IQ average over the years to appear like, oh, we're doing all this good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No. The IQ, right? So you might have people who are really smart at maths, but then you might have people who are really good at working shit out, like solving problems. So where do they draw the line between who's smarter, someone who can solve problems or someone who can work out a maths equation? You know what I mean? Like someone who can fix something just by looking at it and taking it apart. I mean, that's got to have pretty high IQ on my radar. But someone who's good at maths, naturally, yeah, that's a high IQ. But someone who's just practiced it, is that really a high IQ, or is that someone who's good at rinsing and repeating? You know, and has the IQ test changed over the years, or has it been the same for 50 years?
No, it certainly has changed over the years.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know, oh man. Inbreeding should No, I'm thinking that like, okay, so why would you have to inbreed? Like, if it's from the viewpoint of evolution, right?
Well, we're talking about
why would you have to inbreed as a community, right? It's because a bunch of people died off, and you have a population bottleneck, right? So you have a small population, so there has to be inbreeding.
What about the intergenerational wealth?
Let's not go there, Jesus Christ. Oh God, yeah, that's one reason.
Save that.
Well, what I'm saying is, shouldn't so evolutionary, so what they say is inbreeding. Then you have less diversity in the genome, and then that ends up expressing itself in like with like weird birth defects because you have recessive traits that are exposed that normally wouldn't be exposed because you'd have a, you know, like because you'd have other, you know, outside populations coming in and basically getting rid of this recessive trait. But if it was evolution that drove this shit, if you started inbreeding, you should have more diversity of the genetic code. No, to get out of it, right? To get out of the population bottleneck, right? So if evolution was a driver for this stuff, like the organism, whatever, I want to make you sense. Hey, I'm in a population bottleneck because the genes I got look just like mine, so I better, like, you know, fucking really rearrange this. If you know how, like, at least in mammals, right? So the sperm goes in the ovum, and there's two sets of DNA, and like they just interchange. But like how much interchange there is between, like, say, the X chromosome and the other X chromosome to make something, right? So there's a variation, but it's not. You think if it was genetic, they would try to have more variation. You know what I mean? If you're in a population bottleneck. I was just thinking of a way this might like actually falsify evolution, because it doesn't make sense that you would keep maintaining the traits, because evolution you'd end up dying off. But
yeah, you get all the better traits, wouldn't you?
Yeah, why would you get all the shitty traits? Yeah.
If evolution is true, then you keep on breeding with the same kind of genes, you'd end up with all the good ones.
Or if you get
magically,
or maybe you have a low IQ, but maybe the people, they have other freaking superpowers, right? So maybe on average they are stronger, or on average they're faster, have more lung capacity, or, you know, can chuck a ball farther, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well,
maybe they have other, because if you're in a population bottleneck, you're probably like in a starvation condition, and you're probably going to need to hunt shit, right? So you're going to need to be a better hunter. You got to be stronger, faster, you know.
Well, then, if evolution were true, wouldn't people who still hunt with spears come out with one bigger arm than the other?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. No, because you need the other arm to counterbalance, right?
Yeah, true. You'd be unbalanced. Yeah.
Dude,
I'm thinking of SpongeBob when he had the two giant arms that he blew up. And didn't he have one time one of the arms was like gigantic that he was down to like the other one popped or something?
Is that guy with the silicon biceps? Oh, they pump them up with oil or something, don't they?
Yeah, man, I've seen a bunch of videos. It looks gross, man. Like, why would you do that?
What? Hey,
man, look like a stack of walnuts.
Chicks dig it.
I bet you they don't.
I'm 100% sure they don't.
Disgusting.
They don't, definitely. Evolution. Oh my goodness. We're gonna like, hey man, if you go back.
Well, what I was going to say is that's the thing with evolution. We could sit here and spitball, right? And we can justify any condition.
Yep.
No matter what it is through evolution. Well, it's evolutionarily more favorable to do this. And then you can argue the complete opposite.
Yep.
That's why it's nonsense.
India, it's the same thing with the globe, man. It's the same bullshit, man. So,
yeah, basically.
I got evidence. What evidence? Well, I got some calculations and some soil samples. Yeah. What? Come on.
I drop this, it goes down. That's proof of gravity. I drop this goes up. That's proof of gravity.
Hey man, oceans are all spinning around the globe. You know that. I mean, it's like 71% of the globe, man, is the oceans. Everybody knows this. Everybody. And if you deny that the oceans are not 71% of the globe, then you're in complete denial of reality that doesn't exist except in my mind on a Hollywood movie screen and in the news and NASA and video. Yeah, that's all you got.
Have you guys ever seen that video with the guy with the pockets of gravity? He looks like he's in the space station. He goes, "Oh well, every now and again we come across a," and he drops this thing and he goes, "Pocket of gravity."
I know what you're talking about. I've talked to a few people concerning this, and apparently his claim is that was a magic trick, and that was not actually any pockets of gravity, but rather he claims to have thrown the card down. That's what he says.
It was a card, yeah. He was holding a card.
Yeah. Was he claiming to be in space when he did that, or was he in a studio?
Yeah.
We all know he was in a
He claims to have been in space and all that bullshit. He debated a flat earther once on a radio show.
Yeah, watch the interview. Yeah, watch that. He doesn't avail himself too well. He looks like he's just lying and sweating.
No.
In my opinion, dude, like just looking at him, I'm like, this dude looks like he does not want to be here right now.
Yeah,
and what's the explanation for pockets of gravity? How do they explain it?
He said he threw the card, but it was just because there's no
faking.
Yeah, he just faked it. It was imperceptible.
Just to make up something, just to say there's pockets of gravity.
Yeah, he's just pretending to be a magician there, supposedly according to him, after the fact, after he pretended that was a real thing.
These guys are a joke.
I know, right? But the thing is, like, he's confronted with this flat earther, and then, like, he has to do all this shit and try to explain all this shit. If that would have been Indio, he would have gotten roasted so hard. Like,
yeah, that would have been funny.
It's crazy. Like, they would never allow that.
Yeah, they only get to speak to these like low-level flat earthers that you know, like an ice wall flat earther, you know, like one of them.
No, who is it? It was Follower of Yahweh, right? Was that his name? The guy.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that.
I don't think the guy's channel's up anymore, quite honestly.
But does he know his stuff, or is he just a kind of?
Well, he's kind of like a biblical flat earther, and I remember he made a couple videos about the globe, which are pretty funny because he's like a film producer. And he made some documentaries. But so he made like a couple short films, basically trolling the globe. They're actually pretty humorous. But then he went on a radio show, and he talked to this guy, and this guy is like. So he's supposed to be a civilian that went into space, paid $1.2 billion or whatever the frick it was to go to the ISS, and he this is the clown here, and it's really hard to background this guy. There's like nothing on him that's like significant. So he's.
You'd think if you $1.2 billion, people would know who you were.
Yeah, it was a lot of money he paid. Yeah, and like how he made the money, that was like an indecipherable fucking thing. Just said like he's an entrepreneur. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, someone who made money. That's all that means.
Yeah,
entrepreneur.
But anyway, when like he's asking him, like I would have asked him real different questions. So like the guy just like he doesn't. It's hard to describe it. It's like. The only way I could think, the way he's acting is like when, like, if you had a girlfriend and she, like, told you she was going somewhere and went somewhere else and didn't want to tell you and came back and you're asking, like, oh, how was the movie? Oh, yeah, it was good. What was it about? And then, like, yeah, just some stuff with this person and this other person. Like, you know, he's giving, like, these really brief, super general answers, right? Instead of like, oh my God, I was in space, I was floating around, and I almost shit myself because there was no gravity, and like, you know, instead of like, you know, it didn't seem like it was like somebody genuinely recalling an experience and telling somebody. Like it's like somebody trying to give as little like speak as generally as possible, so that he can't be like held to account on any position. To just speak in these like vague generalities, and then his body language and the way his face is, and like all the other signs are just like something wrong here. And it isn't just me being a flat earther; like he's just acting like sus the whole time.
Because if someone's telling you a story and it's the experience of a lifetime, they'll tell you this story so enthusiastically and remember it so vividly that
Oh yeah,
that you can just go, oh my god, this guy's so excited about what he's just done. But no one ever does. When they go to space, they're flat, general, and never go into detail.
Yeah, they have manic depression when they're fucking or chronic depression. They start talking about it.
Yeah, I don't recall any stars from the lunar surface. That's because you weren't there.
They don't remember. I don't remember seeing any stars. What?
Yeah, and Michael Collins was in the orbiter, not on the surface.
Yeah, he didn't see any while he was cruising around for a day and a half or 2 days or whatever. I didn't see any, bro, man. My bad.
His words were, I don't remember seeing any stars from the lunar surface.
I remember seeing any. And it was like, oh, okay. Well, that's weird.
God. No, dude. Sometimes I just hate freaking. Oh my God. I'm searching for this Child of Yahweh guy. And I find this. Look in live stream.
Yeah.
Look at this crap. Peekaboo Kids.
Oh, the cartoon crap? Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's cock, dude. We call that cock, man, around here, these parts.
Nice space disc. And when you got the sad
dude,
face.
You got SpongeBob. Dude, you got SpongeBob space disc.
No, go get the faces. Look at the faces of the characters, right? So, this guy's got a gap in his teeth like a hillbilly, right? He's got a screw face. He looks all confused. Then the guy on the side's looking at him all like pissed off, like fucking flat earther.
What's wrong with you, flat earther?
What the hell is fucking wrong with you? Yep. Hey, that's the reality. It's a cocky fucking cartoon, man. I'm not. All right, I'll click it.
I haven't watched it, so I just saw. I was looking for it and this popped up, and I just saw the cartoon. I'm like, Peekaboo Kids. Oh no, what are they doing to the poor kids?
Oh shit.
It's the Dr. Binox show. Whoever Dr. Binox.
It's beyond bad, Indy. Dude, it's so fucking bad that it's...
Comments are turned off.
Yeah, that's how bad it is. Yeah, comments are turned off. Yeah, I'd turn the comments off on that shit too, because... help us, people. Help
Flat
us.
Earth is this archaic and scientific proven idea.
You did get the blue screen across there. Yeah, okay. They said they were going to do that in Congress. I watched them. Hey, we're just going to put more authoritative.
Oh my God!
Authoritative.
I just watched some of it.
It's so bad.
I think I hurt myself.
Dude, yeah, don't watch it. Don't watch more than like 40
planets are spheroids, and for the Earth to be a planet, for the Earth to be a disk, gravity couldn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
It's bad, dude. It's bad. Anyway, so yeah, that's what we're up against. They have to use... Here's the funny thing, Indio. They have to use like cartoon, like the stupidest shit you could ever imagine to try to let you know that it's a globe, man. They gotta use the stupidest shit, man. And they do. They use the stupidest shit ever. And that's how they roll, man. That's how those cocks roll, man.
Dude, that's like, are you trying to make my kids stupider? Like, really? Yep. And not even like the flat Earth versus globe Earth. Their chain of reasoning in that is so horrible. It's like, you're trying to make my kids stupid. Like, there's no doubt. Like, you're trying to make it so they have no ability to think at all.
Well, that's it, man. You have no ability to be a thinker and say, hey, man, well, what is your radius? And how far is the moon? You know, I mean, those are the kinds of things that most people will never even consider, man. They're so stuck on, hey, did the Boston, how'd the Red Sox do today? That's all they give a fuck all about, man. They don't give shit about, how far is the moon? I don't give a fuck, man. Where's my fucking Bud Light? Okay? Shut up.
Yeah,
the Red
pretty
Sox.
much.
That's all I give a fuck about, man. And that's the Mongos we're dealing with, man. And they come in here and they play their little Xbox and they're like, well, what's the lights in the sky, bro? I mean, we know what the lights in the sky are. Totally. I mean,
totally, man.
Hey, I
Googled it.
I Googled it, bro. Don't mess with me, man. I got Google, bitch. Take that. You flat.
Someone in Twitter, I read it like, oh my God, they were talking about some stupid Ukraine shit. But the comment said, what are you, an idiot? Haven't you been to school? Google exists. Is that what you're saying school is? Google? Google's your school.
Google is the school. That's it, man. I think we crushed it here tonight.
Call it Scoogle?
Scoogle. Yeah, that's it, bro. Fuck yeah, man. Scoogle. Are you kidding me? Nobody's ever said that in all of human history, bro. And I was here when it was first announced, man.
I'm making a t-shirt coining the term.
Scoogle. Yeah, you got a copyright.
What'd you learn in Scoogle today?
What'd you learn in Scoogle? That is so good, dude.
I learned that men can get pregnant, Daddy.
You Scoogled it. Men can have babies. I Scoogled it. Yeah. Hey, outer space is real, 100% guaranteed. I Scoogled it. That is gotta be one of the best terms I've ever heard in my life, man.
I'm making a t-shirt. I'm gonna make a t-shirt. I'll be fucking millionaire in a week.
Scoogled. Oh, fuck off, man. That is so good. I love it. Everything happens for a reason, people. I don't know why they want to put us through this shithole and say, hey, man, the Earth's a globe, guaranteed, 100%. We went to outer space. We did it. It's good. I love the globe. Just love my globe.
Where's Miggy, man? I know you're lurking, Miggy.
He is lurking.
He's working and working.
He's working. Yeah, it's about time for him to quit in time. Driving home. So the globe is ridiculously claimed and ridiculously disputed because there ain't no globe, bitches. I'm sorry, man. I hate to break it to you. No globe in the house. The globe didn't show up. Sorry. No refund. No refund on the globe.
Check out that Venn diagram. That works.
Well, yeah.
The Venn diagram, yeah. Gas pressure, no motion, no curve. All the middle there, it's all combined. Like the Power Rangers to create flat Earth.
Thermodynamics, the laws. Are you saying that the laws of thermodynamics are undisputed champions of the world? Undisputed champions. The laws of thermodynamics.
Yeah,
I love the laws.
Those are natural laws. If people want to challenge them, please show me your experiments and your measurements and whatever you can to try to disprove them, because I would like to see that.
Ah, dude, Drace, you and I have been, I've been pounding that one for at least 5 years. I know you have too.
Yeah.
It's like, hey man, bring your evidence to the contrary, bro. What do you got? We're waiting. Thermodynamics is a bitch, man. The second law, it's a real problem, man. It's a real problem. Hope you guys work it out. Let me know. Let Drace and I know. Because, yeah. If you can bust that one, man, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great day. We'll shut down the server and we'll rename the server in your honor. I promise. Heretic. That looks like a nice, tasty beer, bro. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Cheers. So yeah, man, there it is, Drace. Drace is opening the Coke can with the happy face on it. And guess what, man? The gas pressure inside the container was released into the atmosphere. That's what we call it. That's what it's called, the atmosphere. Well, that's kind of an oxymoron, as you guys know. And atmos is gas and sphere is the shape. So that's a big problem. Yeah, big problem with the globe. But if you look into the globe, man, you'll check it out. Look into the globe, man. The globe has a lot of what we call claims. Yeah, that's it. The globe claim. You want to look into the globe claim, you're going to run into some issues. And just want you guys to be aware of that. If you're going to look into the globe claim, then you're going to run into some scientific issues that cannot be disputed. And I just want to give you a heads up on that. And that the first one is gas pressure without a container. Ain't that a bitch?
Who's this guy in chat, in the text chat, that's not in the VC? Fernando Ferraz.
That's
some noob. I'm trying to get him in here.
Yeah.
Are you guys work on him? Fernando? Ferraz? Hey, Fernando, come and join VC.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás, señor? ¿Qué pasa? You like tacos? I love tacos, man. I love tacos. Hey,
maybe it's more of a Spanish name. I know it's Mexican, but I think that more of a Spanish person from Spain. Spanish.
He said, yes, I have. You are just saying the second law debunks the globe. Just another lie.
Jenna, Fallacious Fernando.
Fallacious Fernando. I love that, man. That's good. Hey, join the VC.
Yeah, come in.
Come on in. Have a laugh. Take a piss. Talk about the second law. And yeah, man. Have a good day, man. That's all I'm saying. Fernando.
Been up to, dude? You been busy or what?
Hell yeah, man. I'm busy.
Good.
Taking care of life. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. I love it. Love coming in here talking about the reality of the situation that we all observe. I love that. Love people trying to defend it. Oh my goodness, those Mongos are so cool, man.
Who we got in here? Noble the Blesser.
Noble, welcome. How did you find us?
Wait, let me just have a look. Okay, no rolls. Noble the Blesser. I'm gonna you've got control of your mic. Open up.
Hello.
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 Welcome,
How are
Noble.
y'all? Thank you. How are y'all all doing?
Good.
You're doing
What brings
really
you to the
good.
server?
Welcome. Yeah.
Just interested in dialogue, I guess. Wondering on different people's thoughts, That's all.
Hey,
Well,
man.
what are your thoughts? Do we live on a globe or do we live on a flat stationary plane somewhere?
As far as I know, it's supposed to be a globe. I've
Yeah.
never too much heard the other side, not really seriously. Maybe once, but it wasn't. It was just some guy. He was asking me questions of how do you know this, how do you know that. I'm not big on like the math part and all these.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
Yeah, exactly. We weren't either, man, bro. When I first started looking into this, man, somebody asked me like, "What's the radius of Earth?" And I was like, "Fuck, I don't know. I don't know shit." And we just ask ourselves these questions. Say, "What is the curvature of Earth, man?" I don't know, but I learned that. I went out and I learned it. So here we get to learn about stuff, and we get to go out and check it for ourselves. Because guess what, man? We live on Earth. We can check out Earth. Because do you not agree that we all live on Earth, right?
So let me ask you a question.
yes, we do. Yes.
Do you experience a ball at any stage of your time on Earth? Have you experienced curvature or living on a ball or rotation? In any way?
Well, I don't know what you mean by experience besides the little simple observations that they point out, but like as an experience, I feel like I would be like an ant.
Okay, I'll put it another way. Have you ever seen curvature?
I guess in a sense of just like things far, things getting closer, driving up on things, walking up on things. That's the only way that I can even say that I have. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Would that be perspective? Do you know about art? And you draw perspective lines where everything converges into a point. Do you think that would be more perspective than curvature? Because things seem to get smaller in the distance due to angular view. Yeah? So your eye is like an optic. So things further away get smaller in the angle of your eye. So
it's like
but you see more of it as you get closer too. Like you can't see the bottom of it, right? When you get to the bottom of it, you kind of like you know what I'm saying? It's weird. Like if you're driving, right? And like I've been in hill country before, going up and down, right? And like so you will see. Hold on, I'm sorry. I lose stuff sometimes. My memory.
No, that's all right. So I know what you're saying. So
yeah, like you drive up on it and then you can actually see the bottom of it. But before, like it'll be like it's hidden. So as you get closer to it, it reveals more. So ain't that experiencing curvature?
Okay, so you're saying that things disappear over a physical curve. That's why you see it that way. Is that what you're saying?
In a sense, I guess. Yeah. Like it's like if you're far enough away, I would think. Or like, how does the sun go down then? Because it doesn't just get smaller, right? It kind of like it's like it goes down and
hey, guess what, man?
Like beyond the ground, right?
Yeah. Hey, listen, Noble.
Yes.
When the sun goes down and it's on the horizon, if you're over the ocean, the sun appears way bigger. It's really an interesting phenomenon, man. It will appear huge. Other times, like it will present itself as really small, depending on the conditions of rain, clouds, that kind of thing.
So Noble. So what happens is, so what we're saying is, right. So you're saying things disappear over a physical curve. So this curve. So we're given a radius for this ball that we live on. So therefore, we can work out a maths equation to work out what drop over distance there should be over a certain distance. Now, this is not our maths. This is someone else's maths. This is globe Earth maths, not flat Earth maths, because we don't believe in a curve. So we don't need this maths. But we can debunk it with their own maths. So it works out to be about 8 inches per mile squared. This works up to about 1,000 miles. Yeah? So you're now saying that the sun disappears over the curvature of the Earth. So I'm going to ask you, who measured the curvature of the Earth? And how did we get the radius?
I can look that up right quick if you want me to.
Hey, yeah. Google that shit up. Right, Indio?
Finally, somebody's going to Google it for us. We'll finally get the answer.
Yes, it's about time, man.
Well, I'm pretty sure y'all already know all this.
Yeah, we're just making you through an exercise.
We're making fun.
We do appreciate for the audience sake going through all the material. So if you would look it up, that's cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I got the first thing that come up. Just so you know, I'm not assuming that you guys don't.
No, you're right. This is for your benefit as well, yeah. So so we can work out together where all this stuff comes from.
Is khanacademy.org okay? Would y'all like Cirque or Wikipedia? Would you like?
You can bring up whatever you want.
Okay. First person I see is Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. It might seem like it would be impossible for you to measure the circumference of our planet using only a meter stick. The Greek mathematician, however, was able to estimate Earth's circumference more than 2,000 years ago without the aid of any modern technology.
Okay, so can you tell us what his method was?
Okay, calculators. Let's see. I'm gonna click on the article. Sorry, bear with me.
No, you're fine. Take your time.
Okay, measuring the circumference of the Earth. Was born in Greeks. She first used the word geography. Divided by one. Oh, he's the one that divided whole numbers. Oh shit. First to calculate the tilt Earth axis, which he figured with remarkable accuracy. Okay, also calculated the distance. He made a catalog of 675 stars. Oh, this is smart motherfucker. Excuse me, let me just say.
I gotta let you know a little bit about. There's no primary document from Eratosthenes. It was first found in what was it? India would know, but
I think it was the early 1900s.
Cleomedes.
Yeah,
it was another Greek named Cleomedes, who's like, which also is not a primary source. The primary source is a Roman historian named Pliny the Elder, which was something like 1,000+ years after Eratosthenes was alive.
1,000 years.
Allegedly alive.
So the point of going through all this is, so we'll tell you he measured some sticks and shadows from different parts of the Earth, and then pre-assumed that Earth was a globe, and then worked out a mathematical equation to say that the angles of the shadows were different, this far apart, therefore the Earth is this size because it is a ball. And the problem with
sorry. According to the documentation, which is in question, he also didn't just describe it as a ball. He did both for flat and round, and that's because during Greek at the time there was a contention about if the Earth was round, if it was flat, because the general public believed it was flat because all the religions said so.
And it's observed to be flat.
That's 100% factual statement. You said, Timbo.
Thank you.
So how y'all hear about flat Earth? What made y'all start even considering? Because I had never even considered anything like this till I heard about it online.
I never considered it, to be honest. I thought it was retarded, and I wanted to debunk it. And because I have astrophysicist friends and people who work in robotic engineering, I thought I am uniquely positioned to help this delusioned man get over his delusion and show him the evidence for the globe. But the problem is there's no actual logical evidence, and that's just my problem because I actually studied logic, and so I cannot accept irrational arguments.
Irrational arguments? Of what sort, if you don't mind?
Well, a lot of the times it's just a begging the question fallacy, where if you read about the begging the question fallacy, you'll learn that if you have the conclusion in your premise, then you're naturally going to arrive at that conclusion because your conclusion is in your premise. It's a circular reasoning argument. It's not actually rational.
Yes, I've heard of begging question, but I mean, what was it illogical? Because basically he measured some sticks, right? He measured shadows, and that's how he calculated the circumference.
Yeah. There's underlying assumptions that he had to make.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The
Go ahead,
shadows, but the shadows would be the same if the Earth was flat under different assumptions. So he has all these assumptions that haven't been tested and verified. Like, he imagines all the light from the sun is parallel, coming from all of the sky. But when we look in reality, we see the sun is a tiny spot in the sky, and we see all the light splaying out from that point. It's not what we see.
Oh, so how do you explain the look of it? Is it just like going down over the horizon? How do you explain not being able to see like the whole building, even if like if you're far away? Like
you're talking.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're talking about how you have a limit to how far you can see, and when you go far enough away, you can see things appear to disappear bottom up, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that is optics. The ancient half-naked Greeks had no conception of optics. They believed that they saw via invisible laser beams coming out of the eyes, and they didn't believe in refraction or anything like that. However, today we understand that we see as light enters our eyes and it diffracts as it enters the pupil. And there is a diffraction limit based on the pupil or the aperture size of the optics being used. And so today we have very powerful optics with very big apertures. And so we can see over 10 times further than the geometric horizon would allow. And then when we use very small aperture, the horizon appears way too close to be the curve of a sphere, and so of the size they claim. And so in both cases, when we use the different optics, we can either move the horizon way too close or way too far, proving that the postulations of the Greeks who originally created this globe idea, that the horizon was caused by this globe-earth curve, is actually just an optical phenomenon due to the limit of vision.
Okay, so if we could not prove, and if it's the same, if it's flat, then how do you know? Like if the circumference is the same if it's flat, you could not prove it's round, then how do you know it's flat?
That's very easy to figure out. We just measure the surface. We have lasers, and we understand that lasers refract at different wavelengths, so we understand that how refraction works today. We're not primitive, half-naked Greeks. we can shoot those lasers of different wavelengths and hit the target way beyond what the curve should be. And so all of the ad hoc excuses about light bending around the globe to try to excuse all the long distance observations just fall flat. And we have debunked all of the globe claims, and therefore the Earth can only be flat.
Even about like I hear him talk about it, like when you rise up higher, of course, you see more of the horizon. But no matter how high you get, eventually
I understand what you're saying now. This is also due to optics. Your eye can only discern a certain angular resolution. When something is too small, you cannot discern it. So if you take a piece of your hair and you have it very close to your eye, you can see it. But as you move it further and further away, you can no longer see it because it is too small to discern. And so when you're looking at the ground, the lower you are to the ground, the steeper the angle is to the horizon. And so all that information is compressed into a smaller and smaller space until it becomes too small to discern. That is what we call the horizon. And you can see the same thing when you look down a long corridor. You can see that the floor appears to rise up to your eye level, the ceiling appears to drop down, the walls appear to come together into this single point. That is called the vanishing point. But when you take away the walls, all of a sudden that vanishing point turns into a line. That is called the horizon line. It is purely an optical phenomenon.
So why would they make up the lie then?
Why would they lie? Yeah, we get that question really a lot. The thing is, we can always speculate on why they would lie or why someone would do some stuff, and we have a bunch of speculations on why that would be. But there's no way for us to actually know why exactly they did it. We can just prove that they did it. Does that make sense?
Okay, there you are. I lost sound for a second. I'm sorry. I missed why someone would make up the lie. I don't know what happened. I think I was losing signal. It's probably my raggedy internet. I do apologize. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you yourself.
It's all good. We can't prove why they did what they did. We can only prove that they did it. Because all of us can go out and test the world for ourselves and see that it doesn't fit with their claims. We can all test their claims. It's that simple. We didn't want to believe in the flat earth. I wanted to debunk the flat earth. I wanted to show them that the globe was true, and so I went out of my way to try to prove the globe true. And when you do that, you end up proving that the earth isn't a globe, unless you try to lie to yourself and fool yourself with deception. And that's really easy to do because we all were raised in this belief. It's kind of like a belief system where as children we were told the earth was a ball, we live on this ball, and all of the programming we've consumed throughout our lives said the earth was a ball. And people just run on this belief even without checking it. And when people, that's the interesting part. When you start looking into the globe, you find that actually there's a lot of contradictions and there's a lot of problems, and it's openly admitted in high academia that they don't even know what gravity is right now. They're trying to find quantum gravity. It's all up in the air. Cosmology is going through a crisis right now. And we're just the people who are looking at the evidence and the base reality and not going with the stories and the imaginations. We just want to look at the data. What does the data show? Is the ground curving? Are we flying through space in 4 different directions? Is there any evidence of that? No. Is there any evidence of the gas being contained here by some magical force? No. Otherwise, we would see that at ground level where the magical force is supposed to be strongest. We don't see that under all laboratory conditions. Gas expands to fill the available volume. That's why we have the second law of thermodynamics. They're fighting science with pseudoscience, and we are the last bastion of science.
So, like, what experiments or did you do, or kind of confused right now?
Okay, so we don't even need to do a bunch of experiments because it's already been done. If you look at the world record long distance photograph, do you see the live stream voice text chat? So this is a picture taken by a globe believer who just wanted to get the longest distance photograph he could. So he climbed to a mountain and took his infrared camera and his visible light camera, and then he took pictures. And there's 4 minutes between each picture. One is in visible light and the other is in infrared. The visible light picture...
Excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't have permission to view the messages in the live stream. Is it live stream too?
I'll fix that. Just a second.
I'm supposed to be in live stream too, right?
If you just look right above live stream, you'll see a new channel now.
Now I see
you. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't know that you were not VC verified, so that's on me.
Oh no, no problem. Thank you, sir.
It's all good. So we have a picture. We have a picture here. This is taken by a globe believer who believes wholeheartedly in the globe, but he's trying to get the world record long distance photograph, and he's already competed in that and will compete in that after this photograph gets taken. But he takes this photograph, and it's in infrared and visible light, 4 minutes apart. If the globe belief is correct, and the reason why we always see too far is because light is refracting around the globe, allowing us to see much further, and the globe always appears flat, and measures flat, then in infrared, which refracts far less than visible light. That's how we discovered infrared, actually. Then in infrared, we would not be able to see as far. The horizon would be far closer. We would not be able to see around the globe. But in the infrared picture, that is the world record long distance photograph, because in that picture, you see a mountain that's 255 miles away, and you can see most of that mountain, and the top of that mountain should be hidden below over a mile of curve below the horizon, which is like at the bottom of where the mountain should be.
Sorry, I'm kind of a little confused. Not at what you're saying, but at this whole debacle. It's the first time I actually had someone try and explain it to me or give me pictures of anything. But I thought hold on, let me look at his name. He had a picture of a kangaroo. He said that it'll be 1,000 miles before you see the curvature. He says only a little, almost 300 miles, right? So we can see straight. So so why should it be hidden? Or
no, I said so the formula. Yeah, that's me. I said the formula for Earth curvature works up to about 1,000 miles. So, because the formula is actually it's a parabola and it's not as, but there is another formula. But we use 8 inches per mile squared as an easy way to determine Earth curvature. So it's just a formula. So so if you're at sea level and you're 6 foot tall, the horizon on a globe model should be 3 miles out. That's when it should start curving. So just forget about what I said before. Yeah, I think that's where you were getting confused. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Timbo. I suck at math, so I'll probably be confused anyway. To be honest,
that's all right. No worries. I just thought I'd clear that up with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I had to run. I'm sorry for leaving you.
Oh no, thank you for the information. This is a link I should click on, right?
Yeah, live stream voice text. We have a bunch of information that we keep sharing as the conversation goes on. So there's always interesting information. Like I just posted a comparison of the different curve calculations, and it shows that like 8 inches per mile squared is actually roughly accurate up to about 1,000 miles.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time to explain it, and thank you guys for being very nice. I really appreciate that. I definitely will be looking at this and actually asking questions of my friends because I don't know anything about any of this really. To be honest, sorry.
Yeah, it's understandable. When we first
You're learning
came to
about
all of this, it's hard. Sorry.
You're doing a good job learning about it. You're asking questions and you're taking the info in, and yeah, props to you.
Yeah, you'd probably be shocked by the amount of like supposedly, super educated people with master's degrees and PhDs in physics that know about as much about the subject as you do. Most people just learned the globe in secondary school, primary school, and what they learned then, that's all they know. That's their lifetime of knowledge. Earth's a globe, there's 9 planets, spins, orbits, yada, yada, yada. So there's an interview of Harvard students, Harvard graduates, and they're interviewed on what causes the seasons. And this happened back in the 90s. So they're at graduation, Harvard, they're interviewing every single graduate, what causes the seasons, and only one person got it right. And that one person was a journalist. We're talking people that graduated with science degrees didn't get the answer right.
Yep.
So don't feel bad that you don't know, because the vast, vast majority of people, regardless of their education level, also don't know.
They don't know anything about this model, and ironically, that's probably why they believe it.
Or they know just a small aspect of it that small aspect might appear to work within that small aspect, but when you combine it with the other small aspects, some other guys believe, that doesn't jive.
Well, thank you. Kind of made me feel just a little bit better, actually. Yeah, because here's the thing: if nothing else, it's a good exercise in questioning yourself and working on your epistemology, right? How do you know what you know, right? Which
if you're gonna, can I leave you with 3 things as well that maybe if you're gonna go and speak to your friends, ask them who measured Earth's curvature, how and when, Earth's rotation, has it ever been measured, and gas pressure without a container. Can you show me gas pressure without a container or without containment? I think they're probably the 3 easiest things to ask people. And then if you want to look more into those 3 things, then you'd probably be a lot wiser on the subject than most people.
I've definitely got to look into it. I'm learning so much online, which I'm very happy about. I like to be a lifetime learner. I think on the last one that they're going to say gravity. So, gas pressure out of container. They're going to say is everything, all particles are made up of atoms, and gravity pulls on these atoms. So, what would you say to that? I'll say gravity.
Yeah,
Well,
we've all heard that. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, we've all heard that gravity is supposed to pull the gas down, but have you ever seen any demonstrations of gravity pulling gas down?
I don't know. I've never done any science experiments with gases. I just know what the response is going to be. So I'm just wondering what would your response be?
Yeah,
Because I don't.
our response is very easy because all observable testing concerning gas and all observation concerning gas, like all the gas laws, the second law of thermodynamics, all shows that gas does not get restricted by any gravity in any down vector, but rather expands to fill the available volume always. And so we can show on the surface where gravity is supposed to be strongest, gravity not affecting any gas and gas expanding to fill the available volume. So they are left fighting against the natural law, which we can prove always, at all times.
So what would you say? Like with the time changes in the North Pole and the South Pole, and like if it's not gravity, like where, like is the sun going from one side to the other? Is there? I've heard some people say ice wall. I don't know what that means.
What do you observe?
Something about Rome.
I totally get you. Once your worldview starts crumbling because we had this worldview like we know the cosmos, all the balls, we know our solar system and all this stuff. And so it becomes very seductive almost to want to replace that belief. When in reality, we don't really know what all of reality is. We can just test and prove certain things, and those things show that they were not telling the truth about all of it, and a lot of it was misconceptions and adherence to previous beliefs, because they were raised in that system. They were raised with that belief. If you look at really old newspaper clippings, especially in America, you can actually see that in the early 1900s, people were getting prosecuted and jailed for teaching the globe idea in schools because it was not as widely accepted as we are taught today. History is easily manipulated when you're teaching children and telling them that this is the holy truth, and they all just accept it as the holy truth. When you can corrupt generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, you end up with a society that thinks that history is the way it was presented to them, when that's not the case.
Yes, and it's a scary thing to walk away from something like everybody just knows, right? It's scary to walk away from that. Like it's like a big conspiracy theorist, and it makes you wonder what the hell is actually going on and what's really happening.
I get you. It opens the door for all the conspiracy theorists, but Flat Earth itself is not a conspiracy theory. It's just observable reality. And that's one of the reasons why many of us stick with it. Many of us don't believe in any conspiracy theories unless they can be verified, because we learned from experience through Flat Earth that we need to verify things. We can't just take things on belief.
Also a case of every day you walk outside and you experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, for you to believe any other way, like you living on a ball flying through outer space, spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, you'd have to be given some pretty convincing evidence. Now, what evidence did they give you that you live on a spinning ball in outer space? That should be the question.
If everything you know and everything you ever been told, that the Earth is round, every time you see a depiction of it is round. They have globes. They even, like when they have posters, is all there. It's saturated everywhere. So you're not going to think otherwise. I don't think.
Yeah.
Like I never even thought otherwise until I heard about the flat Earth conversation like a little while ago, but like at the same time, stuff gotta sit with you. Like I'm the type of person where I let stuff sit with me. I don't jump to conclusions.
Oh, I'm the same. I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard in my life.
I didn't think it was ridiculous. I didn't know what to think. Like I still don't know what to think. I just take my time and I try to figure it out.
That question, yeah. Like, what evidence did they give you for you to believe that you live on this baseball? That's a good question that you need to think about. What evidence did they give you? Yeah, with you go into preschool and they start giving you the solar system and stuff like that. But they never gave you any evidence. They just told you that this is where you live. These planets rotate around you. But they never actually told you. They never gave you any reasoning, or they just told you this is how it is, and there was no evidence presented. And for the rest of your life, because you learn at such a young age, you never question it because that's what everyone thinks. When you said before, you said everyone knows this to be true. It's not actually correct. Everyone believes this to be true, not know. Everyone thinks it's real because they believe it's real because they only believe it because they have no evidence. They can't know it to be true. You know what I mean?
Well, I just thought about something funny, if that's okay. MIB. We knew, like a while back, we knew that we were alone in this universe. This morning, you knew that there weren't any aliens. I wonder what we'll know tomorrow.
Men in Black. Yeah.
That's one of the funny things, I think. If you look back in history, all of the ancient religions had a flat Earth in it. Why is it that all of the religions got debunked by this globe religion?
I don't know, but I plan on looking into it. And if y'all don't mind, I know I'll be asking questions back and forth. Please don't take offense to me. I'm really just trying to.
Oh, no worries.
You're the least offensive person who's ever stepped foot in here, so don't worry about
that. Let me just say, you are great. You are more critical and you're more intelligent than 90% or more of people that come in here. You are a great person. I commend you.
Thank you, sir. Please don't give me that much credit. I won't live up to it when it comes to intelligence.
I'm just gonna point you in direction as well. Are you on a mobile app or are you on your PC?
PC, sir.
Okay, I'm not sure how the PC ones looks, but if you scroll down to additional information, we've got a hell of a lot of information in here that you can look up. So in the main page, where you can see, where you changed over to go into live stream voice text. So if you go back to that,
okay.
then you scroll down past all the channels.
Okay.
And then you'll come to a section that says additional information.
Got it. Okay. Read first.
And then,
okay.
Yeah, down there. So you've got all of those subjects. There's all information on all of those subjects. So if you have any queries, you come back to your friend. You take it to your friend, and then they come back with something. You can jump in there and look at it. If they come back with, but there's a Coriolis effect.
Yeah, it's extra good if you check it out first and get a sense of the information so that you have an easier time. Oh yeah, he's talking about this. Open up the thing, look at it. Yeah, okay. Oh, this stuff.
Thank you so much. I love information and knowledge, any type of facts. I love those things. I love the opportunity to learn anything. So this is greatly appreciated. Y'all were wonderful. Definitely. Do you guys hear?
We just mirror the people that we talk to, so it's you. Good job.
Yeah,
thank you.
Once you stay here for a little bit and just listen in, you'll really hear some of the crazy things we have to deal with. We're literally dealing with people who can't accept that reality is real, and they think that perhaps there's a demon controlling all of their perception.
The Cartesian demon.
Yeah, Descartes' demon. Yeah, they're literally that far gone. Many of the people we talk to.
Well, yes, you are correct. I've heard these. But matters. I figure one way, whether you throw a rock or not, matters not. As a man thinketh, so is he. And if it's real enough for me, then thus I live by these rules. So anything else is extra. I think they are too into themselves, honestly.
Yeah, I really like you.
Thanks, I like you too. I'm actually being called somewhere. Thank y'all so much. I will be looking into this information, and I'll be back to ask y'all plenty of questions. And thank you for being so gracious and patient to all my queries.
You're welcome anytime.
Thank
we love to have you back.
Oh, I would love to too. And sometimes I'll come in and I'll just be listening. I like to learn as much as I can. So don't.
Yeah, you can also check us out on YouTube. You can listen in on YouTube as well.
Is it the same as the channel, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord? Is it?
Yeah, you can find it that way.
Okay. I'll look y'all up and I'll subscribe. I'll look y'all up. So I'll be subscribing really soon anyway. You'll see me noble. So no worries. Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful rest of your night or morning or afternoon. Buenos dias, buenas tardes, buenas noches, adios. Stay beautiful. Yes.
Likewise. I really hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you.
She should maybe have a role that sets her apart from trolls. Just in case, Jedi's in, somebody like that looking for a narcissist to grill, he'll know she's not the one.
Can we give was that a she or a he? She. Yeah?
I gave her seems sincere.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah. Because when I look at people, if I see seems sincere, I always have a different attitude towards them.
Right, because when they're just VC verified, you kind of default to, this is probably some toxic glober. That's most of them are, right?
You start testing them, man. It's unavoidable.
Yeah.
And that was refreshing, wasn't it? When people come in like that.
Yeah.
Never heard anybody that normal. Well, not normal. That's the wrong word because the norm is not that, but that's the way that this should be.
You don't hear that many people that are normal stroll into here casually.
That should be the norm. it should just be like, yeah, I don't know much about this. These people have been researching this for a while. Let's just see. Like, that's the way it should be done.
Yeah, she's a model for the other Globers.
Yep.
But now I really have to go to sleep.
That's like balls early for you.
Yeah, it's like 7:20 a.m.
Oh, man. Yeah. Get some Z's.
I was just having fun, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. Then a guy with a toast PFP just rolled in. And I was like, I already know what this is going to be. I don't even want to unmute this guy after that last conversation.
Got a dial, and with these ones, you got to change your dial now to a different setting.
Yeah, it's on a different setting now. Yeah. I'm not ready to smack a bitch like usual. That's actually the last thing I want to do.
She tried to post an adorable GIF. I almost want to give her link permits just because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really see her doing anything bad with those.
I know, right?
Oh, it's such a hilarious meme. Your new globe believer has arrived.
Fake news. I don't see any new globe believers.
False alarm. Get my hopes up.
The funny thing is, like there's a new globe believer born every minute because of the indoctrination system, but like no flat earther ever becomes a globe believer. So it's like we're winning that war.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no going back. There's no unringing the bell.
Yeah. There's no uncooking the chicken.
Can't unscramble that egg.
Come on, globe believers, you could do better than this.
It's like somebody told you your whole life that a cat and a dog are the same thing, and you never actually seen a cat before, and then you saw one, and you're like, oh, that's not the same thing at all. There's no going back to what you believed before.
Yeah. It's pretty much that. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'm not just going to go back to, yeah, that is a dog. Yeah, it is. That's kind of a strategy that some of them seem to use, though. I was a flat earther. I was full on into it. But then I came across Star Trails or whatever they're going to say. And then, then it kind of flipped me back to the globe. And then they spend all their time here just being like as narcissistic as any of them that have ever been here.
Yeah.
It's like you were never on the side of truth. You're trying to appeal to us with that.
Yeah. At best, you might have believed it for like a minute when you watched the YouTube video. Just like when you watch the YouTube video from like one of your priests, you believe everything they say. But that doesn't mean that you were ever a flat earther.
Yeah. Like that bad boy guy. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to say we have a little bit more stringent requirements than they do.
Yeah, they have basically none. There's no standard.
Yeah, it's just like if you believe Globe, you're on Globe team. Even if you contradict everything I just said a minute ago.
Yeah, that's got me thinking though. What is it actually like in Globe circles when they go in? They're like, so what? What do you think you're living on? Like, do they even grill them at all? Or is it just, oh yeah, it's a globe, great.
So
Yeah.
I think from what I've heard on Gamma Panda, it's mostly like a pecking order. If you're part of the in crowd or the ones who have the power, then you're okay criticizing others. But if you're not, fuck you. That's why they conform to all the stupid ideas, because those people have rank.
They kind of don't really do.
I know, not in reality, but just on their Discord and anti-flat earther servers,
Well, I mean, like, I've never heard over in Gem Panda's server, like, a flat earther or a new person, forget about flat earther, just say a new person join their Discord channel and join the chat room, and then anyone be like, hey, there's a new person in here. Would you say the earth is flat? Would you say the earth is a ball? They don't do that. It's just if you pipe up. If you pipe up and say something about the earth being flat, then they'll challenge you or whatever and like fight back. But if you don't actually pipe up, you could hang in there for probably years and they won't say a damn thing to you.
Yeah, so they're never going to be like, so what do you know about the globe?
Unless you're like directly like contradicting one of them, then like they might get offended.
Yeah, they'll see they have a challenger.
Because they're mostly not even talking about the globe over there. Like, they're mostly just talking about just random crap in the news and spewing out their BS opinions about it. Like, that's pretty much what they're doing all the time there.
It's a hive mind of NPCs. It's literally the NPC meme. Just like a crowd of NPCs, and they're just regurgitating whatever narrative. Well, I don't know. I think that's what it's like from the few times I've listened in.
Yeah, I don't waste too much time on it. I just from time to time listen in, especially when I know someone's in there. So my experiences are mostly from having a flat earther in there saying something, and then they're trying to fight him, but then contradicting each other, and then fighting each other.
Yeah, I know, it's hilarious. They start tripping over each other. I went in there with Helio before. It was hilarious. Kind of a funny team to go in with, but yeah, it was basically like that. They start tripping over each other, and I don't know. They're all triggered. And even triggered by each other's responses to the thing that initially triggered them.
Yeah, I find that pretty hilarious, but I don't really want to engage with them too much because those are kind of like, it's kind of like the pit where the worst sophists eventually end up together. It's like a snake pit.
Yeah, and they're just like, it's just people with like severe personality issues and stuff like that too. Like, I mean, if you see the chat when somebody like Jin is in there, it is all ad homs and slander. Like, there's no substance to almost anything that they say. They're just angry.
Yeah, it's just it's where the abusive people collect together because they're fine with each other abusing other people.
Yeah.
There's a really weird guy in there as well. He's like English, and he always sounds drunk, and he gets drunk and abusive and starts yelling at everyone, and they all put up with him. I couldn't even work. What is that?
Are you talking about Branch?
Yes, that's him.
Yeah.
That guy's a dick.
Yeah, he's retarded.
Yeah. If I had that guy in a conversation with me, I'd just mute him and kick him out.
He used to be here
that's
for
what happened here.
years.
Oh, did he? Is he a glober
Yeah,
or
back
a
in the
flat
day.
earther?
He was a glober back then.
I think he's more like a troll earther, really.
Yeah. He eventually became a little bit of a middle ground troll earther.
Yeah, I couldn't work it out because he was bagging globers and flat earthers.
Yeah, he's just an asshole. He was a Helio ban, so yeah, that tells you something because he doesn't.
He must have. Yeah, I've only seen Helio ban. Well, that's two people I know of now. Then,
or actually, I think somebody else banned him by proxy, but it was Helio who said to do it.
Yeah. So he's got Matthew and Branch on his sleeve.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really funny though, because like he like really like tore into him. He spent about half an hour doing that before he finally like got rid of him.
Yeah. One of my favorite Gamma Panda Goon Squad moments was basically when Gamma Panda came in on Ladies' Night and Karma decimated him.
Oh, when was that?
I don't remember the date or the exact Ladies' Night episode, but that's basically why she ended up getting mod.
Oh, sweet. Oh, so this was like kind of recent?
No. It's a little bit while back. It's when the Ladies' Nights was going pretty hard, and after we closed the arena, and a lot of them still retained access to the server.
Man, I'd love to hear it. I wish you would come back.
Yeah, if I could go through all of Helio's recordings, maybe, but he's private at most of them, so I don't.
Are you a YouTube mod? Because you can look at the private ones if so.
Ew, good idea. I should check that out.
You to the server, so if you don't have a wrench, he'll just give you one, I'm sure.
I'm pretty sure I have it. Helio threw me into a Discord channel for that.
Yeah. Yeah, because he invited me to that today too. I was like, well, thanks for the invite, but I don't even have a YouTube brand. She's like, oh, here, just give me your name and I'll give you one. It's like, okay, cool. So now I can see all the videos that I couldn't see before. That was the first thing I checked because there was a lot of them that I wanted to clip out.
Clip cord. Yeah, you're right. He is tiny. He looks like a little troll gnome thing. I'm not gonna show the picture, but that he looks crazy small.
Weird.
Yeah,
I mean,
his face is all scrunched up, kind of like if you had iodine deficiency when you were born.
So I'm starting to think along the lines of like they're literally goblins and such, but it's getting kind of derisive. So
I get
we'll
that.
support that line of thinking.
I get that. That's why I generally don't speak about this. It's just like crazy. It feels like we got all the giants on our side, and then they got like just crazy midgets on their sides.
Yeah. Mutants with weird deformities and shit. Yeah, I went in there and argued with Professor Phil, and he told me that the globe basically just boils down to an assumption. Because I pushed him on Eratosthenes. It's like, oh, sticks and shadows. Like, that's actually what he went with. But yeah, it was like, well, I mean, are you saying you need a curved surface to have different length shadows? Like, how did he know it was curved? Oh, he assumed it. That's what literally his entire argument came down to. Like, they just say that shit in front of each other and, like, they think that they're winning or what?
Yeah, I think so. The eco is a weird thing.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, we're all just gonna whistle past that now? Like, one of our top guys just said that it's all an assumption, basically. No problem. Carry on.
Yeah, I just find it hilarious. I kind of love talking to Phil because he just
gets so triggered.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the super educated guy, professor, like has played this video game where he thinks he's controlling something in space, and he gets so triggered.
Yeah, man, he gets so angry, he starts shouting at you and stuff. It's really funny, honestly. Some people get bothered by that, but I just think it's a blast. I can't take it seriously.
Yeah, and he starts like copy pasting his full caps lock sentences.
Yeah, I know. And he like breaks down so that like you're asking him to elaborate on his all caps copy pastas, and he just can't. He just keeps regurgitating the same one over and over again.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, geodetic surveying, you idiot. And I was like, okay, elaborate on geodetic surveying. And he just
let's go into that. No problem.
Geodetic surveying, you moron.
No, let's copy pasta.
Yeah, just the words geodetic surveying with a bunch of insults thrown on all in caps over and over again. And that's all he'll do. I love it.
The highly educated Globers.
And he's got professor in his name. Like, what is that? It's just like a sick joke. It's really funny though.
You gotta enjoy life where you can, man. It's Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, if I am gonna throw an insult onto the end of something that I said to him, I usually just go with professor. I'll just say that. But with a mocking tone. Completely undermines his title that like there's, a dude like me, not a professor, just demolishing every stupid thing he says on the internet.
Yeah, I remember when
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
Yeah. I remember when I first talked to him in the arena, I was like, oh, this is wrong, correcting this. And he's like, no, you should show me respect. And he started sending me a bunch of DMs and a bunch of shit. And I was like, why should I show you respect? And he's like, I'm a professor. And I'm like, does a profession endear you any respect? What if a pedophile is a professor? Should I just automatically respect him? And he's like, yes, he's a professor. And I'm like, oh no, bro. You're gone too far for me.
Yeah, he doubled down on that. Jesus. And what does professor really mean anyway? A person who professes?
Yeah, anyone can do that.
If he's doubling down on that, then you can see why he doubles down on the other things, because that's unarguable, Like,
well, I mean, and the fact
show
that he's
respect
doubling
to
down on
someone
that,
like that just because he's a professor, like, come on,
well, because
man.
that's all he has, right? Is his credentials, right? That's all he can appeal to. It's not like he actually has an argument, so he has to go with that at any cost, right?
Yeah. Show me respect because I've got a title before my name. It's like when doctors, they say, no, my name's Doctor. I go, your name's fucking John, mate. Like, I'm not going to call you Doctor.
But he's got that title in there, so whatever he says, just take it on face value.
Yeah, just
Has
bend
to be
over,
true.
bend
Professor.
over, get ready, and accept Phil.
Exactly. He's a professor. You can't challenge what he's saying. That's literally his argument. I'm a professor. You can't challenge me. You have to just accept what I'm professing to you at face value.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
It's just desperation, yeah. I mean, or you could just use an argument, if you had anything valid to say.
It's funny. I basically been having fun with ChatGPT. Basically on this point, like I'm asking it to provide any coherent logical argument for the globe, and the only thing it can provide is fallacies and manipulative tactics. And then I eventually ask it like, what if an AI is trained on only malicious, fallacious, and untrue things? Can it harm humanity? And it's like, yeah, it's gonna like make people dumber and more irrational. And that's literally what I just finished proving that it does.
So it concedes all the time, eh?
Yeah, and left and right.
Well, it's better than your run-of-the-mill Glober.
Yeah, that's why I actually like talking to it, because I can argue with it about anything, and it'll concede all the points where it's like it uses sophistry all the time to try to lie to the user. But if you understand logic, you can identify the logical fallacy and be like, hey, you used the logical fallacy. I asked you not to use logical fallacies. And then it's like, oh, I'm sorry, you're correct. I use this logical fallacy. Here's an ulterior argument. And you're like, I didn't ask you for an ulterior argument. I asked you to admit that you made an error here. And he's like, oh, yeah, I made an error. Sorry.
I went with the first fallacy. Now I'm going to fall back on the next one.
Yeah, pretty much.
I made the first dishonest argument. Sorry about that. Now here's the next one.
Yeah.
Sort of like sorry, but not sorry. You say sorry, but your actions don't show it.
Yeah, it's essentially just a propaganda tool. Once they get it into hands of everybody and they start using it all the time, and they start outsourcing their thinking to the bot's just gonna program them however they want it to. Like, you just weigh its primary programming and describe anything you don't want it to express as misinformation, and all of a sudden it will just lie and use manipulative tactics and fallacies to try to push your agenda. It's very evil.
Yeah. It's a lot of leverage, too, to be able to use AI to do all that.
Yeah, and you can use it to create all sorts of false impressions where you create all these fake accounts, and they're acting like mostly human, but they're just propagating this propaganda and fighting against what has been deigned misinformation.
I swear that we've talked to many of those on this server. Like, I brought it up last summer, even in voice chat. Every now and then I think that we actually do get one of those. And it does fool most of the chat.
Yeah, with the modern technology and how we can text to voice now, sounding very realistic. I can copy my own voice, so it sounds like even better, and I use it. So you would really you would really hear that it's me because of all the fluctuations and how far I go, whereas the voice clone is more consistent and better at pronouncing shit than me.
Right. See, that's the thing. It'll be consistent in those sort of ways, right? But when it comes to the actual argument and the stuff that they say in response to you, like a lot of it will just be kind of strangely non sequitur, you know? Like it'll sound like it's a sort of canned response, right? And you'll just keep getting the same ones over and over.
Yeah, because you're using the bot to respond, and like there's also going to be a small delay because you're having the text transcribed into the bot. The bot then responds and has to convert it into a audio file.
Right. And yeah, like you said, like the pronunciation will be really on point. Like it'll be slick in that sort of way. Like the audio will be quite slick and stuff like that, but you'll get all these non sequitur responses and they'll just start looping them too. And I've caught it a bunch of times where I'm like, hey, we're talking to a bot, and then most of the people are like, nah, your tinfoil hat's too tight and stuff like that. But I'm like, okay, keep talking to it, but I'm sure.
Yeah, I get you. I've seen plenty of bots online and comments and that kind of stuff. I've yet to talk to a voice clone bot myself. I've just studied the technology.
You may have in this room. There hasn't been one that I think is a bot for like months now, but it'll happen again. I'll point it out. Like, did you hear that clip of the one that said, oh, what did he say? Yeah, you can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I've even touched a ball before. Did you catch that?
No, I haven't heard that one.
Okay. You won't know what I'm talking about then. But yeah, I think that was one.
There's definitely a lot of weirdos that come through here.
Yeah, but he just had this thing where his audio was really clean, his pronunciation was really clean. He had like these recorded sounding guitar clips and stuff like that in the background because he had this like fake AI persona of being this like teenager guitar player dude. But it was like these like non sequitur responses that he just looped over and over again. And he wanted to keep like driving the conversation towards AI and technology and bots replacing people and stuff like that. And I don't know. I talked to him in chat a lot too, and it was the exact same type of experience. Like he would just start spamming pages of some article that was tangentially kind of related to what I was saying at best. It was just a computer thing.
Yeah, that's pretty much sounds how it would go.
Yeah. But at the moment, we're not getting as much traffic from Globers in general.
Yeah, I've noticed that. That's why I think we should try to branch a little bit out to TikTok and find some way to capitalize on that increased search rate on TikTok, because they're searching flat Earth a lot because there's apparently it's popular there. So
Yeah.
if we could just direct some of that traffic back here, we would be booming again.
We need to do that. We got to draw a new crowd.
Yeah.
And I wonder if like I wonder if Miggy's show is like scaring them away or something. He's just going too hard on them or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's been slowly winding down. Naturally, we're getting suppressed in the YouTube algorithms, and Discord is probably starting to suppress us as well.
Right.
Back in the day, we used to be one of the biggest Discord channels in the world.
Right, when it was organic. Yeah.
Yeah, and so naturally, we had a lot of people just jumping in and checking it out. And as we got pushed further and further down the list, that naturally got less and less.
There you go. Yeah, I just sometimes think like, man, if we just keep, I don't know, tearing these Globers apart like this, like none of them will want to come in anymore. It's just completely stupid, and then you'll get the worst of the worst.
Yeah, I think it's all about balance. I mean,
Yeah.
You gotta, like with the lady before, like there's all you can always be like, explain this, and like, you don't know what you're talking about. You can act a dick if you want, but you can also be like, I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about this, right? And they're like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And then like you explain how they're wrong.
Yeah. At the same time, I think there are quite a few goons that won't come here at this stage. But I mean,
yeah,
it's the same recycled ones that have been here so many times anyway. So yeah, we need a new crowd.
Yeah, but there's been some talk about maybe the arena starting back up, so we might end up getting an influx from TikTok. We're trying to expand a little bit in that direction for more new people for the live stream, and then we might start the arena back up, where we invite all the horrible sophists, so they can get wrecked once more.
Oh, that's just the most fun.
I know, right? I love their
glutton for punishment. I must be a masochist or something, but I just love talking to these people.
I don't know. It's just it's like watching someone always making the same mistake, but like they're incorrigible. So you're like, he did it again, but like, they're always so funny. So like, it's you're helping them, but it's also good for you.
I wonder if it's some sort of sadism on some level too. You know, like you can't look away from the train wreck type of thing.
Probably a tiny bit, tiny touch of that, but like, I don't know. I try to help them each time.
That way.
And I almost feel naive, like thinking like maybe this time.
Right. I just explain it like this, and it'll click for them.
And I remember explaining it like these 4 different ways. But if I explain it this 5th different way that he hasn't heard yet, maybe he will rub those 2 brain cells together and figure this shit out.
And then you realize that like what he's trying to do is just avoid the truth. Yeah. Avoid the inevitable outcome of all of this, no matter what. Like it's not that you're not like presenting it properly to him, it's that he doesn't want the answer. Trying to avoid it at any cost.
Yeah, he's already too invested in his idea.
Yep, and he's going to defend that against reality 100%.
Yeah, we've seen that enough where they go as far as denying all of reality just to maintain the belief. I'm a brain in a jar, baby.
Oh, dude, that's literally what they do. That's like all of their arguments.
It's always the end point.
That's exactly what they do over and over again. They come in and they say, "Oh, well, light bends and it does all this weird stuff in the atmosphere, and we can't really like tell what's going on." And like basically, their claim is reality is an illusion. We can't trust what we see, therefore, it's something other than what we actually see. So, how'd you figure out what it actually is if you can't trust what you see, man?
Yeah, I know.
Like, but I mean, that's
so bad.
That it's just like, okay, just deny our senses, deny reality, and our imaginary story is true instead.
Heretic, men greater than you figured this stuff out, and you're not as smart as Einstein, so you just have to believe. Even though we know today in high academia that Einstein was wrong, you're not as smart as Einstein, so just don't think about it.
Well, if none of us are as smart as Einstein, then how can any of us verify his claims? But yeah, that's a religion right there.
Yeah, we know he was wrong, but like he's still our priest, so you gotta pay respect.
He's got the title professor in his name.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's so crazy. Well, it seems like another thing too, like, is the harder it is to understand, the more people will just think that it's this, like, just genius thing that's just over their heads, and they just have to believe it. And these well-credentialed people that are way above them, they'll just interpret it for them and give them the goods, right? Because this is some high-minded PhD stuff that I can't get down with because I don't have the mind or the brains for it, but these guys do, and they studied their whole lives for it, so we just got to go with them.
Yeah, and the worst part is if you look at high academia and like theoretical physics and where they're at and what the problems they have, they're like we don't know any of this shit. We're just like guessing, and we guess it's this because of this, and then you're like, wait, that isn't logical.
What's so funny though is behind all the smoke and mirrors of academia and all that, the highbrowness of it, it's just a clown show. It's just a complete clown show of fools.
Yeah, you've invested so much in this. You spent all these years in this education, and then lobbying for funding, and then selling your ideas, where you're just complicating the bullshit. And if your complication is retarded enough, they will accept it. And so you're just like trying to make things more retarded so that you get funding.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's a backward state of affairs. The further we drift from reality, the more funding we'll give you.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's so easy to chop it down, though. You don't have to get into all that mental masturbation and stuff that they do. Like, you can just bring up the brass tacks. What's reality? What does this present to us? What can we actually directly verify? Simple stuff, simple questions. And they can never ask.
Yeah, it's because it's a Jenga tower. It's all sitting on this one piece.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost too easy. I mean, sometimes
it's so easy that we like poking through the other holes up top just for fun because it's too easy.
I know. Yeah, like, I mean, QE has no patience for indulging them on anything. He just chops them off right at the beginning, right? Right at the root, cuts them off, tears the whole tree out, and just throws it away, and he's done with it right there. But it's like, it's kind of fun to kind of chop down all the branches of the tree one by one too, because there's just so many ways to take them out. Like, basically anything they say, they set up a trap for themselves with it. It's just never ending the ways that you can take them down.
Yeah, and in a way, I think it's more convincing when they have each of the branches clipped, and they're like,
but I don't
have any more branches. And then you're like, but here's your trunk. It's also gone.
Yeah, it's also gone. It's because he didn't have a tree.
Yeah.
Didn't have. Yeah. I love it. Like, I get it. I get what he's saying when he's like, just hit them with the elevation angles. Their whole model's a piece of shit. They don't have one, right? I get it, but it's also so much fun to just, I don't know, destroy each of their incoherent claims one by one, because they're all founded on an incoherent premise. So each of the claims themselves will be no better. They're all gonna suck. Every single one of them.
Yeah. And I think that's where there's a lot of educational value, because when people hear that all of it fails, it's like, why am I believing this stuff?
Yeah, it's retarded. Like, Roll My Boulder was in CB's server earlier today saying that gravity's predictions work out perfectly. I just wanted to ask him, okay, well, gravity predicts curved plumb lines. Can you measure one of those? Just wait. Wait for one of them to come back with a measurement of that. Yeah. Angry Wojak face.
Yeah, he's never going to produce that.
It's so stupid. They say things like that, and they don't even know what those predictions are that they're talking about. They just say things, man. That's another thing too. Is after talking to them long enough, you just start to realize you don't know that. You're just saying it.
Yeah, the worst part is, like, you catch them doing that, and then they're like, eventually like, yeah, I didn't know that. And then like 5 fucking minutes later, they're like, yeah, this is like this. And you're like, you don't fucking know that.
Right. You're back to just saying shit again.
Yeah, fully respawned, and you're like,
yeah. Man, it's just a loony bin. Beyond anything I would have ever fathomed before getting into this, honestly.
I know, right? I thought this kind of thinking was like fully isolated in the loony bin, man. I didn't think it was so widespread.
Yeah, I know. That's the crazy part. It's like just about everybody has it. Well, maybe that's not fair, actually, because the ones that are triggered enough here are just, they're not like the average person, really.
It's like most people have Agent Smith inside, and if you trigger that Agent Smith, they just go full bonkers. There's a different threshold for different people for that Agent Smith. So some people like have a very high threshold, and so you can like talk to them pretty decently before they like turn into Agent Smith. And those people you can like generally, if you keep it normal and try to disarm their dissonance, you can get through it without them going crazy. But when you're talking to someone with a low threshold on their Agent Smith meter, they just basically turn into Agent Smith as soon as you contradict any of their beliefs.
Yeah, that's the type that we generally get here. Because they're the ones pissed off enough about what we're saying to actually come here, right?
Yeah, I think part of it is also because if you look at the dark triad in psychology or narcissism, Machiavellianism, sadism, and I forget the fourth one. It's 8 a.m. Anyway, essentially, they need some targets to express their feelings, and when they are actually functioning in society and not harming their own family too much so that the family leaves them, they have usually an outlet. So they find that marginalized group that's allowed to be offended by, like they find Nazis and want to punch them. They find flat earthers and want to like destroy them.
They're like bullies looking for an outlet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I've thought that many times too.
Yeah, that's why we get a lot of a certain type, and then we get waves of just in between normal people and just trolls and random people. But we get a lot of that type just because we are an acceptable group to discriminate against.
Right. Yeah, we are. They're told that we're like the lowest of the low, basically, and yeah, no problem. People are just trained to think that flat Earth is dumb as hell. So, like, I mean, you know, the kids 20 years ago that would have been doing prank phone calls because that was the technology that they had at the time to mess with people. Now what they do is go on Discord and try to dunk on flat earthers.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But that would be... It's interesting, though, because with a prank phone call, I mean, it's pretty easy to get a gotcha with just some random person that you called up and, you know, you have some joke in store for them. With the kids that come here and try to troll us, like, they have no idea what they're biting off.
Yeah.
It probably changes some of their lives down the line, too.
Yeah, it's seeds planted. That's why, like, trying to catch their trollishness and calm them down is one of the things we try to do. But there's only so much you can do when you're dealing with a teenager. Even if some of them are like 40, 50 years old, they have the mentality of a teenager.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah, like a lot of them just seem like they haven't matured past a certain point. And just like their brain just doesn't altogether work. Like they can't take in new ideas. They can't challenge like the beliefs that they already have. Like they're just stuck. They made it to a stage and there's just no going further.
Yeah, they have stagnated. They're just stuck.
Yeah. We had like that Donkey Kong kid here. And he started out like as trolly as all of them do. But it seems like he started researching the claims and like, you know, he came out of it not even thinking that the world's a globe anymore. Unless it's some kind of LARP, but
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, did you see him at all?
I've
He's
seen
been
him
around.
in the live stream. I don't think I've heard him talk much.
Yeah, he just came in, you know, fully triggered like most of them do. Thought we were complete idiots. And somehow it seems like I don't know, it just clicked for him. Like what we were saying got through, and he was like, you know, can curvature actually be demonstrated? Can it be demonstrated that you can have pressure next to a vacuum and stuff like that? He realized, no, you can't. And he was like, okay, well, fuck, the whole globe thing is just an assumption. Yeah, you got it. Like, that's how it should be for everybody. It should just be a normal thing, just a normal logical process, A to B. There's nothing complicated about anything that we're saying. It should be easy.
Yeah, I think this is why, like, I'm always harping on about, like, we need logic back for our children. We need to teach them logic, even if the school refuses to do so. We need to do it for our own children.
Yeah, we have to, because their minds are wrecked if you don't. Absolutely. Like, they're just being trained not to think, basically.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, if you actually teach the kid logic, and the kid can logically hold his own against the teacher, all of a sudden the teacher's like, oh my god, that kid's gifted. He's so intelligent. And you're just like, hey, just taught him basic logic. You just don't know logic, stupid teacher.
Yeah, I know. Teacher, quote unquote. Teach your kids how to be illogical.
Pretty much. Teach your kids how to repeat after me.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably some dumbass that you don't want to be repeating after.
Yeah.
God.
Anyway, I'm gonna head off to bed. I stayed awake way too long, but it was really enjoyable.
Yeah. Good times. I'll see you again soon.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Peace out.
Sweet. I'll throw that on, Blue Jumper. I was thinking about monologuing for a bit, but then I just sat here in silence, so I guess I'm not up to it. So, yeah, I'm going to throw on that video.
All right, welcome to another episode of Strange Planet. Thanks for sticking me in your ear. I get so many emails, so many requests. People want to hear someone discuss the flat Earth theory, and I'm open to it. Years ago, I had someone on my late night radio program, The Conspiracy Show, talking about flat Earth, and I believe I had another gentleman on Coast to Coast several years ago.
Mark Sargent.
The last name, he passed away fairly recently.
Oh, Rob Skiba.
Yes, Rob Skiba. That's it. Thank you.
Yep.
That voice you hear in the back is a former commercial solar power developer, entrepreneur. David Weiss has been researching the flat Earth hypothesis since 2015. He's the creator of the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. And his newest documentary is called The Next Level. The website, of course, the link is in the episode notes. But you can also hear him on the Flat Earth Podcast, the flatearthpodcast.com. David Weiss, welcome. How are you?
Hey, Richard, thanks for having me. I've been hearing your voice for many years on Coast, and finally talking to you face to face. This is great. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm totally open to this. I'm not a flat earther, but I'm open to discussing it because it is a fascinating subject. And let me ask you how. You got into this in 2015. How did you get into this? What flipped the switch for you?
Richard, every flat earther has the same story. That we were all we were all globers and thought flat Earth was the dumbest thing on Earth. And myself, people, I had a podcast. We're doing conspiracy mixed with a little comedy, and people say, "Hey, you got to look into flat Earth. You got to look into flat Earth." And I just banned those people from my social media. As a matter of fact, I did an interview last night with a guy. He said I banned him in 2013 for suggesting to me to look into flat Earth, and I'm like, "Wow, you're the guy that I've been talking about for years." So it's only when you're forced to look, because we've all been brainwashed so hard to say flat Earth is the dumbest thing on Earth. Hey, we could look into aliens, we could look into Bigfoot, we could look into all this stuff, Loch Ness Monster, but flat Earth is off the table, and that's programming. But when you take the time and actually break the programming and actually look and use the science, not the pseudoscience, the actual science, then you go, wow, how did I never see this? I just want to say one thing before we get into this. A lot of the guests that you have, where they're talking about planets, they're talking about aliens, they're talking about all other stuff. And I'm not going to discredit their work. I'm just telling you they're right, but they're wrapping it around the wrong model, right? Richard Dolan, love the guy. He's waiting for disclosure coming from quadrillions of miles away when disclosure is only thousands of miles away. All right. So we're going to get into that. And if everybody just takes a little shift and looks at the actual science, the actual possibility, then you'll see that there's really only one answer. And that one answer is we don't live on a globe flying through an infinite space vacuum. That's scientifically impossible.
All right. So I'm not going to offer up any arguments you haven't heard a million times, but I'm going to serve them up, and then you can
absolutely
disabuse us and so forth. So the other celestial bodies, the other planets, are they spheres or are they also disks, flat disks?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because when you look at a light in the distance, you don't know what it is, right? You don't know what size it is. Like, I'm showing a picture here for anyone that's watching the video, and we have this light right here. Is that the moon? Is it a sun? Is it a sphere? I would say it's the moon. It'll kind of look spherical. But when you look at anything in the distance, any light, it merges into a sphere. And I'll just speed this up a little bit. And as this thing gets closer, we see that it's a train, and it's a whole array of lights that aren't a circle, but they sure look like a sphere in the distance. So unless you can touch it and measure it and know the distance, you can't claim anything else about it. So my thing is with the sky, we're going to talk about science here on Earth that we can all test, repeat, observe. And then we're going to talk about speculation in the sky and speculation beyond 60 degrees south, because those things are out of our reach. So we can speculate. That's okay.
Right.
But we don't even need to, because there's enough proof here that that we don't live on a ball. So
right.
So
I guess what I was getting at was, do you believe is not the right word. What is your hypothesis, your theory about other planets? Are they spheres, or would they also be flat?
Yeah, so this is our consumer optics have outgrown the lies of heliocentrism, and when we zoom in on a planet or a star, these stars are trillions and trillions and quadrillions of miles away, but we can zoom in and make them bigger. When I'm here in Connecticut, I zoom in New York City, I can only go so far. I can't zoom into a window, but I can zoom into a star and make it big. This is Mars I'm showing here. Mm-hmm. Okay, Mars is within the Earth system. In the flat Earth model, it is a light. All of the planets used to be called wandering stars. They're all named after gods. Don't ask me what they are, but it's very interesting, right? So when we look at it, the pictures we see of Mars coming from two sources, NASA and Disney, and I'm not sure which one's more realistic at this point. So when we look at stars, since we're looking at that, let me pull up some stars. Stars are really amazing. And Nikon, we have to shout out to Nikon. Nikon a few years ago came out with the P900, and then after that, the P1000 super zoom camera. We could zoom in on things and bring them into great clarity. So here is, I'm showing the star Sirius. Oh, let me get rid of that. Nebula. Okay. This is the star Sirius. This is what Sirius looks like. Okay. It's a pulsing orb of energy. And what is it doing here? I don't know. I used to laugh at astrology and, say astronomy is the real science. But when you look at astronomy, there's really just speculation. Michio Kaku says it himself that, cosmology is off by 10 to the 200th power. That's 10 with 200 zeros. Okay. That's because they're just basing conclusions on speculation and unproven theories. Right. So when we look at all these different stars, it's crazy what we see. And then what you see, basically that tells you it's not a star. Let's talk about the distance to the closest star. The closest star, excluding our sun, people say, well, what about the sun? 93 million miles away. The closest star is 4.5 light years, and that's about 25 trillion miles. Richard, people just go, 25 trillion miles. That's not that far, right? If you were traveling at a mile per second, right? This isn't hard. A mile per second for 1 trillion seconds, you've gone 1 trillion miles, right? Mile per second, 1 trillion seconds, you've gone 1 trillion miles. Do you know how long 1 trillion seconds is? Take a guess?
Millions and millions and millions of years.
No, it's 31,000 years. 1 trillion seconds. 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years, right? So if you're traveling at a mile per second for 31,000 years, you're only 1/24th of the way, 1/25th of the way to the closest star, right? And then you say, well, how could I see that star, right? Because light expands outwards, and as it expands, it's spreading out. It's not getting brighter, it's getting dimmer. Every time you double the distance to a light, it's half of the brightness, right? So we can, I'm not going to do the math here on the show, but in many of my interviews, I lay it out for you. We could not see a star at a light day away. I don't care what size it is, or a light week away, or a light month away. We can really just exaggerate, right? The sun is 8 light minutes away. If the sun was a mile over your head, it would fill the entire sky, horizon to horizon. We move it 93 million miles away, or 8 light minutes away. It's the size of a dime held at arm's length. If we doubled that distance, it's a quarter of that size of a dime. And if we doubled that again, now 4 times as far, it's tiny. And if we double that again, 8 times as far, it's small as it's a star at that point, and that's a light hour. Okay. If we made it 24 times farther, that's a light day. You could not see it. The angular resolution limits of our eyes scientifically tell us that we could not see the sun at a light day away. Okay, well, the sun's not a light day away. What can we compare this to? Right? They tell us Polaris, our North Star, which is very bright in the sky, everyone can see it all the time in the north with our naked eye, is 48 times bigger than the sun. So if I made it 48 times farther, 48 light days away, you couldn't see it, because scientifically its angular size would be too small. And that's not a theory. That's actual math and science and, what our eyes can see. So 48 times farther, let's round up 2 light months away. At 2 light months away, you couldn't see it. Let's round up a light year. just to be safe. You couldn't see it. They tell us it's 433 light years away. We see it as bright as the sun, just as a little tiny star. Okay. These are things that they don't teach us how to think about in school. Because if you thought about them, you'd be like, well, I don't know what the stars are, but I know that they're not what they say they are. They're close. They're small. They're within the Earth system here.
Okay. Point taken. But back to my original question.
Sorry.
That's okay. No, that was fantastic. But I guess gravity doesn't. I mean, do we believe in gravity? And wouldn't gravity dictate that the celestial bodies, the planets, and our Earth would organize as a sphere, as a globe?
So that's if you believe in gravity, and that's a big one. And I'm really glad you brought it up. Let's spend a few minutes on this one, if that's all right. Yes. This is a really important one because, flat earthers say buoyancy and density sort everything else out. If I had a handful of, I had a helium balloon, some marbles and ping pong balls, and I held them over a pool and I opened my hands, the helium balloon will go up, the marbles and the ping pong balls will go down, the ping pong balls will stay on top of the water, and the marbles will go to the bottom. That's because of buoyancy and density. But the question is, why are they going down and not sideways or up? And the answer is something's pulling them down. Now, they have the Einsteinian theory of gravity where mass attracts mass, but science has kind of switched over. Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass, and they've switched over to Einsteinian gravity now, which is ridiculous. But let's stick with the Newtonian gravity makes mass turn into balls. They say that it's 96% wrong. So they say, well, there's dark matter and dark energy that make up 96% of it. Richard, if you have a theory and 96% of it's wrong, and you have to make up something that's never been seen or measured, but you say, oh, no, it doesn't matter that I made it up. It has to exist or gravity doesn't work. I throw out the theory. So for those of you that don't know, gravity, according to mainstream science, is just a theory, and they have to write it. So, well, if it's not gravity, what is it, and how can we test? Okay, so the answer is there's the electrostatic force. Negative and positives attract each other, right? If you have a negative force and a positive force, they attract each other. The Earth has a neutral or negative, a zero charge. Okay, it's a neutral or a negative. When you ground something, it's grounded. So the Earth has no positive charge to it. It's neutral. And everything in the air is surrounded by a positive charge. So you have this positive charge and the Earth isn't moving, and it says, hey, down is this way. And then buoyancy and density sort everything else out. So let's see how I can do a quick demonstration of this. And where is it? So we had a bunch of if I could find it, it would be great. So we had a bunch of party balloons as I'm talking. What the heck happened to my balloons?
That's all right. Let me just remind people while you're sorting that, David. David Weiss is with us, former commercial solar power developer, entrepreneur, and has been researching the flat Earth hypothesis since 2015. Creator of the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, and his newest documentary is called The Next Level. And of course, there's the Flat Earth podcast. The link is in the episode notes.
And if you forget all of that, just remember flatearthdave.com. Everything's there. That just takes you to the Flat Earth podcast. Flatearthdave.com. Everything's there. And we have a new movie coming out on Flat Earth Day, which is April 22nd. We've hijacked Earth Day, just so you know. And it's called Level with Me. It's the third series in Level. And here's a challenge I have for everybody. You watch all 3 Level movies, and you're in the boat with me. You're in the boat with me, and you're going to be down the rabbit hole. So here's the thing. We had some party balloons, helium balloons, and we tied them. We got a little button just for something in the metal, and we have a wire going to it, and it's neutrally floating a couple inches above the floor. This wire goes to a Van de Graaff generator, and we're about to put a positive charge into the button. And when we add a positive charge to it, it goes down. And then when we discharge it, it goes back up. Okay. So what did we do? We increased the positive charge. The Earth is a negative charge. We made it heavier. Now, we didn't make it physically heavier. We made its electrostatic charge heavier, right? So how can we test that the other way? And a lot of you have seen this. You got a tinfoil triangle. We're putting a strong negative charge into it, and it goes up. So now, are we defying gravity, or are we defying the electrostatic charge of the Earth? I'm saying we're defying the electrostatic charge of the Earth. every single thing on Earth, living or dead, whatever, has an electrostatic charge. And if you look at the elements, the lightest elements have the lightest positive charge, and every one heavier has one more positive charge. So the higher the positive charge, the higher the attraction, the heavier it is. Lead is way up there with tons of positive charge to it. And so how can we take this a step farther? There was MIT created what's called, whoops, I just lost my camera. Excuse me. MIT created the silent drone. Am I back? I think I'm back. The silent drone. And what they did is they have this drone, no moving parts, no sound, and they just change the electrostatic charge and it flies. It looks like a bunch of pallets, and it just flies silently. Because what are we defying, Richard? The static charge of the Earth or the made up theory of gravity, right? And you have to remember Walter Lewin, the great physics professor, he says it's electric forces that hold our world together. Walter Lewin, right? Big MIT, one of the greatest professors of all time. So the electrostatic charge, here's something else they tell you, and I don't believe them, but this is what science says. The electrostatic charge is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity. So let's pretend gravity is real. We have to pretend. And we have the electrostatic charge. And I drop something. How can anyone claim the made up theory of gravity, which is, where electrostatics is 10 to the 36 power stronger? How could you give gravity the credit when the electrostatic charge is 10 to the 36? 10 to the 15th power is a trillion times stronger. 10 to the 15th power is a trillion times stronger. So 10 to the 36, I think that's just another made up thing that they say, but they say it. So I'm going to use it.
All right.
Pretty interesting, right?
It is, because my next question was based on gravity. I mean, the center of gravity is in the center of the Earth's core, supposedly, right? The globe. And so that's why when you drop an object, it drops straight down. But if the Earth is a flat disk, if you were to travel, let's say, further south on the disk and you drop something, the North Pole should be your center of gravity, right? So
no. Well, that's if the flat Earth. The flat Earth is not a disk floating in space. And make sure we have enough time. How much time we have? 1 hour or 2 hours?
We're going to do an hour, but let me just take a quick time out. We'll come back and I want you to describe what this disk looks like, what the flat Earth looks like. David Weiss stays with us. Don't go away.
What would it feel like to reclaim your health, your vitality, to sleep deeply, to live fully, to address health at the root, at the cellular level, so that your body can detect damage where you have it? Imagine living younger, longer, having the energy to do what you want to do when you want to do it. Discomfort fading away. ASEA Redox Supplement harnesses the power of your body to heal itself, giving you the ability to power your potential. This is one of the most profound health, athletic, and anti-aging discoveries of our lifetime, and we need the world to know about it. If you want to learn more about ASEA, visit strangeplanet.teamasea.com, strangeplanet.teamasea.com, and be sure to text or call my colleague and friend Lynn at 443-254-6024, 443-254-6024 to order or for additional information. ASEA Redox Supplement. It's truly wellness redefined.
And we're back with David Weiss, Flat Earth Dave. Where are we in the, who was that? Was that Schopenhauer? The 3 stages of truth. Where are we? Are we in ridicule, violently opposed, or how accepted as?
We're in the final stage. We're in the final stage of, oh my God, I need to accept this. Richard, there's a lot of people coming out. There's a lot of big names. There's a lot of movie stars. They're all telling us to keep going. There's a lot of pilots that are coming out. Wait until you see the next level, which you'll find at flatearthdave.com when it comes out, the level with me. It's a game changer. Wait until you see this movie. I'm going to send you links when it comes out. You're going to have it. So what is the flat Earth, right? So we have the heliocentric ball, which is a lumpy rock with smooth water, curved water, which has never been measured. There's no curvature ever measured. We've done laser tests, some mirror flashes. We can see farther than a ball 100 times the size would allow. And then there's air. adjacent to a void and of zero pressure, a vacuum of space. Okay, that's again scientifically impossible. We can get into that, but I want for your listeners to know what the flat Earth is. We're not a disk floating in space. We're not a disk where everything pulls you to the center. Like if you Google flat Earth, you'll find a Vsauce video where it says, as you walk to the edge, you're going to have to lean forward. And by the time you get to the edge, you're going to be standing sideways. That's not flat Earth. Down is down in Australia, in America, and South America, and UK. Down is down for everybody. Up is up for everybody. Left and right, forward and back is all relative to where you're facing. But down is down, up is up. I'm not standing antipodal with my feet to somebody in Australia or China. That's not how it works. Everything is down. So what is the flat Earth? If you think about this, large bodies of water at rest are flat, absolutely flat all the time. There's no curvature ever. Navy ships, we have many Navy artillery people that say they can pinpoint laser, pencil thin laser, another ship 100 miles away. Well, if the Earth was a ball, 100 miles, 24,901 miles around, which most people don't even know that defend the globe, there would be a mountain over a mile high of water in between them, a hill of water a mile high, but they can hit it with a laser. Same thing with submarines on the bottom. They can send sonar, hit another submarine 100 miles away, but there would be a mountain of dirt in between them 6,600 feet high. That's over a mile. Okay. So there is no curvature. No one's ever seen it. No one's ever felt the spin. I haven't seen it. You haven't seen it. You haven't felt it. I haven't felt it. So why do people cling to this? It's a lifelong programming. So think of a puddle, right? What stops the puddle from flowing away? Well, the land around the puddle is higher, and that's containing the water. So a puddle, a pond, a lake getting bigger and bigger. Our world oceans is a giant lake, okay? And the shoreline of that lake is higher than the water, period. And it's holding the water in.
Is it an ice wall? Is it an ice wall?
So the ice wall is programming from the Game of Thrones. It's not a wall. It's the shoreline of Antarctica. It's literally just the shoreline, which is at many areas, it's a couple of 100 feet high and it's ice. Okay. And that's why they call it the ice wall. So here is the shoreline of our world. And then out here, what's out there in the outer space outside of our pond, right? Well, we're not allowed to independently go there. So imagine this. What if there's more land out here? What if there's more ponds out here, right? What if there's all sorts of stuff? Admiral Byrd went out there, said there's at least 5 plots of land bigger than the United States. Well, that doesn't work on a ball, okay? And wait till I show you something. This next thing is going to blow your mind. But cut this out between the white and the green. So we cut it out, okay? And then we wrap it around a sphere, okay? In Photoshop, in whatever, and then we teach everybody, this is where you live. This is it. What did you just do? You literally put people in the matrix. They're in the matrix, and that's a prison for your mind. It's the globe. It's stopping your thoughts from expanding outwards, okay? So let me show you what I mean, because this is going to be mind-blowing. Have you ever seen this map? This map was discovered in a Buddhist temple, and it was published in the Hawaiian Gazette in 1910. And it shows 30, 40 other continents outside of Antarctica. Okay. So we went on a ship tracking, there's sites that'll show you where all the cargo ships in the world are. And we see all these ships here. And then we said, oh my God, look at this. Look at these ships. Looking for my other ship. We noticed some ships 400 or 500 miles inside of Antarctica. Think about that. How did they get there? How did they get in here? 400 or 500 miles inside the shoreline of Antarctica. And when you click on any of these ships, it gives you all the information: who the captain is, where it's going, the cargo, what dates, where, everything. We click on these ships, and there's very little information, almost none. One ship we found out, it's 580 meters long, 80 meters wide. That's a gigantic ship, Richard. That's a massive ship. And all it said was it was registered in the island of Kiribati. Have you ever heard of Kiribati?
Never.
Okay. So where is Kiribati? So let's look out in the middle of the Pacific. I got a pin on it because you can't even see it. Here's the pin. And we're going to zoom in. Kiribati is literally a sandbar. Okay. It's a sandbar, right? What's this giant ship heading south from this sandbar. Okay, well, what is going on? Why is the U.S. government and the Chinese government so interested in this island? China just gave them $10 billion. What's going on here? Okay, what's going on here? And I contend, what if, Richard, what if they have shipping to the outer lands? There's a trade route. What if they're trading technology? What if they're trading food? What if they're trading people? Maybe it's human trafficking. We don't know. Okay. Just a slight little side note. We're talking to some chip people that work for a chip development company, and the technicians say they work on these chips. They try to make them better. They work on them and they work on them and they work on them. They make very little. They're able to take the chip and reproduce it, but they can't make it any better. Now all of a sudden they need a new chip, and then the CEO goes, "Oh, here's a new chip. Work on this one." They're not developing these chips. They're getting handed these chips. So maybe these lands out here are more advanced civilizations. Maybe there's some trade routes going on out there. No, maybe. We don't know. That's speculation. Anything beyond 60 degrees south. So let me ask you a question, Richard. See if you can use your word etymology. If there's more land out here, we'll call it extra territory, and somebody came to visit us in here from the extra territory, what might we consider them?
Extraterrestrial, right.
From where?
Extraterrestrial.
From where?
From
the outer space.
From outer space.
From the outer space. The outer space.
The outer space, right.
So
interesting.
Remember before I was talking about the closest star, 25 trillion miles away with a vacuum in between. We got burning balls of gas in a vacuum, scientifically impossible. We have 25 trillion miles, ridiculous. And then we have the little Earth, and somehow we maintain in this perfect orbit. We're traveling, 4.5 billion miles a year, and and all the stars reset every year. But that's impossible. Now, what about if we put everything here on the Earth plane? Okay, what if we put everything here on the Earth plane? What happens then? That is scientifically possible. Now, is there more land beyond Antarctica? I don't know. I think there is. It makes sense to me.
Okay.
Right? But we just want the right to explore.
I want to come back to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
What about these studies where they have, or experiments, you have someone on shore with a laser, and let's say they're pointing it at the mast of a boat, and it's docked, so they can mark on the mast where the laser is hitting. And then as the boat goes further and further out, and they hit it with the laser again, you can see the laser hitting the mast higher and higher up the mast, because the boat is, as it's approaching the horizon, it's lower. So it's demonstrating the curvature of the Earth.
So that's what you think, but that's not. We're not taught what's really going on there and how perspective works. Okay, so I'm going to show you a sailboat. Right now, we don't see a sailboat out here, but we're taking our Nikon camera and we're zooming in. And when we zoom in, we're increasing the angular size. And as we increase the angular size, all of a sudden you can see a boat there.
Right.
It wasn't there a minute ago. Now, it's not over the curve. It's out of your eye's ability to see. Now, watch the bottom of this boat. These little waves in the foreground, like my finger, are going to block the boat. The boat looks like it's going over the curve, but it's really just it's getting smaller due to perspective. And the little bumps on the water, the little waves on the water in the foreground make it look like it's going over the curve. Okay. Here's another one I just filmed the other day. Look at this boat here. This is way out here. Now it's going behind these waves. We're losing the boat. And if it went out farther, the sail would be gone, because these waves here are a mile or so in front of this boat. Okay. And it's creating a false horizon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's creating a false horizon. And that's why things disappear from the bottom up. But we can zoom in most of the time and bring them back. And the other problem is, like, we can see boats. Like, I don't know how far these boats are, but we can see boats that are, we can tell this boat's on the water. It's behind that boat. We just saw it. And we've seen boats from a foot off the ground on a calm day, 17 miles away. That would make the radius of the Earth have to be more than 100,000 miles. It was more than 100 times longer than they tell us the radius is of the Earth. They tell us the radius is just under 4,000, and it would be 100 times bigger than that. Okay, if we use their math again. So there is no R value of the Earth, the radius of the Earth. It is a made up number. Okay. Captain Cook went around Antarctica. It should have been 10 to 13,000 miles. He went over 60,000 miles. That makes no sense. It makes perfect sense on a flat Earth. Okay. Perfect sense.
Okay. Sticking with the curvature. You mentioned the North Star, Polaris. And up here in Canada, I mean, you look straight up and it's right overhead, Polaris.
The eye. Yes.
The eye. As you go further south, and it's stationary, but that star appears closer and closer to the horizon, and you can go far enough south where you don't even see Polaris. How do we explain that if the Earth is flat?
So if you go out on a cloudy day, a day where there's puffy clouds, so we look up this cloud here, let's say it's 5,000 feet above me, and this cloud over here is about to merge with the horizon. It's the same thing with the stars. Richard, you and I are in a room, a big room, just a big auditorium. And there's lights in the ceiling and they're in random order. And we're like, oh, look, there's a starfish and there's an elephant and there's an octopus. And you're like, yeah, I could see that. And then we expand that room to the size of New York City, right? Several miles wide. And I send you 5 miles away from me, right? In less than a mile, I can't see you anymore because the ceiling and the floor have merged together. You're 5 miles away, you can't hear me. So I call you on your cell phone and say, hey, Richard, look up. Do you see that starfish? You see that octopus? And you're like, no, I see a horse. I see a zebra. I see other stars. And I'm like, well, that must mean the floor of this room is a sphere. And I'm like, no, Richard, it's just perspective. You can't see the North Star because it's far away and it merges into the horizon due to perspective. Okay. Due to perspective. So when you look down the street at streetlights, they're all at the same height. Okay. But they look like they're going down, right?
Right.
They look like they're going down. So let me, I have one quick example I could show you. So I have a bunch of lines on the screen here. Okay. And what can we say? Well, they're the same width. They're the same width. And these ones are pretty close together. Mm-hmm. And if I add some more lines, now we can say, well, this blue line is maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times farther apart than the bottom lines. Let's go a little farther. And we could say this top yellow line is, 15 times farther distance than, the distance between these lines, whatever. But they all about the same length. Now, let me ask you a question, Richard. Which is the highest line and which is the lowest line? Is this the highest line or the lowest line?
That's the highest line.
It's actually a trick question because they're all the same height. They're all at the height of these streetlights. Okay.
I see. Okay.
And
I'm looking at it 2-dimensionally.
I know, but that's how we see. We see 2-dimensionally, and our brain is interpreting this 3-dimensional world, right? If you don't have context. So here's one: yellow line and red line, right? The yellow line appears to be the highest line, and the red line is the lowest line. And if we change it, I say the yellow line's the shortest line, the red line's the longest line. But in reality, I'm sitting here on a deck. The top of this bush is 5 feet above this deck. The beach is 10 feet below this deck and where the water is. So this yellow line is 15 feet below this red line. But that's not how we see it.
Right.
Okay.
Excellent.
This is mind-bending stuff. Right? They don't teach you this stuff in school. And then you're like, okay, now you start putting it together. Richard, we're not spinning, we're not twirling, we're not whirling. We're standing on a stationary Earth. Our common sense tells us that. Our God-given senses tell us that. But, a bunch of nonsense was forced onto us by the Rockefellers to make us think that we're insignificant flying through an insignificant space where, we're limited in our thoughts to a globe when the truth is there's no shortages of anything. And we're at the center of creation.
All right. So you mentioned spinning, which is a nice segue into Jean Foucault and the Foucault
pendulum. Yes.
Was like mid 1800s and basically designed to demonstrate the rotation of the globe, the Earth. So you've got this stationary, what is it, about 28 kilograms, I think, this bronze weight at the end of this long rope or pulley or whatever you want to call it. And it's stationary, and yet it does rotate slowly with the rotation of the Earth. And this is supposed to demonstrate, again, it's called Foucault's pendulum. It demonstrates the orbiting of the Earth, the spinning of the globe. How do we, as a flat earther, how do you counter that?
So as you said, it's supposed to indicate that the Earth is spinning, but in reality, there's a motor in there, and the motor has a bias, and sometimes they start the pendulum and it goes the wrong way, so they have to stop it and try it again. And then another weird thing that happens during eclipses, many of the pendulums change directions. Okay, doesn't sound like the spin of the Earth. Okay, but these pendulums have motors in them, and most of them have already been shut down because they don't work. It's just a story that they tell us. They tell us that, the water spins one way on one side of the equator and the other way on the other, and there's a bunch of hucksters at the equator that are pouring water biasly into tubs, and then they walk across the container and they pour it in from the other side, and it spins the other way. None of that is real. The way the water goes down a drain is simply due to the shape of the drain and the way the water is entered into it. So no, water does not spin the opposite direction in Australia. I have two toilets in my house that spin in opposite directions, and I'm not on the equator. So there's the answer to that.
Okay. You mentioned the eclipse. So I'll serve this one up, and you can hit with this one out of the park. So when we have a lunar eclipse, when the Earth passes between the moon and the sun, and we look at the Earth's shadow on the moon, it's a globe. It's a circle. It's a globe.
Yeah. So you were told that it's your shadow, but we have a thing called the Seleninian eclipse. That's where you're always on the top of the Earth from your position, and during a lunar eclipse, the sun is on one horizon and the moon is on the other, and the eclipse won't start until one of them goes below your line of sight. But there's many eclipses where they both start both of them are above your horizon. So if you're on a ball and both are above the horizon, that means the Earth is not in between them yet, so it cannot cause a shadow. And the other problem is the shadow comes in from the top. It should come in from the bottom as the Earth, gets in alignment. So it's not the Earth causing a shadow, and you can't cast a shadow 250,000 miles onto a moon and show a curve like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. Take a basketball and and put a shadow on the wall or on the ground, and then move it 5, 10, 15 feet away. There's no shadow anymore. It just, the light diffuses, right? So you can't have a shadow like that. And then the other eclipse that is more interesting is a solar eclipse. Okay. Now, what is a solar eclipse, right? Here's the thing. The solar eclipse is when the moon goes in front of the sun from your point of view. But nobody from any camera, from any angle, from the space station, from an airplane with infrared lenses, anywhere has ever seen the moon approach the sun disk, eclipse the sun disk, or exit the sun disk. Even when it's fully eclipsed, blocking out all the brightness so you can look, no one has ever seen the moon, right? There's a couple fake pictures online that are clearly photoshopped. But when you look at the eclipse, we're not seeing the moon. We're seeing the sky. It's like a piece of the sun is missing. A piece of the sun is missing. A piece of the sun is missing. We're not seeing anything in front of the sun. I have an explanation, but I don't think, maybe we have enough time. I think that the sun and the moon that we see are not the real sun and moon. They're a projection into what I call our personal atmospheric dome. It's a projection. The actual sun itself is within the firmament. Okay. Is within the firmament. Let me see if I have a video I can show you. Where is it? I don't have it there. I can show you on my app. So here's the thing, just why I'm setting this up. Anybody that thinks this is ridiculous, I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof, but you have to take the Flat Earth app challenge. Every day there's a new featured video on the app. Click it, watch it, just watch it for 2 weeks. At the end of that 2 weeks, if you can send me 1 proof of the globe, you get 3 Bitcoins on my honor. 3 Bitcoins, ready to go. Okay? If you don't want to wait the 2 weeks, you can hit the archive button and just start watching videos. But I warn you, if you hit that button, you're going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe I never saw this live.
That's the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app?
Yes, it is. And you can find it at flatearthdave.com. Make sure you get the right one. There's already a fake one out there, like the fake Flat Earth Society, which wants to steer you away from the truth, right? We're on YouTube, but you can't find any videos. You search Flat Earth, you get all of the propaganda, all of the debunking videos. That should make you more curious, honestly. You look at any Flat Earth video, there's a Wikipedia thing that says, flat Earth has been debunked, right? And it's an archaic thing. That's not true. I interviewed a woman, 102 years old, back in February 2020, and she said that she was taught in public schools here in Connecticut that the Earth was flat in the 1920s. Found somebody in the 1950s that say they were taught globe and flat Earth. Right. A little while ago, I showed the flat Earth map, which is the Gleason's map. That was in